What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Thursday, June 12th, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Balam Garden. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know. Don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, why ever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com. High risk, high reward. High on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be in the cyber future. Chat, I was trying to figure out who I'm ripping off when I say high on life. You know who talks like that? The same kind of person that might say chicken jockey. It's a Jack Blackism, I think. I don't know. High on life. It's like, you know, the Jack Black has this thing where he strategically mispronounces words. I guess I learned from the best. How are you all doing? How's everybody? Israel has launched an attack on Iran. This is true. This is true. We'll be getting to that, right? That kind of popped up at the last minute. Did not plan to cover that, but yeah, it looks pretty bad. And I don't want to get ahead of ourselves here, but there was some push to make a new nuclear deal with Iran. It looks like the Trump administration kind of poison pilled that one. / Israel hated that. Like, Israel doesn't even want any kind of agreement between the United States and Iran. But the agreement that was floated, right, was not like the Obama agreement that Trump tore up. This was an agreement that allowed that basically deprived Iran of a nuclear program, and again, that is not something they could move forward with. So yeah, anyway, you know, Israel kind of has forced the situation into a more dire position, and we'll see what goes on from there. I'm missing a lot of information. Hopefully by the time I get started talking about the situation in Tehran, we'll know a little bit more. We're not sure at the moment, or at least the last I checked, exactly what targets Israel is striking, and depending on what those targets are, this may be a greater or lesser of an escalation. In other words, an attempt by Israel to draw United States into a war with Iran. That's kind of the fear of all. Do we know who is hitting the airport in Iraq? Goddamn. No, actually, this just broke out while I was getting the stream started and everything. Kia ora to you too, Magenta Dinosaur. It's good to see you. Do we have any blue sky? Do we have any skeet mongers? What do you call blue sky people? Not skeet mongers. What the hell is a skeet monger? Sounds like that's implying something entirely different, chat. Again, my mind is completely in the gutter, or at least the unconscious part of it is in the gutter. The conscious part of it is very reserved. Skeeters? Oh my god. Curious what everyone is doing. Oh, you're playing Stardew Valley. Okay, that's one way to keep calm. Didn't hear about that quite yet. Yeah, I haven't heard about the attacks in Iraq, but the United States has bases in Iraq, and Iran did mention the fact that, you know, if they get attacked by Israel, you know, all bets are off. In other words, they weren't going to let their diplomatic relations with a country that the United States has bases in preclude a strike on those bases, is what Iran has said already. You know, whether this is saber rattling or you know, an actual statement of the contingencies that Iran has in mind given an attack like this, we will I guess soon find out. But yeah, shit's just happening way too quickly, right? And you gotta know that Trump loves this shit, this time compression, chat. Oh, wow. What just happened? Chat, my nails. They're beautiful. I've never done that before. I've never just like waved my hands and had my nails automatically. That's a pretty cool magical power. Oh my god, chat. Look, I might be becoming a sorceress, okay? Just like, you know, keep it on the down low, all right? I don't want this getting out, all right? I don't know. I've literally never had that happen before, but god damn. I love it too, yeah. This is the perfect color, actually. This is fine, says Miskatonic. Yeah, basically. John Ross, good to see you. Nails look good, thank you. I like the blue? Are you backing the blue? I'm sorry, Miskatonic, I shouldn't tease you like that. I shouldn't tease you. I shouldn't tease chatters. I should be nice to chatters and gentle to chatters to convince you that I am actually a good sorceress and not an evil sorceress that wants to pull some kind of time compression bullshit, right? No, I'm trying to stop the time compression. Look, chat, all I'm saying is that we need a good sorceress to, you know, what did they say with the guns thing? You need a good gunman to fight a bad gunman. It's like that. You need a good sorceress to deal with the bad sorceress. Okay, this is a jam. I love this channel. Everybody go follow Iridium Beats. If you like this music that I've got in the background at all, you should definitely give this small channel on YouTube making amazing city pop remixes of all my favorite games, maybe. I don't know about if they're Michelle Obama blue. It's actually not blue. That's the funny thing. I don't know. Maybe I should check my Zira if you're watching this. Please give me a LUT, Zira. If this is coming through as blue to people, I'm looking at purple on this side of the screen. And yes, when I look at you know, my image in OBS, I do somehow perceive it. Do I have like a color filter or something? Zira, please fix my color. I don't know. I don't know if she has time. She's a busy lady these days. Anyway, what am I trying to do? Oh wait, let me look at video capture and see if I have filters on. No filters, huh? Okay. I did at one point have a chroma key and a color correction on my image, but I guess I took that down. Gun sorceress? Are we talking about Bayonetta? She has like guns in her, like her high heels, right? Are the guns. Well, how does that work? When she pulls her guns out, is it easier to walk? Do her heels become flats at that point? That's what I really want to. It looks blue. Shadow Files, you're right. You're right. I'm looking at it too, right? I'm looking at it too, and it does look pretty sweet. But it's not really true to color. This is definitely purple on my side, and definitely it's my camera. That's what I'm saying. That's why I need a LUT, an LUT. And only, does anyone in chat know what a LUT is? Do I have any other tech experts? I'm not sure if you covered this or it started to, but Trump has ordered by, yes, oh, good one. Thank you, Columbia Rican. You are fucking awesome. You are fucking awesome. Yeah, no, I mean, look, I knew about that. Let's see, where's that gonna go? Yeah, that's gonna go right after what's going on in LA. So that's 3. Yeah, I didn't have it written down though. Judge orders Trump relinquish NG, National Guard. There we go. We need a hair color reveal. Wait, what? A real hair color reveal? Wait, have you never seen my real hair before? It's blue, actually. Yeah, if you look back to when I started streaming on Twitch, you will see my hair was blue. And if anybody wants to drop some bits, I'll show you exactly what I looked like back then. Because that alert has an old picture of me, the blue-haired version of NCC. Some people still... Uh-oh. What? Yo! Oh no, this isn't Iridium Beats even. I'm sorry. Let me... Copy link address. Okay, look. Follow Iridium Beats too, right? But this is actually CTIO music, CGTIO music. They're doing something very similar to what Iridium Beats does. I don't know who started it first. I don't know who the originator of the original nutta, so to speak, of this style is, but it might be Shy FX. I don't know, chat. There's some chance. There's some chance that Shy FX man is in some way involved in this. Danny Garden says I can make LUTs for OBS. Yeah. See, here's the thing though. I mean, I've never made a LUT before. This blue should be purple, right? But that doesn't really tell you much, right? You need to know what kind of purple. So for that, I would need to take a picture that was like true to... God damn, this looks good. I don't know, maybe I should just go with it. Loved Iridium Beats' Final Fantasy X video. Had the overworld theme stuck in my head all day. Nice. I thought I temp dyed my blue hair once, but it was not temporary. Dark colors, it's hard to go temporary with, right? Did anyone notice Trump to start to walk back immigration policy? Okay, so yeah, Earthkeeper's talking about something. I don't know. Should I put that on the list too of the important things to go over? Yeah. Well, here's the thing, Earthkeeper. Now, I don't want to cover this as a change in policy because it may just be rhetoric for Trump. Slop term is a new term for me. Nice. Well, get ready to be sloppy then. Can you bring Waluigi next to you? We know what kind of purple he should be. You know what? Actually... Yeah, farmers and hotel workers. This is what Trump has said. The only thing is that there's no... You're hearing this from Trump. You're not seeing anything from ICE. You're not seeing... It's not... It's showing up in Trump's rhetoric, all right? That he knows this is a bad look. And maybe we could look at some polling, chat. His approval is collapsing. Yeah, no, his approval is collapsing. I mean, unfortunately, people don't have a positive impression of the protests either. But that is somewhat to be expected. And also, you know, I mean, we sort of know what that is. The media is doing that. The algorithms are doing that, right? There's a bias towards the... you know, towards the more inflammatory, and I mean that somewhat literally, images as far as what will catch that virality. Yeah, 38% according to Quinnipiac. Does the Quinnipiac, Columbia Recon, do you remember, is it the Quinnipiac? Am I pronouncing it right? Quinnipiac. Poll that also shows the support. So, like, right, chat, now, when you look at, like, should illegal immigrants be deported, right? Or is that a priority, right? It's depressingly high, right? But once you start to get more granular, as Ezra Klein would say, and ask questions like, do you think that farm workers should be deported? Do you think that day laborers should be deported? In other words, do you think that the people that Trump and ICE are currently going after should be deported? It gets into single digits. It gets in, not even MAGA. in a lot of, I mean, according to these polls, it's hard to believe given the cruelty that you hear. Like, chat, if I look at a random channel that is showing the protests, right, I will have a large number of the chat will be saying racial slurs, right? Saying the racial slur that references a legume, for instance. I have seen that, and it's weird because like it's not like, I thought we were done with calling people legumes. Quinnipiac. Yeah, I thought we were done with that. I also thought we were done with the R slur, but I guess I was wrong about that one. So, but yeah, I mean, like, just like straight up, like a lot of the hatred of migrants and a lot of the opposition to the protests, comes in the form of unabashed, anti-Latino prejudice, right? It's not even cloaking itself behind like, well, you're illegal or you're breaking the law or, whatever. Like the ways that they try to fig leaf that shit in public, right? They never want to make it sound like it is literally about racism. But if these chats are to be believed, and I know there's a lot of bots in those chats too. So, but if these chats are to be believed, yeah, it's straight up racism and little else behind that. Go to Google News and on the search bar, type in Trump approval rating. You'll see all the updated info. That might give me more info than I'm looking for. His approval rating, yeah, according to Quinnipiac, in the upper 30s. Now that's a little bit of an outlier, but it also is a newer poll, and so it may be a sign of things to come. And you may see more polls looking more like the Quinnipiac. When Cuomo says illegal immigration tonight, he got booed. Yo, that's awesome. So you could imagine what, God, what is this race going to be like in November, right? When you got, you're going to have Mayor Adams running as an independent, right? You're going to have a Republican candidate, I guess. I don't know. How does it work in New York, though? I know how so in the Democratic primary, it's ranked choice, which is great, which is very cool. But I don't know, chat, do you know if it's ranked choice when it comes to the general election? Is that's a big question now. You're gonna have Mayor Adams running as an independent, right? Probably not gonna do well since his Trump backing is not actually gonna help him. But you're gonna have whoever wins the Democratic, and right now it's looking like Zoran. Yeah, big news, chat. The lead is flipped. Cuomo is now in second place. Zoran is in first place, at least according to the latest polls. Again, this is a fluid situation, so we may see that bounce back and forth. But yeah, things are looking really good for Zoran. We're looking at maybe a matchup between Zoran and here's what I'm wondering, right? Will the Republican be a factor? Will the Republican be a factor in general? Cities like New York, San Francisco, people who are Republicans will call themselves Democrats. Like, this is just a thing with big cities, right? Like, nobody wants to tie themselves to the National Republican Party, even if they do have sympathies in that direction. Abrego was traveling in a van with the others from Texas. Sounded like human trafficking to a grand jury trial. Damn. Wait, I thought they already indicted. I thought they already indicted him. I believe ranked choice is also in effect during the main election. Oh, interesting. All right, I feel like I should probably pull up a I feel like we just got to kind of keep our eye on the situation on the ground in LA. There it is. I don't usually do this in the very beginning, but... Trump is now underwater with millennials. Wait, was he not before? I thought at least... Yo, Buffy Geek with the 55 stream streak. That is kind of amazing. Especially given my streaming times, it's really hard to get a streak. He has been indicted, and they weren't from Texas at all. Yeah, driving from Missouri back to Maryland, pulled over in wait, what? Tennessee's where the charges were filed, right? Yo, what just happened, Hype Train? Yo, look at that. Patient Static, you just got jellyfished. I just got jellyfish, chat. I got a jellyfish head. Well, that's not what I meant when I said I used to have blue hair, but I mean, this is when I was in Splatoon, chat. This is what I looked like in Splatoon -1. Bodyguard, you just got jellyfish. 1989 the number, you just got jellyfished. Seashell, you just got jellyfished. Dimahu 8029, you just got jellyfished. And Seas Joyful, you just got jellyfished. Amazing. Thank you, Buffy Geek, for the gift subs to get us started here. Bringing us up to a very early 30 points. Why am I talking like Ezra Klein, chat? I'm like ripping everybody off. First I started off like, I am Steve. I started off like Jack Black, and now I'm doing different voices somehow. Senator, oh yes, oh my god, oh yes. Another thing that needs to be on the list. The senator's name is Padilla. Senator Padilla. Okay, I think I know how to do this. I am making an outline. All right, so what is it? Like, you start with a letter, and then you do a number, and then you do a letter underneath that, and the outline. Judge relinquishes orders Trump to relinquish National Guard, as well as Senator Padilla detained. Yo, Omega Star with the gift sub. That Hype Train is 77% of its way to level 2 now. Look at this. Chat, I make the stream alerts for Twitch huge. I don't know why. I think it's a joke from Demon Mama. Like, right, I had back when Demon Mama and I were on friendlier terms. She came on stream one day, and she, like, I think I'd switched from Stream Labs to Stream Elements or something like that. And something about the canvases something was different. It basically doubled the size of all my alerts, right? And so Demon Mama's like watching me and talking to me, and all of a sudden these giant alerts just like start coming, you know, and she's like, wow, those are some big alerts. And I was like, everything's huge here, Demon Mama. It's like Willy Wonka. It's Willy Wonka. We may have a visit from Vadim today. I don't know. Vadim has been teasing something big. I have no idea. And if I did have an idea, chat, I would be sworn to secrecy as far as what's going on with our good friend, friend of the VOD, Vadim. But that may be happening too. I don't know if we have time, but we'll see. Maybe tomorrow. But yeah, so yeah, Israel attacks Iran. What's going on in LA? Judge orders Trump to relinquish National Guard. Senator Padilla detained. Oh, chat. This just makes me want to dance. I don't know how to dance, though. I don't know how to dance. Oh, wait. So, yeah, the goal is, yeah, thank you, Omega Star, by the way. Wait, somebody just got weaseled, right? I'm supposed to mention who they are. Redmond Berry, 1975, you just got weaseled. Oh, I'm doing the Jack Black thing again, aren't I? Chat, is that annoying? Let me know if it gets annoying. If I'm like, chicken jockey. I do like a chicken jockey, though. Whoa! Whoa! What the hell, Twitch? What the hell? Hassan may lose his visa? I don't know about that. Do you want me to cover that? Let me read these off really quick. Vibe Writer 3000, you just got jellyfished. Seg Fault, you just got jellyfished. Bilbo Smithens, which is like a mix between Bilbo Baggins and Agent Smith. That's a pretty cool movie reference there. You just got weaseled. Gimpy Fishbones, which is like a combination of a Pulp Fiction reference with a 90s band reference, potentially. You just got weaseled. We should play a game, chat, where Irene tries to figure out what your name is about. K Loves Waffles, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. Did I shout everybody off? Shout them off? Shout them off? Oh my god, chat. What is shouting something off? His visa. Wait. I didn't even catch that. Yeah, you're right. He doesn't have to worry about a visa. He's not me. I'm the one worried about a visa, chat. You picked Vivian. Okay, gotcha. Oh, look at that. You earned a, I feel like you earned a emote over there. What is this? Did they really went all out in this. I gotta give this person some credit, right? They've actually taken some Final Fantasy VIII songs that were not vocal to begin with and added Japanese city pop vocals over them. That's kind of amazing. Oh my god, chat, I'm trying to keep a track of everything. But yeah, people, I'm crossing streams because you guys seem like fun. They are fun. Twitch chat is like underrated. I don't know. I think Twitch chat just needs to believe in itself. Believe in yourself, Twitch chat, and then we'll start averaging 100, and then you'll make me have to choose whether I want to be a Twitch partner or not, whether it's worth it. I don't know. I don't actually know if I'd take that. There was a time where I really around the time I was talking to Demon Mama, I think we were doing our partner push on Twitch, and that all got scuttled thanks to that conflict with Dylan Burns, right? My views just dropped through the floor after that. I love city pop. Me too. Yeah. But wait, what just happened? Oh my god. Wait. Okay, that's where I'm at. Goal is at 66 now. Wow. So just so you know, that goal right there is for whether we get bonus content today. And if you want to see what the bonus content we've got it is available for you on YouTube, right? No Comment Chick, YouTube on No Comment Chick on YouTube, right? Is the stream where I have the vote. Look at that little, the dragon was, wait, is the hype train still on? What just happened? I can't even tell. Is it, maybe it's over? I can't tell. Wait, do we have to choose the emote? No, it says 125 left. Oh my god. I gotta catch up with Twitch. Yeah, so yeah, we were talking about Hassan and his visa issues. Narwhal by Nature reminded me that unlike myself, Hassan does not need a visa. I do need a visa, and if you want to help me get that visa, you can do so on throne.com/nocommentchick. Right now, I am funding my visa, my educational visa, which, oh my god, chat, I went to the language school and I had to make decisions, all right? I hate locking things in, right? Because there's so many different ways that I could get the visa, right? I could stay in the country after leaving for a short vacation. I could come back, stay in the country, pay pay essentially my rent, as much as rent cost me, right? I would pay that towards the visa, or I could leave again at the end of this tourist visa, and I could, re-enter the country after 5 days, hoping that everything goes according to plan, hoping that everything works out. I don't even know. But yeah, like I had to lock it in. They were like, no, which one do you want to do? Because you got to pay. I paid the deposit, chat. I paid the deposit. The deposit was, there's the hype train coming in with 11 gift subs. At level 4. You reached level 4. So you got a hype chest and open up the hype chest. What's in there? I want to share the, oh, look, there's the emoji. Wait, there's 3 emojis, right? Did we earn 3 emojis just then? I do believe that we earned maybe 3 emojis. Yeah. So, I mean, that's kind of where I'm at right now, but it's just scary because like the other thing too is that it's like, since I'm gonna have to get a second tourist visa, it doesn't make sense to expedite things, right? So it pushed back, and I didn't even realize this. It pushed back my my starting like classes. That's kind of annoying me, right? And it was just like, a conversation with, and look, this lady at the language school. She was really nice. She had my best interest in mind. When I said I want to do this, she was like, "Are you sure? Because actually, it's kind of a bad idea. You should do this instead." And I'm thankful for it. But the this versus that I should do was is going to end up with me waiting until September to really start with my like language classes. Which, look, I'm not just doing the ED visa to stay in the country or to stay out of America, right? I want to learn Thai. I need to learn Thai. I'm interested in Thai. I like Thai people. I like Thai culture. I like Thai language. I like the Thai alphabet. The alphabet's very complicated and very weird, but I want to master it so I can become like a true, sorceress of the people. That's my goal, chat. Like a sorceress, but for the people, right? Not for the elites, right? Not like one of those sorceresses that's all like, oh, President Delling, let me kiss, no, I'm not trying to be about that Galbadia shit, chat. I'm not trying to assist a dictator in coming to power and invading Timber. That sounds like bad. Yeah, like that's what he said. That's what President Vinzer Delling, chat, I kid you not, said Timber is gonna be the 51st state. And I'm like, no, not Timber. No, you can't take over Timber. That's not right. Would it be possible to do an easy visa but still enroll in school? Okay, so here's the deal. Easy visas, like the tourist visa, do not last very long, right? They're the least, they're the shortest visas. Wait, 74? What just happened? How did I miss? So 69 and then 74. Okay, wait. Something just happened. It's going down in Timber. But I believe you, Narwhal by nature. It is somehow 74. I've just missed other things. Was there a super sticker? I can't super chat. Okay. Was it a super sticker by chance? Because I've noticed this, like, right, that your super stickers, although they are very much appreciated. Oh, there we go. That's where it is. Okay. So I've got some more shout outs to do here. Let me do those right away. Oh, look at that. The other goal that we have, chat, which is the goal where we put a butterfly in my hair. We are 1 out of 10. We are well on our way towards that one as well. All right. I got to shout out some more stuff that happened on YouTube while I was paying attention to Twitch. All right. Okay, this music is I don't remember this from Final Fantasy VIII, but this is great. Columbia Rican says, sorry your classes got pushed back. We are glad that you... Yeah, look, that's the important part. That's the important part, right? The part about me wanting to learn Thai sooner, that's just bonus. That's just, I don't know. If they question me at immigration or at the embassy or wherever, you know, then that's just more, you know, more points in my favor as far as me being the kind of, you know, the kind of foreigner that they want, right? Somebody that's here to learn about the culture and learn about the language, rather than somebody that's just here to party and play. And you can become a famous poet. Wait, in the Thai language? Oh, that would be great. Somehow I'm really good at poetry in Thai. I just have the knack for it. I don't know. Maybe that'll happen. Debate was good. I'm going to see if I can do some last minute door knocking and phone banking for Zoran. Direful, when is the primary election? There was a membership. Okay, yeah, there was a member. Oh, I gotta roll it back to find that membership. There we go. Big Al Cake Mix. You thought I would forget you, but I did not. I remembered you, and thank you for becoming a member. That sounds like Costa Rica. Wait, what part sounds like Costa Rica? Is there another country you can go to be able to? Yeah, I'm going to be doing. Yeah, exactly, Moreno. Yeah. So, I mean, look, there's multiple ways you could do this. For some reason, when you stay in Thailand, you have to pay extra, right? But if you leave the country, it goes from essentially like $450 to, I don't know, $1. No, wait, $3. Would that be $3? Less than $3, yeah. And I don't understand why. I mean, they do. The other thing is they look at your bank account and stuff. Like, so I was kind of like, I mean, I should have, look, assuming, chat, that I keep on getting the kind of support that I've been getting, I should have no trouble meeting the requirements that they have for how much you should have in your bank account for an educational visa. I'm a little bit worried about that, but just because that makes it so there's another hurdle, and if something went wrong, like I wasn't able to work for a while, or I don't know, just wasn't getting paid, you know, like it might be in, I have faith, chat. I have faith, okay? It's a little bit of a trust fall for me, but I think I have faith that I will continue to get support, and especially on the Twitch side, it seems. Also, if you're wait, Direful, just election day is the 21st, but early voting, this is important for you NYC people, okay? Early voting starts this Saturday. So get those votes in early if you can. Also, if you're in NYC, make sure you are registered to vote. Yeah. So what is the deal? Can you do same day, or no, you can't do same day? Costa Rica has a visa where you can leave and come back after so many days. Oh, yeah. I mean, I think a lot of countries do, but Thailand, look, I mean, Thailand has that, but here's the deal, okay? There's gray areas when it comes to immigration, right? At the end of the day, it's their country. They don't have to let you in. And, you know, if for whatever reason they don't want to, then, you know, it's like tough luck. And it's especially tough luck for me since I've got an apartment here. It would be very tough luck indeed, right? But the gray area that I'm talking about comes when people do stuff like make border runs, right? You know, if you go home to your country and then come back, they're okay with that, right? You know, if you go home to your country, stay like, you know, a week or whatever, and then come back, like that's okay, right? If you go and take a little vacation in a nearby country like Vietnam, Cambodia, Malaysia, probably wouldn't want to go to Laos or Myanmar right now, especially given that the United States government has got those on the naughty list for whatever. Well, I mean, we know with Myanmar, but I'm not sure with Laos. But yeah, you can do that. You know, you can spend some time in another country and then come back. That's fine. But when you do shit like, and I'm going to try to avoid this, okay? Because I don't know. I really care about being able to spend some time in Thailand. There are other countries that I could, you know, that might be easier to get things like visas in, like Vietnam, you know, costs are probably lower, right? You know, there's, so it's not that it wouldn't be like, but I like Thailand. And this feels like the right place for me. Right, so I don't want to do anything to fuck it up. I don't want to play any games. I'm not trying to play games with immigration, right? And, you know, so I'm going to try to avoid, you know, doing anything that's like, you know, just a naked attempt to, you know, to renew my visa. They will let you do that, right? But if you do it too many times, then at some point, right, you'll leave the country for a border run. You'll go into the next country, and when you try to come back, they're going to be like, we see what you're doing. All right. This is not how the tourist visa is supposed to work, right? So, yeah, I don't want to get into that territory. I want to make it really clear that I respect Thailand. I respect their immigration laws. And I'm going to do, you know, everything that I can to try to abide by those. SM says, I want to visit Thailandia. Did you fix your screen window issue? Oh God, no, I didn't fix. I don't have a screen. Again, to order stuff off of the Thai equivalent of Amazon, I need a Thai phone number. I was in the mall yesterday and I could have done that. How do I explain this, chat? Malls hit me with sensory overload. And like, I get this like fear of like, you know, I don't know, that I'm going to go in some shop and spend too much money or something like that. Right. And it's kind of like if I go, like there's phone shops, they'll sell you an eSIM. I think an eSIM is what I need, add a Thai phone number to my regular phone. I think that's probably the most sensible thing. The other way would be to buy a new phone, which, you know, I need a new phone, chat. I kind of want to get an iPhone, but holy shit, iPhones are really expensive here. Way cheaper to get something more like what I've got, which is a Samsung. But yeah, I just didn't, like I just, you know, I went in, I got my pictures taken for my visa. I bought, you know, some stuff at the grocery store, but I didn't, like, I don't know, I didn't feel good about going into any of the phone shops to get the eSIM because I was just like, I was overwhelmed. Asian malls are like that, their own little towns. They really are. Charlie Kelly, I'm seriously trying not to be a weeb here, but the mall that I went to, it reminded me a lot of Persona 2. Right, it felt a lot like that, and I mean that's a Japanese mall, right? That's a Japanese mall from the '90s, in fact, right? That's way different than where I was yesterday. But there's something felt really similar about that, right? I'm glad there was people there, chat. Otherwise, I would have gotten spooked out. Like I don't know if all of a sudden there's no one in the mall. It's like, wait, this really feels like Persona. Am I in a video game, chat? Am I actually in Persona 2? Am I about to get attacked by demons here? But no demons were present at the mall. Lots of people. Yeah, the other thing I was looking for at the mall was a T-Sock. Anybody know what a T-Sock is? It's virtual insanity. Malls are like that in Mexico too. I think the thing was that it was like it being so many floors. I think that's what reminded me of the mall from Persona 2. But yeah, so I'm sorry, long story long, actually, I was trying to get a eSIM to have a Thai phone number, because if you want to talk to anybody on the phone or text anybody here, you don't want to give out, a US number is like, oh yes, here's my number that you can pay a ridiculous amount of money to text me or call me on. Like, I want to give them a Thai number that they can easily do that, and then we can hook up through Line or whatever, which is, I think, how most people handle it, right? They use the, they text each other and then use Line to communicate so they don't have to pay for minutes. Tea sock is like a coffee sock for tea. Wait, is there a coffee sock? I've not heard of the coffee sock. I need to get one, chat. And I went to the tea store, right? There's a national, it's not actually national. There's a famous tea brand from Thailand called Chatra Mew. And if you've ever tried Thai iced tea, if it's properly made, it'll probably be that brand, right? Not that you can't make it properly with another brand. I'm just saying that, like, that's your go-to brand right there, Chatra Mew. And they also sell green tea, and I'm trying to think what else. They sell something called milk tea. Anybody heard of milk tea? Like, there's a green milk tea. I don't know. I didn't get it because it says milk on it. I don't really want to. I don't fancy a cup of milk or anything like that, right? But it's like I have their green tea, and just like any other most green tea that you'd buy, it's like a greenish brown. It produces a greenish brown liquid. All right, like green tea. Like most of the time you got poured green tea, it's not like jade green. But somehow this milk tea is. So I think it's for stuff like if you want to make something pretty, if you want to make a green tea drink that's like, where it's gonna be like really great. In fact, they probably use. I'm guessing they use green dye, because I know the other thing about their Thai tea that they sell is, I think it has a red food coloring and a artificial vanilla flavor. And if you've ever wondered what is the taste that makes Thai iced tea, what makes it special, it's the artificial vanilla, and the color is from red food coloring, right? It's very simple. I use tea socks to catch kidney stones when I need to collect them for an analysis. Damn. I mean, I guess that's a good way to do that. My boyfriend hates milk tea. That's the only. What is milk tea? I guess maybe I don't understand. Coconut milk? No. Usually, okay. So usually coconut milk. So the Thai iced tea, the traditional Thai iced tea, is made of condensed milk mixed with sweetened milk. Wait, sweetened? Is that what it's called? Yeah, I think it's condensed milk and sweetened milk together, and that's how that's made. And the reason that it's made like that is that coconut milk, if you try to use it for a Thai iced tea, it, like, one, I think it won't be sweet enough, and two, it won't mix right. It'll chunkify. My dad and uncle used to make tea with milk before. I just don't know the phrase milk tea. I guess I have seen that a lot of places. Milk tea is usually a tea with milk. A lot of places in the U.S. use non. So yeah, I don't know. I haven't actually bought their milk tea, which is the one that's like super green. But maybe it's like a powder that's a mixture of dairy or non. Yeah. I guess the other way to make Thai iced tea if you're vegan is non-dairy creamer. Theoretically, could do it. It's not going to taste exactly the same, but that's what most people do. There is a way to do it with coconut too. I just don't know what that way is. And I think a lot of people screw up trying to make a vegan Thai iced tea using coconut milk. I think milk tea is milk mixed with tea and sugar concentrate. So when you buy it, is it a powder? Is it like a powder that's like dehydrated or freeze-dried tea mixed with sugar concentrate? Or milk? Yeah, so well, either way, it sounds like something I can't use because I don't drink dairy. Anyway, chat, we got to get going. I remember everything that we were supposed to. Did I write down everything? No, there was one more thing. Chat. Okay, so what's going on in LA, right? I got two things. Judge ordered Trump to relinquish control of National Guard, right? Then I got Senator Padilla detained. Okay, so that's the senator, one of the senators from California that went to a press conference from Kristi Noem, fascist Barbie herself, and was actually manhandled, wrestled to the ground, and detained for asking her a question, right? For doing his job. I feel like we've forgotten about this, right? Because half of the country thinks that we live in some kind of monarchy and we should worship the king. But no, the Congress and Senate are supposed to be there for oversight. They're supposed to, they're supposed to keep things on the rails. Israel attacked Iran. I've got that. No, there's one more thing to do with LA that somebody mentioned earlier, and now I can't remember what it was. I should have written it down. I'm going to scroll up and see if, wouldn't living in a persona world be better? Oh my God. I don't know. It's Columbia Rican. It probably depends on if you get the good ending or not. Whether living in a persona world would be better. Like, it could be great, but you'd have to be really good at the game. Okay, we were talking about residency. I'm sorry, I'm like talking about registering to vote, which you should do if you're in NYC. Register to vote by Saturday. Saturday is when the early voting starts. I feel like there was one other thing that happened, talking about the visa. Do Thais change their government more frequently than most people do the dishes? Oh my God. Well, I mean, we don't want to get too much into Thai politics here, especially since I am but a stranger in in what seems like a less strange land than where I came from. And I don't claim to understand Thai politics. But there definitely has been some changes of government that have gone on in fairly recent years. Yeah, okay, thank you, Columbia Rican. What Hassan lost was global entry. He was registered and yeah, he was never notified about it. Okay, so that is true. Was it that? Was it Hassan? I don't know if we'll have time for that. It can't be that. It was something else, wasn't it? It was something newsy. Oh, you thought it was my window. Oh, you thought the live feed of LA was my window. I'm just trying to scroll up to see if Alex Padilla got the "Don't Tase Me, Bro" treatment. Well, he wasn't tased, but yeah, it does kind of remind you of that clip if you were around for that. Although I don't remember what "Don't Tase Me, Bro" was mad about, but I don't know. I think that was the first time we saw like memes turn evil. Trump's approval rating. I mean, I guess we should check on that. Trump approval rating. Okay. If anybody thinks about it, or if anybody remembers what the other topic related to LA was, Hassan checking his emails. He found one from Homeland Security revoking his global entry, used the card and everything. Well, I guess they just, Sounds like AP may have just concluded their stream. Here is CNBC. The Don't Tase Me guy was a MAGA type dude. He asked conspiratorial questions to a Dem. Did he need to be tased though? I feel like I remember he was just like I dissolved my kidney stones by drinking pure vinegar due to my fear of being, oh my god, pure vinegar. So if you don't know, chat, vinegar is usually a dilution of acetic acid. Acetic acid is the name of the molecule of the substance that we call vinegar, and it is generally diluted, I don't know what, to 12% or something like that. It's heavily diluted. In other words, most of your vinegar is mostly water. So when Variant says pure vinegar, we're talking about an acid. Not a particularly strong acid, but definitely an acid. Portugal had a 350K investment, which could be properly, oh my god, could be in property for a golden visa, but then they changed it to 500K into a business. Also, living in Persona 2 would mean that anytime that somebody started a rumor, there was some chance that that rumor would become reality. And given QAnon... Whoa, it really does sound like what we're going through. When rumors become reality, I mean, it's just essentially what Trump and QAnon do, right? That's their whole game, creating alternate realities by telling stories. I don't know what you would call that other than a rumor come to life. And, you know, in the... Yeah, so they have this, they have a teacher who's a conspiracy theorist. And because there's this dynamic where rumors are becoming, you know, real things, she wills, let's see, aliens and I believe Hitler and Hollow Earth. Yeah, Hitler is in Hollow Earth and there's with the aliens, and she wills this into existence, right? Their teacher, worst character, by the way, I hate that character. Worst character in Persona 2. All right, that teacher. What is her name? Miss Ideal. Yeah, Miss Ideal. Miss Ideal really fucks things up. Okay. But yeah, you did remind me that I haven't covered Hassan's experience with TS, or his he got two emails back from DHS. One was rescinding his global entry card, and the other was not really explaining why he was detained, right? So, you know, it's like it said a bunch of gobbledygook, right? They wouldn't really tell him why he was detained. It certainly wasn't specific. I just went back in the VOD, and Trump relinquished the National Guard was an item you added. Yeah, I do have that on there. Thank you for looking that up for me, though. Jon Stewart had a segment talking about Stephen Miller, and he had two people with Stephen Miller masks. It was the scariest thing I ever saw. Damn, was that on The Daily Show? Yo, Davy Cliff. What is this? Still weird. Part 2 is the only one with a gay romance option. Yeah, I can't remember, chat. Which option did I choose? It wasn't Maya. Was it Lisa? Maybe I chose Lisa. I just didn't think that Tetsuya and Maya, like, I understand their relationship, and it's not a romantic relationship. It's like a... It was from The Daily Show this past week. Chat, we've got to get going. I've been edging you way too long here. We got to get started here. All right, we're 79 out of 100 on that goal right there. We are at, I believe, 2 out of 10. Am I correct? I am correct. 2 out of 10 when it comes to the butterfly goal. So yeah, 8 more teal super chats will cause a butterfly to appear in my hair, just like I was able to manifest the appropriate nail color. Maybe I can manifest. I'm always kissing Joker's dumb face. I wish acid worked for me. 30 kidney stones in 6 months. Oh my God, Rave, that's really rough. That's tough to deal with. Yeah, my granddad had to pass a kidney stone at some point, and it was like, I just remember I've never seen that man in so much pain. I mean, I guess it depends, like it's varies, right? But not an easy thing to deal with. But yeah, we're at, so yeah, 1 goal, butterfly goal. We're at 2 out of 10. If we get 8 more super chats in, let's see, the next 2 hours or so. Ooh, 1 hour and 46 minutes, which means I need to hurry my ass up. And within the next 1 hour and 46 minutes, then we will, I'll have a butterfly pop up in my hair. That's what'll happen, right? And then this thing is the bonus goal. If it gets to 100, by the time I'm done with the stream, I'll hang out a little longer. I'll cover another topic, and the topic is going to be kind of a topic of your choice. Speaking of which, topics. Okay, so yeah, I've got a poll going on YouTube right now, youtube.com/nocommentchick. You can vote. It's very close right now between does Elon have dirt on Trump, which people are wondering right now. Trump never really clapped back at Elon as hard as he could. Trump is famous for rubbing people's face in the mud, and he didn't really do that with Elon. So the question is, does Elon actually have something on him? Right? Trump definitely won that social media fight, right? As in, Elon looked like an idiot, and Trump looked more, composed and dignified, and so yeah. I mean, but the question is that now that Elon has like apologized, sort of, for some of the tweets that he made, he didn't specify which tweets that he's apologizing for. Trump is a little bit, I don't know. It just seems like this is coming back together a little too easy. So the question is, maybe Elon somehow secretly won. Maybe Elon's got compromat on, I've always wondered this. Are kidney stones worse than Girly Pop for Girly Pop Nation? Oh God. I thought you were going to say, are kidney stones worse than Girly Pop Nation? Urethras are urethras. Huh, I wonder. I believe, though, that, one of the dimorphic, I feel like the urethra is longer in one configuration.
Super chatted $5. Here you go for the butterfly goal. By the way, I will vote for the Zoran debating Cuomo.
Okay, Zoran debating Cuomo. That's got 5 on it. And then wait. Somebody else, Omega Star, you had... I'm forgetting one of these. Oh wait, that's 10. Okay, that's 10. Put mine towards debate. Gotcha. All right, so Buffy Geek, you're going towards debate. That's the debate. The Zoran destroys Andrew Cuomo. Okay. And then the one that I'm missing is Omega Star. I think Omega Star told me, wasn't it Dick Cheney? And he was asking about Skull and Bones. Was the Don't Tase Me dude about Dick Cheney? Yeah, I've got Trump ordered to relinquish the National Guard, which looks like it's going to go into effect, which is very good. Matcha powder is very green. True. Well, I've got some matcha powder. Oh my God, I swear to God, Omega told me something. I'm just looking through Twitch chat to see if I can see. Elon's daughter on Hassan. Okay, so that's 36 for Elon's daughter on Hassan. Thank you. Okay, so yeah, and also thank you for helping me illustrate how this works. Okay, so you can see I just checked in with people that donated, and I asked them, you know, what they wanted to put their money on, right? And that's the thing that you can do when you donate, right? When you donate, it makes this number go forward. Wait, speaking of which, Death Stranding 2, I need to play that. But this number right here probably needs to be higher. But that number goes up when you donate. The other thing that happens is you can let me know in the chat which of these topics right here that you want to see as your bonus content. And I will do my best to put your money where your mouth is, adding them to the total that they have achieved in the poll, right? The poll is on YouTube. If you're watching me somewhere else, you can come over to YouTube. Right now it's tied between does Elon have dirt on Trump and Zoran debates Andrew Cuomo into submission. And with Elon's daughter on Hassan in a very close second place or third place. I don't know how you would say that. Don't you like carry a baby around in Death Stranding or something? Kojimbo is doing leftist agit by accident, kind of like how he did anti-imperialist propaganda by accident in Death Stranding. What is Death Stranding about? I don't know. It's like some dude that carries a baby through a hellscape, and he's got a suit. There's a suit involved. I think it's like a still suit from Dune, sort of, maybe. It seems like kind of like it. All right, I've lost track a little bit of the abacus, so if anybody has an accurate abacus reading, lay it on me and I will change it. But yeah, so that's the other thing that you can do when you do a super chat, when you do a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift memberships, which I would highly suggest doing so that we can have more weasels in chat. We have a lot. We had a lot more weasels a few months ago. I'm not sure what exactly has happened. Maybe it's the effect of the butterfly, the effect of the super chat goal. People are doing super chats instead. But I would also say that gifting memberships is very, very, very based, right? And it gives people, you know, who would otherwise not have access to a membership, access to weasels, right? If you get a membership on YouTube, you can post weasels. If you get a sub on Twitch, you can post jellyfish, right? You can post all kinds of emotes. So I just want people to be able to post more emotes. So I'm just a little plug there for that. Yeah, if you do a super chat, a super sticker, If you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership to other people, if you support me on Throne, or if you sign up for my Patreon, or if you support me on Twitch. Speaking of Patreon, I need to shout out my patrons, because their support is kind of special. Their support not being attached to any of these platforms, which can be taken away from me at a moment's notice, gives me a small, tiny little base of support to stand on that I really do appreciate. It is more important than I think people realize. Also, you get a fancy shout out with supporting me on Patreon, so that's another reason to do it. If you want to hear me to say your name at the beginning and ending of every stream, that can happen for $5 a month, right? So shouts out to Or Else Ellipses, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Moe Noip, shouts out to Crystal Safira, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Hot Ham Radio, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Buffy Geek, shouts out to Animus, and a fancy shout out to Zara Xerix, to Rachel K, and to Omega Star. Love Death Stranding. If you're a movie buff, you're the type who likes the cross-country hiking or boking. What's boking? You'll totally get it. Biking. Oh my god, wait, I do like that. I am the Zen in the art of motorcycle maintenance type. Totally, yeah. And if you're a philosophical existentialist, then you'll like Death Stranding too. I feel like somebody subtweeted me once with a Death Stranding quote, and so I had to subtweet them back. But I don't think I really understood it that well. Metal Gear Solid, also Kojima. He loves guns so much, but he can't resist showing absolutely destructive capacities of nuclear weapons, thereby questioning the authority of the entities that wield those weapons. You love motorcycles too? You would love Thailand. Motorcycles own the road, right? Most people drive a motorcycle here, and I would love to be one of those people, but I don't know. It scares me. I don't think I'm safe. I don't think I'm good enough with a motorcycle to be safe. Vivian, for me, she does an awesome duck walk. Oh, on Hassan's. All right, so yeah, I think I've read off all the things that I need to read off. I think you all understand what makes this number go up, and as well as how you can affect the poll, right? First by voting on youtube.com/nocommentchick on the main YouTube stream, or by when you donate, by letting me know which of these topics you want. So I feel like with that, oh my god, chat, I gotta kind of set this up, don't I? I did this yesterday, or like last time I streamed. Okay, we'll just try what's going on in LA as a title for the short stream. There's that. I was somehow magically able to do this yesterday. So we're going to start off just looking at the images of what's going on in LA right now, right? That's my... There it is. low hum of the, also, if we have any abacus counters that have a more accurate count, I feel like I may have missed, a few things. So yeah, it is getting towards nighttime. I think, like, unless anything's changed, there's still a curfew, meaning that in the affected areas of Paramount and Compton, that at a certain time of night, which it may be now, it's what, 9:30 in LA, that it is, you're not allowed to be out protesting. So that may be why we are just seeing the police. Yeah, don't let me forget about the abundance shit, chat. That's an important angle, right? We've got I would say, what's the right word for it? Like, when somebody assists an occupying power, you call them a collaborator. So I was going to use the word collaboration. I feel like there's another word that I'm looking for here. But we've got collaboration between the abundance Democrats. Yes, I mean the Democrats that think that Ezra Klein and Derek Thompson are the bee's knees, and they want to make deregulation the number one issue for the Democrats. Right now, Gavin Newsom is one of these kind of people. So Gavin Newsom's definitely aligned with that, but he's not in the Congress, so he didn't vote on this. But we have, like, I think what it was that, I mean, Kyle's got this story, right? All of the Democrats, wait, I'm trying to see if I'm saying this right. Okay. I think it's all the Democrats that voted for a bill to thank ICE, right? Thanking ICE were the Democrats that were at Welcome Fest, yeah, which is the abundance. It's like the Lollapalooza of abundance. It's like the Firefest or DashCon of abundance. They actually had a convention for fans of abundance, I guess, and it was as cringe as you're probably thinking it was. I really would have covered it, except I don't know how to sell that story. I think it's really interesting, though, that these people are getting, because I mean, you're starting to see what they're really about, right? Which is what they're really against, which is that they'll codify what they're against as groups. They're against the groups. The groups are getting in our way. What do they mean? Trans people, black people. Yeah, these are the groups. These are the groups that they're against. So it's funny because these are the people that used to use identity politics back in the day, back when Hillary Clinton was running for president against Bernie. They would use identity politics as a reason to vote for Hillary over Bernie. It was the only way that Hillary could present herself as a as being somehow to the left of Bernie. And now they are acting like they were held hostage, and they're free now, and they've got to. You're gonna see some of this kind of attitude from Anna Kasparian. So yeah, we're watching the live shot from LA right now. Not a lot going on, like I told you. As far as I know, the curfew is still in effect. Here is what LA looked like earlier today, right? Again, National Guard, not a lot to do here, not really much of a role. So I'm guessing that they're going to be happy to get out of here. Also, they will no longer have to speak. Now, I said I thought they were sleeping in federal buildings. Chad, it's worse than that. They were sleeping in like office buildings. They were sleeping in like the hallways of office buildings. I don't even know what was going on. Yeah, there was like absolutely no provisions made for these guys to have food, water, fuel. Like, you know, all their military vehicles need fuel. There was no dispensation for any of that shit. Trump just kind of did that shit. Without any sort of forethought. Like, you know, I mean, these people are incompetent. In addition to being ghouls, in addition to being monsters, in addition to you know, being the worst people you can imagine, they are also incompetent. And sometimes that incompetence ends up helping, and that it doesn't allow them to achieve their goal. In this case, it just caused some National Guard members to have to sleep on the... I was about to say sleep on the floor, chat, but there wasn't even enough floor room for them to sleep. They were sleeping on each other. They were packed in tight. They were packed in like sardines. So, yeah, really ridiculous policy from Trump, and really ridiculous for any Democrat to support this shit by voting for a thank you ICE bill. More on that later. But yeah, just so you know what you're looking at, this is earlier in the day. This was the beginning of AP's, I think the beginning of AP's coverage of LA and the protests. Yep, more National Guards here. I'm going to try to hopefully be able to do something in the background here. The lovely sounds. All right, let's see if this works. So we're gonna take a look. We're gonna ascertain the current situation in LA. Try to sum up the protest today as much as we can, and then we're gonna move on to some more subjects like the attack on Iran, which I was supposed to do first. Judge orders Trump to relinquish the National Guard. Senator Padilla detained. We're going to see how he was taken down, how he was not even able to ask Kristi Noem a question. And then we'll take a look and check in on the latest numbers on the Trump approval rating. Spoiler, they are not good for Trump. All right. So yeah, I'm gonna put this forward a little bit. Sorry for it's oh wait, this is what's going on now. Okay. So it looks like they're on the megaphone saying the kind of stuff that they say when there are protesters around, and they're, you know, warning that people are going to be arrested. So this is the current situation as I try and struggle to I just can't remember exactly how I did this the last time. Anybody ever experienced that? Where you did something, you know, that was not intuitive or easy, but you did it like fixing a Wi-Fi router, right? This is what that's like. You ever fix a Wi-Fi, like, you know, your internet's not working and it's with your router, and you do like a whole bunch of things and you just keep on doing things until it works, right? But then the next time it goes on the fritz, you're just kind of like, I remember like doing a lot of different things, but I don't remember which one of these things actually is the thing that worked. That's where I'm at right now. What buttons did I hit that made this? Okay, I think I might know. Let's try it one more time. But yeah, as you can tell, there's not a lot going. Check any physical issues first. Yeah, it's definitely not a physical issue. It's a stream key issue. Kind of the opposite of physical. But yeah, with a router, you would want to check your physical issues, especially is the router plugged in? That's a great question to ask yourself. They don't tend to work otherwise. Oh my god, chat. I hate that, like, me trying to achieve amazing feats of. Did I get a I probably did. Did somebody hit me with a did somebody hit me with a abacus count at some point? Not seeing it. But yeah, you know, we're strictly with doing stuff on OBS and then doing stuff on YouTube, right? Is when I'm trying to get those things, unplug it and plug it back in. God, I wish it was like that simple. Okay, that one felt different. It's so frustrating, right? Because it's like one thing anyway, chat. I'm not gonna bother you by complaining about tech. Cranberry Soul, thank you for the 5 gifted community subs over on Twitch. My lady Emma, you just got jellyfished. Kaz Vaughn, you just got jellyfished. Unobtainium XX, you just got jellyfished. Hydrogen, you just got jellyfished. And Dying Well, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. Okay, so I really need some help with the abacus now. If anybody has kept track on it, I just like I feel like there's a few. It was 79 last I checked. I think there's been YouTube stuff that happens. I think there was like a couple of super chats that I'm missing, but let's go check and see if I have boring shit as the cops do their thing. All right, it's not that.
What's up, bud? You didn't leave? What? You didn't leave? Well, I'm parked. I don't think I can. It's okay. I'm just asking. I'm just having a conversation.
It's at least 109 now. Yeah, I think so. But it may be more. Oh, wait. Is this it? Did I figure it out? Oh my god, chat. I hope I did. I really hope I did. Trump interfering in LA is obviously racism and anti-California propaganda. Anti-ICE protest in Spokane, Washington only lasted a few hours because protesters and 85 plus, that's what I was thinking, plus those Twitch subs. Yeah, 115. Thank you. Yeah, that's where it I knew there was like a couple that were missing or that I hadn't counted yet. So thank you for figuring that out, that we're at 115 right now. And that means, chat, we got a chance to get not just one bonus topic, but maybe 2 bonus topics. I'm really hoping that I can get this I'm gonna try this one more time. Look, this time, if I make this work, I'm gonna like tell somebody in chat what the fuck I did, so that hopefully I just like, we need to capture this knowledge. Because it's really annoying. Okay, I just hate having to spend this much time setting stuff up at the very beginning of the stream. It really fucks up the stream. Okay. Is there a curfew for one block? It's a very small area. The curfew is only in a small area. And the way that it works, from what I understand, is that like if you live in the area, right, you know, you're not supposed to get arrested, right? So you know, in theory, they're not like pulling in people that are just, but in practice, right, you kind of got to prove that you are local, that you are going about your normal business. And again, there's been a lot of people that have not been involved with the protest and have still been impacted by police actions, right? So, you know, like in theory, you know, there's a carve out for people that live or work in the area. But again, I kind of, as I've been covering this chat, I've been talking about the difference between the LAPD and their intentions, their, you know, goals versus the goal of the federal government versus the goal of the, you know, the Trump, you know, shock troopers, essentially. And I don't know if I've driven this home enough. I have said that the LAPD is not great. I have said that they have a history of racism. But I think something that I've neglected to point out is that even though maybe in the very beginning they weren't doing as much to escalate the situation as the federal forces were. They still have been contributing that. Like I think at least on Saturday, like right, they were firing tear gas and less than lethal munitions and stuff like that into the crowd. So even though you can see like that I'm trying to give you a window on their motivations, right? And at least at first, the motivation of the local authorities was to de-escalate, whereas meaning that you show up with a less militarized presence, you hold off on tear gas and things like that. But it's my understanding that they have not continued to be that, and so just want to make sure that everybody understands. ACAB. Some cops are worse than others, especially if they're under direct control of the Trump administration. Wait, maybe is it this setting? I really do want to get going, chat, because I've got a lot to cover that is specific to the more specific to what's gone on recently. But yeah, I want to make sure that nobody's like mistaking me and thinking that I'm saying that LAPD is good. The LAPD was never good. I hope I made that clear. I mentioned the history of racism that this police department has been has had ever since, like, even going back to the 90s. Like the example I gave was the O.J. Simpson trial, right? The reason that O.J. Simpson was found innocent, at least in part, was due to the presence of a racist, a member of the LAPD who was belonged to white supremacist groups, right? That's Mark Furman. So one of the main people that they're relying on for testimony about OJ is just like, you can't, that's not, when you have a white supremacist being like, this is the testimony that we're basing OJ's potential conviction on, right? That's undermining the fuck out of that. Rodney King put the LAPD on the map. Yeah. I have no idea. I have no idea why this worked, but chat. Mods, get ready. We are entering into vertical stream territory here. Now, I'm really not trying to like reduce my numbers in the mainstream by suggesting that everyone who's modding or people in general should switch streams or anything like that. Especially don't switch streams if you don't like to hear racism, sexism, transphobiaism, people, typing Trump 2028 in all caps. If you don't want to deal with a bunch of right-wing garbage, definitely stay in this stream. And again, like the the vertical stream is something that I do when I am covering something that's of interest to the, you know, vertical stream community. I don't know, right? I can kind of tell, like, you know, what's going to pop off there. So I'll dual stream like I'm doing right now in both in order to, you know, in order to bring people the content that they want, or in some cases, the content that they hate, but they really should listen to, right? If you're joining us in shorts and you think that the, you know, protests are riots and that you know, all Trump's trying to do is get these gosh darn dangerous immigrants out of here, then you should definitely stick around. You might learn something. But be prepared to have your preconceptions challenged, because they will be challenged tonight. But yeah, we are finally live on all platforms. And I think I'm going to add a new mod. If you're okay with that, Magenta Dinosaurs. I know that Narwhal was feeling a little sick, so I thought I would add a little firepower in our mod team on Shorts tonight. So yeah, what you're seeing right here is the live scene from Los Angeles. This is, I believe, the third night of the curfew, and that's why you're not going to see a lot of protesters left around. You know, I don't know when exactly it starts, but there's a certain time period in which if you're there and you're not local, right, you're not going to work, you're not going to, you don't like live there, that you know, the cops may arrest you. They have that's why they declare curfews, so that they can, you know, just have the right to arrest anybody and everyone in the area. And because of that, it's a fairly quiet night, as it was last night. We only really had one or two eventful nights, in the sense of creating those clips that the media and social media have been promulgating around the you know, 6 different views of the dumpster on fire, the skateboarder standing on a Waymo, whacking away at it before lighting it ablaze. You've probably seen, in fact, you've probably seen only these images. Some of you may even have the impression that that is the general dent of the LA protests. But as you can see, nothing could be further from the truth, right? Most of the time at the protest, and this is after the protest, right? The protest, because of the curfew, the protests have ended early tonight. Right. But again, most of what we saw from the protests, in fact, I scanned through a whole day of AP. In fact, let's take a look at this right now. I did this the other day. This is the AP's coverage of the protests, right? This is what it actually looks like during the daytime. You can see people have masks on. A lot of people have masks on. The reason for that is that there have been doxings of these of individuals that show up here, both in terms of so-called law enforcement, which I don't know what you want to call the federal Gestapo now. I don't know what you want to call the feds. It doesn't really seem like law enforcement, considering that they are operating at the behest of someone who oversaw an actual insurrection and is currently trying to invoke the Insurrection Act on peaceful protesters like these. But they have masks on, no comment, chick. How can they be peaceful? How can they be peaceful if they have masks on? But yeah, this is a scene from earlier today. just so you know why it's light outside. It is not daytime in Los Angeles anymore. This is what LA looks like right now. But I'm just showing you I'm trying to give you like a broad swath of what went on today. And then we're going to move on to talking about, let's see. We're going to talk about the Israeli attack on Iran. We're going to talk about the new court order ordering Donald Trump to relinquish his control of the California National Guard. Just as Gavin Newsom said, the way that Trump mobilized the National Guard, the way that he federalized the National Guard wasn't actually legal, at least according to this court that's weighed in. And so it looks like he is going to be, it looks like the National Guard is going to be leaving LA, which is probably a good thing. Hey, if you don't want this escalating, if you don't want more confrontation, property damage, violence, and bad vibes, right, getting the National Guard and the Marines out of there is actually a good thing. They were never needed in the first place. They were just needed to sell a narrative of the Trump administration claiming that the LA freaking PD was not capable of handling these protests. We're also going to take a look at what happened to a senator from California today. A U.S. senator was detained at a press conference given by Homeland Security Director Kristi Noem for asking questions, for doing his job in terms of oversight of the administration. Senator Padilla was detained, and we're also going to take a look at what has at the reactions of the American people to these events. What does Trump's approval rating look like? Spoiler, it's not great. Yeah, we'll get to those things in a second. First, I want to give you a flavor of what went on today at the protest. And as you can see, I keep on making these, I keep on driving home this point. Protests are kind of boring. Now, look, I want to be real clear when I say this, all right? They're boring to watch, right? The majority of any kind of protest, whether it be in 2020, in response to what happened to George Floyd, or whether it be now in response to the ICE raids in LA, even though emotions are, quite ramped up, like the protests themselves are for the most part pretty calm, and I would say kind of boring. That's why we're not going to stick on there's like 5 hours of this that we could watch, right, chat? But I swear to God, it would bore you to death. So, because there's not that much going on. The images that you see the media latch onto, the images that you see go viral in clips on social media are not representative of the protest. In fact, a lot of those are from the night after a protest has gone on and involving people that don't have anything to do with the protest. And yet that is the image, that is the picture being presented to you as like, this is what the protests are like, right? That's the reason that people refer to these protests as riots. They've been misinformed. And I feel like it's my duty as a content creator to try to bring a little bit more reality to the situation, because we're in danger of accepting an alternate reality as what's really going on. And that's how somebody like Donald Trump sells you a narrative. But yeah, these are the National Guard, chat, and they literally don't have shit to do. They don't have shit that they can do in terms of the fact that they're not really trained for crowd control. That's more the wheelhouse of the LAPD. And they're also not authorized for anything more than just what they're doing right here, which is guarding a federal building. And indeed, they're not really, as you can see, the LAPD is there as well. They're not really needed. In fact, to some degree, Chad, I've heard this described as the LAPD guarding the National Guard, or protecting the National Guard, right? These people were ordered into LA without a thought about how they would operate there, right? If you're the National Guard, you need water, you need food, you need a place to sleep at night. And Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth didn't give a fuck about any of that shit. didn't even stop to think about it. That's the reason that they were deployed without food, without water. And there's pictures of these guys sleeping in office buildings in LA in the hallway without even, they don't even have like floor room for everybody to, you know, have a spot to sleep in. They're like sleeping on top of each other, right? So pretty shitty, you know, time to be a California National Guard member caught in the middle of this, federalized and called into action by the Trump administration. And it turns out you don't have shit to do there. And you're kind of miserable if you're National Guard right now. You know, you're not getting a decent night's sleep, and I don't know. Hopefully they've got the food situation and the water situation worked out by now. They also didn't have the training they needed. Chat. These people had to. There's images of them getting trained by the LAPD to do things like crowd control, because they don't have, these particular troops do not have you know, the requisite training in you know, what they need to do to just even assist the cops, let alone you know, if this really was a situation where the LAPD and the sheriff's office, the sheriff's deputies were not sufficient for handling what's going on. As you can see, though, it's just a protest. It's just people holding signs. And like I said, that's why I say, you know, for watching, as far as being somebody that's watching, protests are boring. Now they're not. I want to make sure I'm clear on this. I'm not saying don't go to a protest because it's boring, because I feel like the first day I covered this, I kind of left that impression that it was like, yeah, protests are lame. That's not at all what I was trying to say. If you're at a protest, there is a lot of adrenaline in the air, and that makes it not boring for you. And you know, if things do get boring, you find something to do. We saw a number of people holding kind of a dance off, right? There was like a circle of people that just randomly started dancing. So you know, it's not, you know, the protest is whatever you make of it, as far as when you show up and participate and exercise. This is freedom of speech, chat. Like, if you believe in America, if you believe in rights, if you believe in the First Amendment, right, this is what that looks like. And if you don't like it, if a protest fucking triggers you because you're some kind of a super fan of a former reality show, former failed real estate magnate, failed casino magnate, that you are viewing as some kind of a demigod, then, you know, you don't love America. You don't love the Constitution, certainly. Because this is just basic Bill of Rights shit here. But yeah, I'm gonna scroll through this because, like I said, it's boring to watch. All right, so it looks like something's happening. What just happened? Did something just happen? Okay, yeah, they got a vehicle.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Okay, so now there's two buildings that are being guarded. One is a federal building that I think is ICE's headquarters. The other is a federal detention facility of some kind, which is where they are bringing the people that get swept up in the ICE raids. And the ICE raids still are going on, right? So those, I'm not entirely sure if those are ICE vehicles that we just saw. I kind of want to get a better view of these cops too, right? Police. Wait, I want to see if I can. Oh, let me turn. Let's see if we can. 720. Can we get 1080 here? I just want to see what it says on the back of Homeland Security. Yep, that's ICE, chat. I mean, not necessarily ICE. I guess a lot of federal law enforcement has been mobilized. So there's a DSHI, there's FBI. They grabbed up whoever they could, people that have jobs in federal law enforcement that they are now neglecting because they are busy haranguing people at the local Home Depot They are chasing, you know, they are chasing agricultural workers across the field, right? But yeah, they Trump, you know, grabbed up as many feds as he could to bring him here to assist ICE in this ridiculous mission to try to meet Stephen Miller's quota of 3,000 deportations a day is what they want. I believe sometime during last week they got up to 2,000 something per day. One of the days, but yeah, I mean the rest of the time it's been half of the quota or under. So they're still not keeping up with their quota. In fact, chat, up until I think it was May, Biden had deported more people than Trump had, right? And as we're talking about the all-time high score, if we're talking about the you know, who's deported the most, it's the deporter in chief, Barack Obama. Actually, that is a record that Trump will likely not touch because he's just incompetent. And if you look at his career trajectory, you can see this, right? He failed as a real estate magnate. He failed as a casino owner, which is kind of a feat, chat. Casinos, I don't know if you know this, but the house always wins, right? The casino is a fairly easy business. What other business do people come and just like throw money at you, right? Like, do people just give you their money other than a casino? And somehow Trump was able to lose money in Atlantic City. The one thing that he's been mildly successful at, I'd say, is his reality show. And what we're seeing here is kind of reality television, him creating an alternate reality to sell people by doing things like federalizing the National Guard, like sending Marines in, right? There's not an issue in terms of law and order in LA. There is a 1 or 2 block radius in which protests are going on in response to the illegal ICE raids. But it's nothing that the LAPD cannot handle, right? So, but if Trump sends in the National Guard, then he can be like, oh yeah, it was a shit show. Everything was on fire. You saw the pictures of the fires, didn't you? There were lots of fires. And then the National Guard came in there thanks to me and kept the whole city from burning down. Donald Trump, I saved the day again, folks. It's just a lie, right? He claimed credit for the National Guard quieting things down before the National Guard even arrived, Chad. They didn't even get there until, I think, Sunday. And Trump was on True Social bragging about them calming things down before they even arrived. So, I mean, you could just, you can continue to live in that alternate reality if you want to, but I would prefer to stay in the real reality and deal with that. But yeah, so there they are. Looks like taking maybe more innocent people that just showed up to work in to be deported to who knows where, chat, to who knows fucking where. It can be that we're all entitled to our own opinions. MB, what if I told you that we can be all entitled to our own opinions? Yeah, until I tell you that I think that like video games and movies are real life. And then you start to worry about my sense of reality, right? We can have our own opinions about what reality is. But if I think that Persona 2 is real life, you might be concerned. You might be concerned about me. And if you think that Trump world is real life, I'm kind of concerned about you. I don't have a lot of faith in your opinions. You're entitled to an opinion that is obviously wrong, that is a distortion of reality. Sure, you can go ahead and walk around with your head up your ass, but I'm going to tell you that to everybody else not sucked into Trump world, you're going to look like your head's up your ass. And that's what you look like right now in my chat. All right. So just think about that for a second. Just ask yourself a question. Is there a difference between reality TV, which is what Trump does, and real life? Is there a difference between a situation in which the LAPD has this more than handled? This is in a small little area in Paramount and Compton, and there's no need for National Guard or Marines, and Trump world where the entirety of LA is on fire. And our brave men and women are fighting the evil criminal immigrants, right? I'm sorry, I'm just like, there's only so much I can take of you walking around with your head up your ass like that without pointing out that you got your head up your ass and you're not seeing reality. You can have whatever opinion you want to, MB, but I would invite you to rejoin reality because it's not safe, right? It's not safe to walk around with your head up your ass, all right? You literally don't know what's going on. But hey, you're here, so that's the first step. That's the first step. I'm glad you're here. Apparently you need this stream. So yeah, like I said, I don't want to belabor this point. This is this is Homeland Security and the National Guard here in front of one of the federal buildings that's been a target of the protest. By a target of the protest, Chad, I don't mean they're burning the building down. I don't mean that the building is under assault or anything like that. I mean that they have been surrounding the building because they do not like what ICE is doing in their city. They do not like the disruption that comes from people's moms, people's dads, people's aunts, people's uncle, regular ass people that are part of the community, that are integrated into the community, being ripped away. Right? And so they've showed up outside of the building where people are being taken to ask them to stop. That's what's going on here. That's what you're seeing.
They've also given the last warning. Hold on. They've also given the last warning. Okay? They're prepared to get violent.
Custom and Border Patrol there, DHS there. Again, a lot of the federal law enforcement, whatever federal law enforcement is available, have been...
Back up a little bit and gather together. They're prepared to get violent. They already gave the last warning, okay? What we're doing is working. They sent the National Guard home. That's why the police are out here now, okay?
Oh shit. So yeah, we're gonna check in on this in just a second, chat, because a judge has ordered Trump's federalization of the National Guard, just like Gavin Newsom said. Look, chat, I'm not a fan of Gavin Newsom. I kind of hate the dude, actually. But, you know, Gavin Newsom called it correctly when he said that the way that Trump federalized the National Guard was illegal. And it looks like a judge has agreed with him. And so, like, they're talking about sending there still does seem to be some National Guard there, but much less than what we saw earlier. I don't know if it's worth it to, like, back up a little bit and see how this developed. I want to give you a sense of what happened today. This is earlier. I would show you what's going on right now, except as you can see, there's nothing, well, almost nothing going on. I see one protester maybe being detained. There's another protester being brought in. This is the current scene here in LA. But yeah, a curfew has been declared. I'm assuming the curfew is still in effect. And so at this point, if you're out and about in this area, the LAPD has the ability to arrest you, right? That's you know, why they declare a curfew. But this is what happened earlier today. You hear chants of do I need to translate, chat? Do we all understand? Chinga la migra. They're saying fuck ICE, basically. You can see the flag of the New California Republic. Two-headed bear.
I want you guys to notice something. Hold on. I want you guys to notice something. Notice how the police are in the front. The police are in the front now because these motherfuckers gotta go back home. The National Guard has been sent back home. The National Guard has been sent back home. Hey, what we're doing is working. What we're doing is working. The National Guard has been sent back home. You see this? This is why the police are in front now. Hey, they've also given the last warning. Hold on. They've also given the last warning. Okay? They're prepared to get violent. Hold on. They're prepared to get violent. They're prepared to get violent. Okay? So let's back up a little bit. Let's gather together. Back up a little bit and gather together. They're prepared to get violent. They already gave the last warning. Okay? What we're doing is working.
All right, thank you very much. I'm joined right.
That's why the police are out here now. Okay?
I'm gonna see if I can find us a report on the judge's decision that has caused the National Guard to be sent home. We're also going to be covering the incident today at a Department of Homeland Security news conference with Senator Padilla being manhandled and deported. I've heard from a few sources that including the protester just there, that there's been a decision. So California is suing the federal government over the federalization of troops. And from what I understand, the result is that the National Guard is being sent home. All right, here it is.
Governor Newsom is speaking right now after a federal judge ruled against the Trump administration, ordering Trump to return control of the National Guard to Newsom. Let's listen.
Those cornerstones that he claimed or asserted were not met. Section 12, 406, clearly there's no invasion, there's no rebellion. It's absurd. And so
No Pen Not Today says another judge already blocked that ruling temporarily. Yeah, there's been several rulings, right? The initial ruling was not to grant the injunction.
Of a new day in this country where we push back against overreach. We push back.
This is 6:30 p.m.
Tendencies of a president that has pushed the boundaries, pushed the limit, but no longer can push this state around any longer. Happy to take any questions.
When are they sending the Marines? They're already there. They just have nothing to do.
At what happened to Senator Padilla, not through the blue or red lens, but through your own set of eyes. And just tell me that that's right. Here's the United States Senate.
How is this not an invasion? They're holding the flags of foreign countries. Things matter. Go to Epcot and ask me if you think there's an invasion in Epcot.
Press conference, not dissimilar to this.
It's literally a flag. You can wave whatever flag. You can wave a fictional flag. If you want to order an NCR flag from Fallout New Vegas and wave that around,
knows one thing about
That's a country that doesn't even exist, and you can do that.
decent.
You have freedom of speech here. You should appreciate that.
On the other side of the aisle would acknowledge that. I thought it was a disgrace.
Okay, so he's straight up in a press conference. He's talking about Padilla. We're going to get to the Padilla. Okay, here we go. Here we go.
Authority by noon tomorrow.
By noon tomorrow, okay.
National Guard will be
You saw in that protest, though.
before Donald Trump commandeered them. The National Guard will go back to border security, working on counter-drug enforcement and fentanyl enforcement, which they were taken off by Donald Trump. The National Guard will go back to working on what we refer to as the rattlesnake teams, doing vegetation and forest management, which Donald Trump took them off in preparation for wildfire season. The National Guard, men and women, will go back to their day jobs, which include law enforcement, that he took them off the job. Just want you to all absorb what I just said. By the way, you don't have to absorb it. You'll have an opportunity to review that in the 36-page order from Justice Breyer that laid that out. And they'll come back under the rightful command of the governor of the state of California.
Governor, what about the president will honor those orders? Plans to demonstrate on Saturday in response to this military event.
Do it peacefully. It's a vulgar display. It's the kind of thing you see Kim Jong-un, you see it Putin, you see it with dictators around the world that are weak and just want to demonstrate strength. Weakness masquerading as strength. To fet the dear leader on his birthday.
See, Gavin Newsom, he's trying to run for president, but when he uses words like "fet," that means to feast, chat. If you feed somebody a sumptuous feast, you fet. It's a French word. Dude is speaking French, and he thinks he can run for president of the. I don't know.
That's Donald Trump.
I'm not a fan of Gavin Newsom. I'm even more not a fan of Donald Trump, but.
Well, these governors have all been waiting for this decision. I haven't had a chance to talk to any governors. And by the way, every Republican governor. I remember one of them by the name of Kristi Noem, who just a few months ago was on there with one of the spokespeople for the Trump administration, Sean Hannity, and was going on and on and on about a rumor that somehow former President Biden was going to federalize her national troop. And she stood there talking about freedom and federalism, the 10th Amendment. And here she is, her folks throwing the United States Senator from the great state of California on the ground and handcuffing him in his office building in 2025.
Governor, what about the Marines? Were you disappointed that Judge Breyer didn't address that issue? Is that something that you expect to develop?
Well, there's been a lot of rhetoric from Pete Hegseth, that's his name.
Nope.
That they've quote unquote been deployed, but it doesn't appear they have been.
Dude pronounces French fine. He can't pronounce Hegseth's name though.
Waiting for the evidence that they actually have been deployed into Los Angeles, which they appear not to be. Of course, they're not coordinating with anybody on this. So he's just waiting for that evidence. Obviously, they moved to another location for training exercises. But here's the bottom line. The police do policing. Military, it's for the battlefield. The idea that these unbelievably brave young men and women that I work with, that we have had the benefit of their extraordinary contribution all across this state. I gave you 3 examples. What more evidence do we need of the work they did for the wildfires in Los Angeles and all the work they did to secure locations and keep property and personal lives safe over the course of the last few months? These folks are now being commandeered to do ICE raids. You've seen the photographs. That ends tomorrow at noon. And the notion that the United States active duty Marines, these heroes, would be used to militarize the streets of an American city is an abomination. Founding fathers did not live and die to see that happen in this country. for no reason whatsoever than vanity, theater, to instill fear, to incite a response. So I'm very hopeful this order puts that in perspective.
So from some of you in chat who have mentioned a second ruling, an appeal made by the Trump administration to put a stay on this,
Donald Trump were relieved of his command at noon tomorrow.
I am seeing people on Twitter. Yeah, Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals.
Of course.
Let's see if I can find anything official.
No, because I will work with anyone to advance the interests of 40 million Americans that I happen to represent here in California. And so I've always maintained an open hand, not a closed fist. But I also am going to stand firm and tall and push back against lawlessness, against someone that does not believe in the rule of law, does not believe in constraints, does not believe in the Constitution, who is threatening judges, that threatens not to abide by orders, and Donald Trump better abide by these orders, or we have a constitutional crisis.
This is weird.
Our lifetime.
All right, so, oh my God.
Will be determined by fate and future, but also fundamental.
All right, I'm trying to get to the bottom of this for you, chat. Now, one thing about the platform of YouTube is that it tends to react much slower than, say, Twitter in terms of new developments. What we've got here is there was the state of California sued the Trump administration over the federalization of the National Guard. A judge overruled, the initial ruling. They asked for like a stay. They asked for a temporary restraining order to, return the National Guard. They did not get it. Now that was like on Tuesday, I think, right? Today is Thursday. The case went forward, and there was the ruling was in favor of California. That's what Newsom is reacting to. However, that's 4 hours ago. And like I said, this is a fluid situation. Any ruling can be appealed. Some people in chat are claiming that it has been successfully appealed. I've seen some people on Twitter referring to that. What I haven't seen, though, is I'm looking right now. I'm trying to find an official source, right? I found a Fox News. Somebody said that the judge's order returning the National Guard to California was appealed, and that another judge had put a stay on that or whatever, had flipped it again. And they linked a Fox News article that I'm looking at right now. However, the Fox News article isn't really saying what they claim. So I'm going to see if I can find officially where we're at right now and give you that information. Then we'll move into talking about more of the subjects that came up today. Things like Senator Padilla's detainment at Homeland Security press conference, trying to ask Kristi Noem a question, and he was manhandled and cuffed and detained. He's been all over television and all over the internet being interviewed about that. Let's see, what else do we have? We have the ruling, we have Senator Padilla, and then we're going to take a look at Trump's approval rating, right? We've got our first look at how this whole thing has affected the invasion of Southern California, has affected Trump's approval rating. And chat, it's not good. It's not looking good for Trump, right? In fact, he's underwater on some issues that were his premier issues, right? The issues that he had the most support on were things like immigration, things like deportation, right? The most of the country approved of Donald Trump when he came into office on this. That this is no longer true. This is flipped, and I'm going to say it is due to Trump's overreach, his Gestapo tactics, and going in and into Home Depots, taking out people's aunts, uncles, moms, dads, grandmas, grandpas, and breaking up families. Trump is at 38% according to the latest Quinnipiac poll, and when we look deeper into those figures as far as his approval on individual issues, especially immigration and deportation, he's lost a lot of ground. So, whatever you think about the protests, they are cutting against Trump.
By whatever decision he makes. That's how things break down. It's a federal judge with a federal order. Period, full stop. It's the rule of law. These are the foundational principles of a constitutional democracy. He must work under the constraints as a constitutional officer of the Constitution of the United States of America. That's what this court order demands of the President of the United States. He is not a monarch, he is not a king, and he should stop acting like one.
Governor, when's the last time you spoke to the president?
I spoke to him on Friday night. He had a mysterious conversation with me 3 days later. You can't
Sorry. What Gavin Newsom is referring to is a press conference at which the president said that he had talked to Governor Newsom yesterday or something like that, right? And the conversation wasn't like it's Trump having a Biden moment. Actually, Trump is kind of Bidening. His brain is going. He's not remembering things. He thought he had a conversation with Gavin Newsom the night before. Turns out it was like 2 or 3 days before. That's what Newsom is talking about there.
When's the last time you spoke to the president?
I spoke to him on Friday night. He had a mysterious conversation with me 3 days later. You can't even make this stuff up.
Attorneys for the government seem to read out that conversation.
Yeah, again, the tangential story, the side story to this chat is Gavin Newsom's potential presidential run in 2028. So we're kind of tracking that along with this. Newsom had really lost a lot of popularity from some of the things that he tried to do to adapt to the new environment of the Trump administration, right? There were a lot of Democrats that ran around with their hair on fire thinking, oh my God, we fucked up. What do we do? What do we do? We got to be more like Trump. We got to be, we got to do this. We got to do that. And in Gavin Newsom's case, it was like, I'm going to start a podcast because the Democrats need to get into podcasting, right? These Democrats that think that Joe Rogan is the reason that they lost the election, not that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden are the reason that they lost the election. But no, they want to think it's about podcasting. So he started a podcast, and his podcast was like, let me bring on Charlie Kirk. Let me bring on just like all kinds of right-wing ghouls and break bread with them in hopes that, I don't know, maybe he could change a few minds on the right wing and, shore up a few points to be able to, run against whoever runs on the Republican side in 2028. That actually backfired on him. People that had supported him previously withdrew their support. And, Gavin Newsom is a great example of what we call a loser liberal, a liberal that thinks, what we just really need to do is be more like Republicans. People seem to really like Republicans. If we could be more like them, I bet we'd get the voting public on our side. And it didn't work in the 80s. It may, people credit the election of Bill Clinton for that, but really the reason Bill Clinton was elected was because Ross Perot ran as a spoiler candidate. So they like to think that that hedging right is somehow helpful, but it really never has been. And all it does is give the Democrats what has really defeated them, which is an authenticity crisis. People don't think that Democrats are authentic. People don't think that the Democrats mean what they say, because if they lose an election, they'll change their fucking whole they'll change their whole mindset, right? Based on that. And so you're just looking at somebody who's sticking their finger in the air, seeing which direction the wind blows and saying, these are my policies, right? It's not somebody that, Trump, even when his, when he is proposing really bad policies that everybody hates, he says it with his chest, and that is at least authentic. That's something that the Democrats have lost. So unfortunately, the way that they should emulate Trump maybe is to be more real. Instead, they are trying to emulate his policies. Instead, they are trying to cave to him on issues like immigration, on issues like trans rights, in hopes that, do you like me now? Do you like me now? No, we don't like you, Democrats. You're fake as fuck. As bad as Trump's, approval ratings are, which we're about to see, the Democratic Party's approval ratings are even worse, right? And that is because there's not enough fight against Trump. You're seeing a little bit of that from Newsom, which is making people think that he might be able to run for president. That he might, his fortunes may have turned, right? Him getting in a fight with Trump actually makes him look good, actually, gets people behind him and such. But again, there's just so many things about Newsom that are like antithetical to a successful presidential campaign. I mean, this shit works in California, right? Because California is full of a bunch of rich liberals. However, we'll see how it plays in nationally, right? Because just to me, Gavin Newsom looks like he's trying to sell me a used car. It looks like he's trying to sell me insurance. It looks like he wants to give me a business opportunity to get in on the ground level at his MLM, right? He looks like a fucking scam artist, right? So in that way, yeah, he does have something in common with Trump.
Officer of the Constitution of the United States of America. That's what this court order demands of the President of the United States. He is not a monarch, he is not a king, and he should stop acting like one.
Governor, when's the last time you spoke to the President?
I spoke to him on Friday night. He had a mysterious conversation with me 3 days later. You can't even make this stuff up.
Okay, so yeah, this is what I was complaining about. It's like you and I, sorry, Gavin, you and I know that Trump could not remember the day that he called you. And that this does seem to be, yeah, like if this was Biden, we'd be talking about his fitness to be in office, right? But this is Trump, so somehow, it's just out of sight, out of mind. But again, Trump doesn't remember what day he talked to Gavin Newsom. He's trying to make a point. He doesn't make it very effectively because he assumes that everybody's got their head in the news as much as he does, right? Most people do not know about that press conference. You gotta kind of say what you mean. Another reason that I don't think that Gavin Newsom will be president, right? Despite the fact that he is his chances definitely improved since Trump picked this fight with him.
Do you have a readout?
Oh, I would love to share the readout, but I revere the office of presidency, so I'll keep it in confidence. He has quite literally made up components of that conversation. He's been a stone-cold liar about what he said we talked about. He never discussed the National Guard, period, full stop. I would love to share with you what he actually talked about. It would send shivers up your spine.
Attorneys for the government, though, today seem to imply that Friday call, that you might have been aware that this was coming, or can you confirm whether or not you knew that this was coming, this order was coming?
Of course not. Yeah, no, absolutely not. We were back and forth with Susie Wiles as chief of staff, and then called mayor of Los Angeles, saw a missed call from the president, called him back. I actually texted him back, you want full disclosure, and he called me right back. We discussed for a nanosecond Los Angeles, and he immediately zigged and zagged into 7 or 8 other topics, some extraordinarily familiar and some extraordinarily remarkable, considering the world we're living in.
So how did you find out?
I learned about it when I saw some tweet about Governor Newsom, a nickname, by the way, that's hardly original.
I'm sorry, it's Newscom.
There was an 8th grader on Baltimore Street in Corte Madera that used to call me that. And the reference to the National Guard being commandeered in that same tweet. That's how I learned about it.
Governor, are you confident you're willing to stand on appeal, especially against the Supreme Court?
Well, I'm confident in the rule of law. I'm confident in the Constitution of the United States. I'm confident in the wisdom and judgment of a very...
Okay, so chat, we're gonna listen to the rest of what Newsom has to say. I call him Gruesome Newsom. That's my nickname for the guy, right? I don't like the guy either, all right? But for very different reasons than Donald Trump hates him. But in fact, I think he's too much like Trump in all the wrong ways for me. But this is we're gonna watch the rest of this. This was 4 hours ago. Understand? Now I am gonna bring you up to date with a updated 1:02 a.m. Eastern time. What is it right now? It's 11 on the West Coast. It is what, 2 on the East Coast? All right, so I've got a 1 hour old story from Fox News for you to try to give you a sense of where shit's at right now, it looks like there is so the decision that got handed down by Justice Breyer, federal judge Breyer, Charles R. District Judge Breyer, the order that was handed down by Judge Breyer was that that for Trump to return control of the Guard to the state of California forthwith. Now that sounds like forthwith. That sounds like right now, doesn't it? Nope. It was supposed to go into effect the next day. You did see them pulling back the National Guard, at the protest, and the protester remarking that, what we're doing is working. They pulled back the National Guard. I don't think that the protests have anything to do with the judge's decision, but, they'd gotten the word at that point that this ruling had come down. My understanding, though, was that that they had until the next day, right? And that also gives them time to appeal. Yeah, the court stayed the order until July 13th. That's tomorrow, noon tomorrow. So, I don't know, 10 hours from now was the original, would have been the original implementation of the order in order to return the National Guard to the state, giving the defendants a narrow window to comply. On Thursday evening, the government's emergency motion led to a temporary stay by the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals of the district's court's restraining order. Yeah, we'll get into this, chat. The TLDR of it is that it looks like this is more up in the air. It looks like the stay may last longer. So in other words, there's the judge's order to return the National Guard was supposed to take place tomorrow at noon, and it looks like it may be getting pushed back, which would also give the Trump administration more time to appeal. So we'll get into the nitty-gritty of that after Newsom.
Well-respected federal judge, and I'm confident on the basis of the review of the 36 pages, absolutely, it will stand.
Governor, does this order go even further than you expected? I think your attorneys had asked for them to simply be restricted to federal buildings.
I'll just say we're extraordinarily pleased by the 36-page ruling of Justice Breyer.
Can you speak to some of the journalists who have been, about some of the journalists in LA who have been hit with rubber bullets or?
Well, there's two investigations. The one we initiated with the California Highway Patrol, and there's one that has been initiated independent by the LAPD. And people should feel safe. Reporters absolutely should feel safe. And we'll get to the bottom of it. I don't want to prejudge, but I'm concerned about them. That's why we advanced the investigations.
Governor, today in San Francisco, immigration attorneys tell us that there were 3 additional folks who were detained while heading into the ICE court offices on Sansom. This is some of just many detentions we've seen at courthouses and immigration offices in the Bay Area around the state. And many of these people, their attorneys are telling us they have complicated technical cases. What are your thoughts about seeing these detentions occurring in your communities around California?
Well, he's on, let's just dispense. This is not about criminals. If it's about criminals, got no beef with me. We want to secure our border. We need comprehensive immigration reform. We need a pathway to citizenship for people being here 10, 15, 20 years, contributing, paying their taxes, being remarkable members of our community. But that's not what this is about. I was in Oxnard, California, and Ventura County yesterday, met with 3 people directly impacted by indiscriminate raids. I met a 12-year-old boy in 6th grade, weeping, crying, tears pouring down his face. His mother and father were both detained. They disappeared. He has no brothers, no sisters, no family. He quite literally is on his own, abandoned. That's Donald Trump's America. 20-plus years, his mom and dad working in the same fields, doing the same packing and shipping. 20 plus years. They've disappeared. 12-year-old boy. You saw the images of ICE officers running through strawberry fields, CBP helicopters above. I met a woman, a single mother, who was walking out at 5:45 a.m. to get in her car. 7 agents surrounded her. They took her in a car, in essence kidnapping her, driving her around for almost 2 hours until she finally convinced the agent, because she has 3 young children, a 16-year-old, a 14-year-old, and an 8-year-old, that they needed to get to school, and there's no one to help them get to school. She was finally allowed to call her oldest daughter, who was interrogated by the agent and threatened. And they threatened her after they dropped her off, said, "We may be back." Terrorizing this single mother. No criminal record, no criminal background. I met another young woman whose husband has quite literally disappeared. No criminal record. She doesn't know what to do. She doesn't even know what happened. That was just yesterday. That's Donald Trump's America. Agricultural workers. Think about that when you have dinner tonight. Think about when you enjoy your first course. Have some fresh fruit, some fresh vegetables. Who provided those? Who supported you in that? Think about it when you go home and the construction around your property. Or maybe you're getting a remodel. Who's doing that work? Destroying not only the foundations of our democracy, the best, again, of the Roman Republic and Greek democracy, but now our economy is at risk because of the recklessness and the cruelty of Donald Trump, the indiscriminate cruelty of Donald Trump. Why else do you go to a 7-Eleven? Why else do you go to a nail salon? Why else do you just randomly show up in front of a hardware store?
He's talking about the places that ICE was that ICE was arresting people from, right? So Trump won the 2024 election on a number of issues. One of these seems to be immigration. He when you asked Americans who they favored for immigration policy, Trump was winning, right? But the kind of rhetoric that he used was talking about not just immigrants, but violent criminal immigrants, like the case of Laken Riley, for instance. And this isn't representative of undocumented people in our country at large. If you look at the rate of crime committed by undocumented Americans, of people that are here without documentation, it's lower than for American citizens. Right. And it makes sense, kind of, if you're in a country and your papers are not in order, you're going to keep your head down. It doesn't make sense for you to be doing crimes, even if you were a criminal or something like that. Right. So that was a misnomer to begin with. But Trump gave the sense that Biden was somehow, people were coming into court and, they'd get convicted. And then at the end of it, they'd be like, oh, but he's an immigrant, so let him go. The Biden administration was just letting people go. Right. Obviously, that's not happening. Obviously, you would have to have your head up your ass to think that. But unfortunately, chat, millions of Americans did have their head up their ass when they voted on Election Day 2024 and Trump won. But what they voted for was to get out dangerous, violent criminals, right? And the fact is that the Biden administration, for all its faults, did not have a problem prosecuting and, yes, deporting dangerous, violent criminals, right? So there really wasn't a lot for Trump to do in terms of that, right? They went through with their deportation plan, and they just weren't moving along fast enough. Trump wants to deport 1 million people in this year alone. He wants to deport 11 million people by the end of his term. That is probably impossible, and the only way that it would be possible would be with something along the lines of concentration camps, right? That big of a, you really have to turn the country upside down and turn it into an authoritarian police state to do something like that, which kind of looks like what Trump is going for right now. But, it was going too slow. It was going so slow that for the first 3 months of this year, chat, Trump was deporting less people than Joe Biden had, and a lot less people than the all-time record holder as far as deportations. Anybody know who it is? Anybody want to know? Tell me the U.S. president that holds the record for deportations. It's not Donald Trump. It's Barack Obama, actually, right? So, nowhere along there. So Stephen Miller started to get butthurt. He started to get his undies in a bunch and get really, really mad. And he brought in ICE people and he yelled at them. And it's like, why aren't you deporting more people? And they're like, I'm sorry, we can't find any criminals because there like aren't any. We want to go for the criminals, right? Criminals. He's like, no, I don't give a fuck about criminals. Go into Home Depot. Go into Home Depot. Go to the nail salons. Go to the fields where they're picking crops, right? And just start arresting people. Right? And that's not what Americans voted on. They were sold a bill of goods on Donald Trump that there's all these illegal criminals out there, and there just aren't. So now they're going in, they're rolling up, moms and dads, people that are integrated into their community. When you do that, when you rip somebody out of people's life, do you understand what I'm saying, chat? You're not talking about somebody that's not connected in any way to the rest of the community. You're talking about somebody who's very connected. And when you do that, when you rip them out, when all of a sudden your mom doesn't come home, your dad doesn't come home, your uncle doesn't come home, people are disappearing around you, you get upset. And that's what happened. People responded to these ICE raids with civil disobedience. And that's where these protests, came from in the first place. So, this is what he's talking about in terms of the 7-Eleven, the Home Depot. We're talking about people that are working, that are at their jobs, contributing to California's economy, and trying to, live their American dream. And they're being ripped out of everybody's life, and people are upset about it. Just like you would be if somebody took away your mom, your dad, your aunt, your uncle. Maybe your whole family is documented. Maybe your whole family are citizens. But I want you to understand.
Super chatted $5. Agreed that Obama has the most deportations, but Trump has made this a spectacle.
Oh yeah,
the way Trump is doing it is just costing taxpayers more money.
Trump has made this a spectacle. It has costed more money, true, and it is also a theater of cruelty, is what he's created. Right? He's created a theater of cruelty. He's brought in Dr. Phil. He's got Kristi Noem doing cosplay. She's a different character every night. This is reality television. And yeah, he did it in a more disruptive way, honestly, than Obama. Not that I agree with Obama's policies. Gavin Newsom touched on something earlier, a pathway to citizenship. This is something that, wait a minute. Did I clicked the wrong thing. Trying to show you this super chat from Columbia Rican. There we go.
Why else? It's not about criminals. That's about creating chaos. And I do not believe the American people, the majority of the American people.
What I was saying earlier was that if your family all has citizenship, that's great for you. All right. But I want you to understand that citizenship and the being in this country legally is something that can change with an executive order from an autocratic madman trying to turn our country into a fucking dictatorship. At the end of the day, chat, your citizenship is just paperwork. That shit can be revoked. And he does seem to be moving systematically through, starting with people that everybody agrees with. Okay, if they're a criminal, if they're violent, yeah, get them out of here. And then, going to people that have, overstay their visas. But, at this point, he's revoking people's status, right? And the question is, how far will that go? Chat, we have a thing in this country called birthright citizenship. That means if you were born in this country, you get to be a citizen. Donald Trump and his legal team are right now working on trying to take that away from people, right? So don't get too comfortable if you think that this shit won't come for you. If you think that this shit won't touch you or your family, it very well may. It very well may by the end of this. right? And you'll wish that there was somebody there to stand up for you. That's why I want you to consider standing up for these people. Standing up for hardworking Californians that are just trying to, live their life and support their family, right? That's who they're targeting right now. And that's why they're getting this kind of pushback from California.
People support that, quite the contrary. And so this decision was important because it's about constraints, it's about limits, it's about our democracy. And that's why we're very grateful by the order.
Thank you, everyone. President Trump does not abide by this order?
Well, I think the courts will. I think look, I'm counting on these separations of power. It's the co-equal branches of government. Co-equal, Mr. President, branches of government. He's eliminated one, or they eliminated themselves. That's called Congress. Speaker Johnson, who his eloquence was elevated when he called to, quote unquote, tar and feather the governor of California. That's the speaker. Very religious man. I guess that's the spirit.
We're talking about MAGA Mike Johnson here, the guy that is on an app where his son looks at his porn watching habits and he looks at his son's porn watching habit. Yeah, he's a very religious man. That's an interesting religion. That's an interesting religion. Sharing your spank folder with your son. That is some interesting shit right there.
The word, the Lord.
Peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
He's abdicated any oversight and responsibility over the President of the United States. There's one branch remaining, and that's the judicial branch. So my response to you is we count on the judicial branch. But there's also, as I said, I ended that speech 48 hours ago. I said there's the most important office, and that's office of citizen. That's all of you. Stepping up, stepping in, and sharing your passion with action. Pushing back against this peacefully, and sharing your voice. And I think this weekend there will be millions and millions of Americans rightfully expressing their outrage, their constitutionally protected right to assemble and free speech peacefully.
So he's talking about June 14th, which has been declared No King's Day. It's also the day that Trump is going to celebrate his 79th birthday. And what's he celebrating his birthday with? Well, the guy that bitched about waste, fraud, and abuse in the federal government has spent over $100 million for his birthday festivities to bring in tanks to the Capitol. Now, if you've ever seen a military parade, a lot of countries have them. North Korea has military parades. The Soviet Union would have military parades. France even, has military parades. But what you don't see is the United States holding a military parade. And in the words of Dwight Eisenhower, a Republican president from the 1950s, the reason we don't do that is because it is a sign of weakness, right? The United States shouldn't need to flex. And it doesn't need to waste $100 million to flex and make the president feel good about this nice, I saw this military parade in France. I wanted to have one here. The generals told me we don't do that here. Well, guess what? I fired all the generals and now I get to have my parade. It's waste, fraud, and abuse, right? That's Trump's brand, waste, fraud, and abuse. But June 14th is, in addition to that, going to be a day of protest in many cities. Not in Washington, D.C., though, because the president has literally threatened protesters. He's literally made a threat. Oh, there better not be any protesters. We're going to meet those protests very strong. So people aren't protesting in Washington, D.C. so much. They are protesting all across the country. And we may see, chat, a protest that rivals the marches in Trump's first term, the over 1 million people showing up for a day of protest in Trump's first term. So that's June 14th. Check around your local, your locality and see if there's something near you.
Expressing that all across this country. I pray that's the case.
Governor, you don't want to talk about the conversation you had with the president, but are there any details that you can tell us?
No, not at this moment.
Governor, what do you make of the president today coming out?
Yeah, Toasted Bread is correcting me, rioters. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Toasted Bread. Let's take a look really quick at the people that Toasted Bread is calling yeah, rioters, chat. This is dangerous. This is violence. They're doing they're violent rioters. She can see all the violence. Now, chat, I would show you a scene from January 6, 2020. If you want to see some actual rioters, if you want to see people hurting people, if you want to see what actual violence looks like, I'm not talking about whacking away at a Waymo with a skateboard. I'm not talking about lighting a dumpster on fire in the middle of an intersection. No, I'm talking about beating people's asses, beating cops' asses, like, you know, taking actions that ended in people's deaths, right? We do have a very recent example of what a riot looks like, and it's a lot different than this. It's a lot different. The only violence we've seen, chat, is from the cops. They ran some dude over with a horse. They had the horse trample him several times, right? Yeah, we've seen some violence, right? Just not any violence from the protesters. We haven't seen any protesters, chat, beating Capitol Police with American flags. We haven't seen any police being crushed to death in doorways, right? We haven't seen anything like that. We haven't seen anybody calling for the death of Vice President. Despite the fact that J.D. Vance has perhaps the most punchable face in the history of that office. Not that anyone should act on that or anything. But yeah, this is the violent this is the riot that Chatter was talking about. Okay, so it looks like they did put, yeah, so we saw the protester, there's somebody who's kind of with the bullhorn who's kind of leading things, and he said they've told us that they're gonna yeah, so right here they were closer to the federal building. A protester came up and said, hey, they've let us know that they're gonna move us out and they're gonna start beating people, you know, if you don't get out of here. So it's that guy right back there with he's got his shirt wrapped around his face, looking aesthetic as fuck. Anyway, chat, he's let me see if I can find the guy that was that guy with the backpack, right? Let's rewind it a little bit more. Yeah. So people did leave. It looks like the cops took the street and maybe up to the intersection, pushing the protesters out. And yeah, you can see it's starting to get darker here. This was earlier today. I'm just showing you what happened at the protest today. Right now, live, oh, wow. There it is. There's the live shot. Yeah, there's like nothing going on right now because there's a curfew. So everybody's gone home. So there's nothing really going on right now. This is what went on earlier at the protest. You can see a few people getting zip tied here. Maybe they did. Yeah. I mean, this is what happened. This is what they can do to you if you stay in the area past curfew or.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Anyway, let's finish up Gavin Newsom. I'll read you the article. I'll let you know the newest details that I have on the court ruling, which is very much a back and forth thing at this point, right? We had California sue the federal government, ask for a temporary injunction, right? This was on Tuesday. That injunction was denied. And then today, Thursday, the case proceeded. The judge sided with Newsom and told Trump to relinquish the troops. That was supposed to happen officially tomorrow at noon. However, it looks like there's been more appeals and that injunction or the stay on the injunction. Am I saying this correctly? It's very complicated legal stuff that I'm trying to parse here, chat. And I'm not a lawyer. So, but yeah, the stay on the injunction appears to be till the 15th or the 16th, right? So, I don't know where. It kind of leaves us in a legal gray area. We'll try to figure out exactly where that is after we finish Gavin Newsom's speech.
Saying he wants to protect California farm workers from deportation, given what you.
Oh yeah, this is the newest development. So Trump is like counter messaging against himself, right? Stephen Miller and the ICE have, Stephen Miller has harangued ICE to deport more people. That's why they're going into Home Depots, going into 7-Eleven, trying to catch people at work, catch people at court, catch people at school. Chad, there's kids that are afraid to go to their graduations because maybe one of their parents is undocumented, and they're afraid that, if they do go to their graduation, like their parents will get taken away or something like that, right? It's a fucked up situation. But yeah, Trump has recently said that he doesn't want the farm workers to be targeted. Chat, the farm workers have been targeted, right? That they have. That's one of the. This is one of the things that ICE was raiding in California was agricultural.
Creates a problem, and then he tries to be a hero in his own Marvel movie. Did it on fill in a blank.
Look, I'm serious though. If Gavin Newsom wants to be president, he needs to get better at explaining things, right? He needs to realize that, like, just like me, chat. Like, I when I explain things to you, I try to make zero assumptions about how much you already know. I try to start from the beginning and explain everything, right? Gavin Newsom is speaking to a MSNBC audience. Let's be honest, right? An audience that's been watching news all day, and they're up to date with what Trump said and with what they know that Trump misremembered his conversation with Gavin Newsom. They know that Trump has recently come out saying, "Oh, I don't know about the farm workers. Maybe we should leave them alone," or whatever. Like he's solving the problem that he himself created or something. But
on almost every topic, creates the problem, and then tries to do a make-believe as if you're all perfect little sheep, and you're going to go on with it.
And unfortunately, too many of you are in my shorts chat right now. One in chat if you're a sheep. One in chat if you're a perfect little sheep, and you're gonna let Donald Trump stick his head up your ass like you're a fucking Muppet and control you. One in chat if you're comfortable living in Donald Trump's alternate reality, where up is down and down is up, and he's actually a good guy. He's actually protecting you. He's keeping you safe from dangerous illegals.
The hero in his own Marvel movie. He initiated those raids. He significantly increased the scale and scope of those raids. That's why he
escalated is the word you're looking for, but go ahead.
National Guard. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of guardsmen and women now being dispersed everywhere. Sprinter vans, unmarked, people with masks, running in, rolling over, some case running into cars. 6-month-old kid, a 3-year-old child in the back of the car, left. So, spare me, Mr. President, that he's sincere on it. But if he is, that happened because of you. It happened because of the American people, because they stood up. And that should give us some...
So if Trump is doing a taco here, do we all understand what taco is? Trump always chickens out. I feel like it's kind of a stupid thing. This is something that the market made up, right? Trump's been fucking with the market by threatening tariffs that would make the economy go to hell, and then giving signs that, oh, maybe I won't do the tariffs. Oh, but I'm going to do the tariffs. Oh, but I'm not going to do the tariffs, right? That's uncertainty is what that causes. That actually hurts. The uncertainty hurts the economy in and of itself, right? But the traders, the stock market traders, have decided that when that Trump always chickens out, that he always goes back on his threats to do tariffs or whatever is going to fuck up the market. Now, I wouldn't be saying this shit because it's almost like you're daring Trump not to chicken out, right? I want Trump to chicken out, so I'm not going to call him Taco Trump. I'm not going to poke the bear, right? But it does seem like he maybe has read the polls that we're about to take a look at and seen how much of a hit he's taken. He expected this chat to change the subject from all the things that he doesn't want to talk about, from all the areas that he is now underwater on. He thought he was going to change the subject to his strong suit, immigration and deportation, right? The American people, up until very recently, supported the president on these issues. And now they're seeing what it actually looks like, that those polls have flipped. So, yeah, he does seem to have, but what we don't know, chat, though, is if Trump's rhetoric, right, which Gavin's talking about right now, he said that he's not going to go after, agricultural workers, for instance, people helping with the harvest and stuff like that, right? Who are obviously very crucial, not just in the economy, but if you like to eat food, especially healthy food, right? Especially, fruits and vegetables, which you should be eating. Thank an immigrant, thank an undocumented person, most likely, right? Because you wouldn't be getting that if not for them. Now, that being said, chat, they are massively exploited by their employers, and there does need to be what Gavin referred to earlier, a pathway to citizenship that's meaningful in order to solve this immigration shit once and for all. That is the problem, is that the Republicans and Democrats have never come together to make a reasonable pathway to somebody becoming a citizen. That's why there's so many undocumented people. And it's beneficial for big business that loves to exploit these people, that loves to underpay these people and treat them like garbage. And if they ever, complain about anything, the company will call ICE on themselves and deport all of their workers and start new with a whole new, and they love that. They love having that disposable labor force. So, right, that needs to be taken care of. That being said, the way that our economy works right now, you can't go without these people. These people are crucial to Americans, not only just, the economy, but being able to eat, right? So Trump's acknowledging that, at least verbally. We will see if that is reflected in the actions of ICE going forward. Sometimes there's a bit of a disconnect. Sometimes Trump likes to play, misdirection with, he says one thing and then he does a different thing. So we'll see what comes of that.
Optimism. Thank you all very, very much.
All right, there we go. Gruesome Gavin Newsom, potential future president in his own mind. I don't know. I don't think he'll be president. I don't rate Gavin Newsom's chances that high. Let me read you now this confusing article from Fox News, okay? And yes, I'm using Fox News as a source. In terms of their news reporting, they are in terms of the reporting, the facts are going to be the facts, kind of no matter where you get them from. Fox News is going to have some spin to it. MSNBC will have some spin to it, and it's like I don't expect Fox to like make up a court ruling that didn't happen, for instance. So I feel fine reading you a article, even if it is from Fox News, which I have a lot of distrust for. Anyway. Ninth Circuit grants temporary stay of order for Trump admin to hand back control of California National Guard. Now, if that made your head spin and you don't understand exactly what that means, you're not alone. All right, that's a confusing headline. Ninth Circuit grants temporary stay. Let's deconstruct this. All right. Okay, so the order for Trump administration to hand back control of California to National Guard. Here, let me switch the image, give you something to look at. That's the that's earlier today. That's current. Wait, what? Oh no, they're recycling their footage. These scumbags. I swear to God. Yeah, this is AP. So I'm gonna have to recycle AP's footage since this channel that's supposed to have a live image is they're just showing whatever. All right, so yeah. This is earlier today in LA. Let me try to deconstruct this Fox News article for you. All right, order for Trump to hand back control of California National Guard. So let's start with that. There was an order today by Ninth Circuit District Judge Charles R. Breyer ordering Trump to hand back control of the California National Guard, right? So, but the first part of this title, the first part of this, story title is Ninth Circuit grants temporary stay of order for Trump. So, of that order for Trump to hand back control of the California National Guard, the Ninth Circuit has granted a temporary stay. Those of you in chat who are saying a judge has overruled that, you're wrong. Actually, Gavin lost. It's not. There's a stay. There's a stay on the order, right? So it's a temporary hold, right? But again, things could change. Maybe, will it go into effect? Will it not? There's going to be more chances for appeals and stuff like that, right? Now that there's more time, this order was supposed to go in effect, ordering Trump to return the guard to the state, was supposed to happen tomorrow at noon. It looks like all that's happened since the order was given by Charles R. Breyer is that date, that stay has been lengthened, or so in other words, it won't happen until I think the 15th or 16th. We'll see what it is, right? Okay, so a federal judge has ruled that President Donald Trump acted illegally. All right, so this is the Charles R. Breyer ruling, right? Ruled that President Trump acted illegally, just like we said, when he seized control of California's National Guard during ICE-related riots in Los Angeles. This is Fox News. That is the effect of Fox News. Although I'll be honest, I don't think the rest of the media is that great about that either, right? A riot sells more. A riot gets more clicks than a protest, right? So there's a perverse incentive for everybody to talk about the protest as if they were riots. But yeah, that's definitely how Fox News is putting it, and that's their spin. That's their bias, right? U.S. District Judge Charles R. Breyer issued a decision Thursday siding with Governor Gavin Newsom and ordering Trump to return control of the guard to the state forthwith. His actions were illegal, both exceeding the scope of statutory authority and violating the 10th Amendment of the United States Constitution, Breyer wrote. He must therefore return control of the California National Guard to the governor of the state of California forthwith. Now, to me, forthwith should mean immediately. I think that actually what it meant was tomorrow at noon, right? This is legal mumbo jumbo here. So the judge continues, federalism is not optional, the ruling states. Even the president cannot legislate by fiat. Not yet, but he's working on it. He's working on he's already made the Congress moot, right? He's already essentially neutered one branch of the balances of powers. He's working on the legislative branch now. So yeah, we'll see if if the guardrails actually hold with Trump, right? Recent anti-ICE protests have led to riots, looting, and clashes with federal agents in Los Angeles. Trump issued a proclamation invoking federal authority, but Breyer, that evil liberal judge probably appointed by Ronald Reagan, I don't know, rejected the justification, calling it constitutionally hollow. In his order, U.S. District Judge Charles R. Breyer granted the plaintiff's request, the plaintiff being the state of California, for the temporary restraining order. All right, so yeah, so they requested a temporary restraining order and took immediate action to halt a federal control of the California National Guard. Defendants are temporarily enjoined. The defendants are the Trump administration, okay? The federal government is who is referred to as defendants here. Enjoined from deploying members of the California National Guard in Los Angeles, the ruling states. Defendants are directed to return control of the California National Guard to Governor Newsom. The court stayed the order until noon. So this was the initial. So the decision was made, and then with the injunction on Donald Trump deploying the California National Guard in Los Angeles, along with a stay of the order. In other words, that means you don't have to do the order until June 13th, 2025. That is, for many of you today, and for those of you on the West Coast tomorrow. at noon, right? So that was the original order, giving the defendant a narrow window to comply. Plaintiffs were ordered to post a nominal bond of $100 within 24 hours. That's wild. That like I feel like court bonds and stuff are never that low, you know, when it's like a person who can't afford it. Looking ahead, Judge Breyer scheduled a hearing to determine whether the temporary restraining order should become a preliminary injunction. Oh my God, I'm so confused. I thought it was an injunction. They're temporarily enjoined from... So they granted the request for a temporary restraining order. And they're considering in a scheduled hearing whether it should become a preliminary injunction. On Thursday evening, the government's emergency motion led to a temporary... On Thursday evening, the government's emergency motion, so the federal government, I'm assuming they're saying, led to a temporary stay by the Ninth Circuit of Appeals of the district court's restraining order. So on Thursday evening, they should have been more specific, right? Because this, I think Breyer's order, did they mention when that happened? No, they don't, because they're Fox News and they suck. But anyway, on Thursday evening, the government's emergency motion led to a temporary stay by the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals of the district court's restraining order, with a response due on June 15th, reply due June 16th. Okay, so let's see if we can unpack that. Led to a temporary stay... So they had a stay until the 13th, but this appeals court ordered a temporary stay with a response due on the 15th, reply due on the 16th. I don't know the difference between a response and a reply. I don't know what that means, right? And a Zoom hearing scheduled for June 17th. The Ninth's order said, anyway, you got to be specific. Is it the Ninth Court or is it the Court of Appeals? God damn it, Fox News. They suck. I hate this. I was starting off being like, no, I'll read you the Fox News story. If that's where the story is, you know, we'll just go ahead and read it. Like, again, in general, like, you know, the problem with Fox News isn't usually the reporting of the facts. It's the spin on those facts. It's the editorial, right? And you know, you'll see it like in little things like, you know, when they refer to the protest as a riot, in part of this article, right? The court has received the government's emergency motion federal government's emergency motion for stay pending appeal. The request for an administrative stay is granted. The district court's June 12th, 2025 temporary restraining order, so that's today, or that was, you know, Thursday, right? A restraining order is temporarily stayed pending further order. So that's the decision by the Court of Appeals. It was gonna be stayed until tomorrow at noon. Instead, it looks like it stayed until, I don't know, at least the 15th or 16th, with a hearing scheduled for the 17th, right? So it's given a little bit more time before the order goes into effect. That's the decision handed down by the appeals court. So whoever was telling me that it's been overruled, no, it hasn't, right? That's a temporary temporary stay is what's gone on instead, right? California Attorney General Rob Bonta praised the ruling on Thursday, calling it an important step forward to protecting our communities and our rights while we continue to make our case in court. The Trump administration has no right to federalize 4,000 California National Guard troops without authorization from Gavin Newsom, Bonta said. Trump's actions were illegal, trampled on our state sovereignty, escalated tension on the ground, and promoted rather than quailed unrest. Bonta also stressed that the situation in Los Angeles did not justify a military response. We aren't in the throes of a rebellion. We are not under a threat of an invasion. Nothing is preventing the federal government from enforcing the law. Right? Those are the three, I believe, the three clauses for the invocation of the Insurrection Act, right? Trump has not invoked this yet, but he's talked about it and people are kind of afraid of it. It would allow him a lot more leeway with what the National Guard and Marines would be allowed to do in Los Angeles, right? If he were to do that, and in general, chat, an invocation of the Insurrection Act would be a power grab, would be a descent of the United States into a police state, right? That would be it's something that you should not want, right? But Trump hasn't done it yet, and those are the three clauses that are stipulated for that to be able to be invoked. So he's kind of getting ahead of things here. California Attorney General Rob Bonta, he cited from top retired military officials just yesterday, a group of former secretaries of the Army and Navy and retired four-star admirals and generals joined together to publicly support our lawsuit, Bonta noted. They warned against the unlawful domestic deployments that threaten the core of national security and disaster relief missions. Yeah, that's the real role of the National Guard, is things like disaster relief, right? The truth is, the president is looking for any pretense to place military forces on American streets to intimidate and quiet those who disagree with him. It's not just immoral, it's dangerous and it's illegal, Bonta said. We'd rather we have a president who follows the law and complies with the Constitution, he said. It's not a good thing that the great United States of America have a president, the most powerful elected official on the face of the earth, to violate the law so frequently, to have such contempt for the U.S. Constitution and the rule of law. He's done it again, Bonta said, and it's incumbent upon me and my fellow Democratic attorneys general to be consistent and resolute, unapologetic and immovable in our commitment to taking him to court each and every time he breaks the law. The Trump administration, however, disagrees and says that the court's decision puts many federal officials in danger. The court's order is unprecedented and it puts our brave federal officers in danger. The district court has no authority to usurp the president's authority as commander-in-chief. The president exercised his lawful authority to mobilize the National Guard to protect federal buildings and personnel in Gavin Newsom's lawless Los Angeles. The Trump administration will immediately appeal this abuse of power and looks forward to the ultimate victory on this issue. White House spokesperson Anna Kelly. Oh, I thought that was Sarah Palin the way I was reading her, chat. It sounded like a mix between Kristi Noem and Sarah Palin. But anyway, don't worry, chat. Trump will nominate Sarah Palin for something one of these days when he runs through all of his other clown car of officials. So anyway, so they didn't get the ultimate victory that she was talking about. They did get, however, it looks like a temporary stay on the restraining order. So that's the state of things right now. I'm a little confused because it honestly did look like, and I've seen the National Guard kind of disappear. So maybe they started to fulfill the judge's orders before the stay that got placed by the Court of Appeals of the Ninth Circuit happened at 1. I believe it's 1 a.m. See, do we have this? Does it say? Yeah, update. Okay, the article is updated at 1 a.m. So I think the update is the part with the stay. So I'm guessing sometime around 1 a.m., the appeals court issued a stay, and it looks like it's kind of in a holding pattern until the 15th or 16th. That being said, you can see that there's no National Guard here, and we've seen them sort of absent from a lot of these pictures. So yeah, this is closer to what it looks like now, but this is earlier in the day. This is old video. That's true, George Jackson. I am giving you an image while I apprise you of the situation. I hope you don't mind. And I'm showing you the old video. Oh yeah, that's right. Now is this fresh video? I can't tell, chat. The problem is that AP, this is AP. I trust AP, right? They're not gonna like rerun. They're not gonna have like a live where they rerun. God damn it. Streamed 2 hours ago. This channel, I'm not sure about. This could be right now. This could be yesterday. This could be Saturday night. I don't trust this channel. It says CNBC TV 18. I kind of don't think it's CNBC though. I don't know. I don't know what it is, right? But I have seen them put a lot of stuff up that's not live as if it were live, right? So that's why this could be what's going on right now in LA, or maybe not. But either way, it's good to get a sense of what happened today in the protests, right? And it's less useful to see what is happening like after the curfew goes into effect, because generally it's this shit. It's nothing. It's cops, a bunch of cops standing around. Okay, wait, is this a new?
Legal showdown over control of the California National Guard.
That's right. Governor Newsom wants them off the streets. In a few hours, he won in court. But less than 90 minutes ago, a different judge then ruled President Trump still controls the troops, and they must stay for now. Tonight, KCAL political reporter Tom Wade is here.
This is KCAL. I've heard some mixed things about them.
This is classic move from President Trump. Lose in one court, immediately appeal.
It's not a classic move. It's how courts work. It's literally how courts work, right? You sue somebody in court, you get a decision from the judge, and if one party does not like that decision, they appeal it. And then what happens is a stay. That's literally what we've got. I mean, this is not a classic Trump move. This is just how the court system works.
Another, right, Tom?
Absolutely, Susie one. And, we've got so much drama playing out in the streets. We have it in the courts. We have it in City Hall. It is just nonstop. So all of this is moving at a dizzying speed tonight. Just hours ago, a judge ruled that Trump broke the law and seizing control of the Guard. Then minutes ago, a second judge ruled the troops still belong to Trump. This battle came after a day-long war of words between...
I'm sorry, but as much as I don't like... news media to read out legalese that the public just glazes people's eyes over, I feel like they're holding the public's hand a little too much. You got to get a little bit more into the details and describe that what has gone on is a stay, right? There was a restraining order on the president in terms of controlling the National Guard, and that was supposed to go into effect tomorrow at noon, and then there was there's been a stay on the restraining order. So, right, a restraining order was issued, and now it's been stayed.
Trump's Homeland Security advisor and LA Mayor Karen Bass over ICE raids. The California National Guard remains in President Trump's control. A late evening appeals court ruling handed him the victory, overturning a...
Jesus Christ! This station is as bad as everybody's been saying. I didn't believe it. I mean, it's just local. I mean, look, like all local news kind of sucks, right? Most local news is controlled by large conglomerates like Sinclair Broadcasting. But in general, like, even a Fox affiliate does not necessarily mean that they're, full of shit. But, that they're definitely editorializing the fuck out of this report.
A federal judge who sided with Governor Newsom just an hour before.
There's no invasion. There's no rebellion. It's absurd.
The judge's ruling comes as Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem arrived in L.A., blasting Governor Newsom and L.A. Mayor Karen Bass after days of protests, claiming the feds won't back down, plan to ramp up their raids, and have names of tens of thousands of people to arrest.
We are not going away. We are staying here to liberate this city from the socialist and the burdensome leadership that this governor and that this mayor have placed on this country.
National Guard troops have not been out in the streets of downtown LA, but they are helping with immigration enforcement operations.
This president has repeatedly said that he's going after criminals, and
God damn, dude, like they're guarding federal buildings, right? That's the help that they're doing. I'm sorry, this is worse than I thought.
The worst of the worst.
But according to new numbers released by the Trump White House, that statement is false. So far, of the 330 arrests since Friday in Southern California, just 113 have criminal records.
I do not know.
False. Rations.
This president has repeatedly said that he's going after criminals and the worst of the worst.
But according to new numbers released by the Trump White House, that statement is false. So far, of the 330 arrests since Friday in Southern California, just 113 have criminal records.
I do not know Kristi Noem that I served with.
I've seen numbers with ratios even lower than that.
LA Mayor Karen Bass, surrounded by faith and community leaders, fired back at Secretary Noem, lashing out at her and President Trump for sending in.
Lashing out? She seemed pretty fucking calm. I don't know.
Military.
God damn.
Characterize what is going on as our city is a city of mayhem is just an outright lie. I'm not going to call it an untruth. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm going to call it for what it is, which is a lie. This is isolated to a few blocks in a city that is over 500 square miles. Right.
Secretary Noem says Trump's decision to send in military to LA is widely supported.
Okay, so that's the National Guard, I think, training on crowd control. These soldiers got sent in without any training. They're trying to make it up while they're there.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Because again, this was a huge bungle by Trump and by Hegseth, right? Of sending, like I said before, they sent the National Guard in without provisions for food, without provisions for water, without provisions for fuel, and without a place for them to sleep. Right? They were sleeping in office buildings in like, the hallways of office buildings, like, they didn't even have the ground room for them all to be able to sleep. They were like sleeping on each other. That's how they were packed in there like sardines and shit. And in addition to that, yeah, they were sent in without the proper training. They're trying to make that up. They're trying to really give them a flash, like a flash course in how to do this stuff. But
the people across this country are so grateful. They are so grateful for the work that is being done here in Los Angeles.
They are so grateful for their money being wasted on Trump's fucking theater.
That statement runs contrary to a new Quinnipiac poll showing 54% of registered voters disapprove of Trump's handling of immigration issues, with 43% approving. Professor of politics Jack Pitney says Noem's incendiary rhetoric raises questions.
The idea that a Secretary of Homeland Security from the state of South Dakota is going to liberate California from the leaders that Californians have selected is pretty odd.
Professor Pitney says Trump branding himself the law and order president is hypocritical, given his
It's not just hypocritical, it is laughable.
own criminal record.
The most criminal fucking president in the history of the United States. I'm like, I'm law and order, folks.
And his pardons of January 6th rioters who assaulted police
Yeah,
officers.
Chad, it's not just Jan 6 rioters. Like, Trump is literally pardoning anybody that is pro-Trump. Like, you had a incident where somebody went down for stealing, I think, his employees' pay, right? And in a rare decision from the judge said nobody's involved, nobody's above the law, and you're actually going to do time over this, right? So this guy was getting sent to jail. You don't see this from corporate bigwigs. In white-collar crime, which is a lot more common than anybody realizes, generally the punishment is not like for the business bigwigs to spend time in jail. This time they were actually that was part of their sentence, right? In addition, he was supposed to pay back his employees that he had robbed. Trump pardoned this guy, which means that no, he will not be spending any time in jail. And again, we go back to like, yeah, some people are above the law apparently, and they're called the wealthy. They're called capitalists, right? They're above the law. And also the money that he owed his employees is not going to be paid back to them now. Like, right? Dude doesn't have to pay back. Dude gets to keep the money that he stole from his own employees. And I mean, that's how wildly lawless Trump, and it's all, you know why it is? Because the criminal's mom bought some Trump coin, went to the dinner with Trump, and said, "My son loves you. My son is the biggest Trump supporter of all time." I mean, that's all you got to have. Chat, we're talking about whether or not Trump will pardon Diddy now. That's a real discussion. That's a real discussion. Eric Adams, like there's so many incidents of criminals that have sucked up to Trump and that have gotten pardoned.
Officers.
Convicted felon can't be the law and order president. It's that simple. And he has pardoned not only the January 6th insurrectionists, but a lot of other dubious people as well.
And back to the troops. Well, the Trump administration.
The troops. Let's think about the troops.
Keeps control until Tuesday, when another hearing will be held. California is going to, be back in court with Governor Newsom there. So we'll see where things land. And then we just have days and days ahead of us. This weekend, they're expecting big protests as well. So we'll see how this plays out.
So, yeah, it kind of looks like the final decision for what's going to happen with the National Guard has been pushed back past the protests that will take place across the country this Saturday, on the same day that Trump is rolling out a $100 million plus military parade in his own honor to celebrate his goddamn birthday, right? On that same day, there will be protests in many cities around the country. It's called No King's Day. And the final decision on the National Guard thing seems to be pushed back past then. So we're going to be talking about like next Monday, next Tuesday, maybe we'll know something more by then. Okay, so with that covered, I think I've given you a good idea of where the state of play is at right now. Trump has been overruled in court. There's an injunction, but the injunction stay, instead of being just until tomorrow, is going to be until the 15th or 16th, right? So the judges ruled against Trump, but there is a there is a stay on that order until they hold more further hearings. So let's take a look at what's going on with California Senator Padilla, who was detained today at a press conference by Kristi Noem, Fascist Barbie. You saw her a few minutes earlier. She was giving a press conference for DHS. Senator Padilla came in as part of his oversight to ask her some questions that she had been unwilling to answer before, and he was manhandled. He was thrown to the ground and he was cuffed. They detained him. They did not arrest him, but this has gotten a lot of people worried. And a ad. Wow, amazing. Do it like that. We got Thai ads for you.
Thank you so much for joining us live on MSNBC. First question, how are you? We all watched the video. We saw you taken to the floor by those agents. How are you doing?
Yeah, look, I'm okay. I've been on the phone off and on with kids, right? Because my kids, word travels fast in this day and age with technology to make sure they're okay. But I think most importantly is the outrage that I hope
Zoran
people
Mamdani,
feel.
welcome to the pod. Good to meet you.
Can happen. Thank you so much for to a United States senator for having the audacity to ask a question of the Secretary of Homeland Security. The same questions and requests for information that we've had, not just the last sort of week or so.
Okay, so they're showing the incident itself there on the clip.
The activity in Los Angeles, but since the beginning.
I kind of want to go over the clip itself first. Let's see, is this...
Welcome back here on Live Now from...
To the rioters and to insert into this socialist and increase our operations in this city. We are not going away. We are staying here to liberate this city from the socialist and
So interesting. Look at how Fox News covers this. Senator Padilla interrupts Secretary Noem's news conference, right? One of the jobs of members of Congress, senators, is oversight. of departments like Homeland Security. So to characterize this as an interruption rather than a senator being detained for asking Homeland Security Director a question is a very Fox move.
The burdensome leadership that this governor and that this mayor have placed on this country and what they have tried to insert into this city. So I want to say thank you to every single person that has been able to do this. Also, I want to talk specifically to the rioters and to the politicians in Los Angeles.
Half a dozen violent criminals that you're rotating on your
I also want to talk about specifically how many of our ICE agents have been doxxed for doing their duty.
And again, that was a portion there as we did see that interruption. And we have now learned the identity of the person from Fox's Bill Malou.
We have now learned the identity of this unnamed assailant. It turns out it was Senator Padilla. Oh, wait. Yeah, no. Yeah, he was Alex Padilla.
It was Senator Alex Padilla, a Democrat from California, who has been very vocal on all of this. And we do have that.
So yeah, that was, I actually have not seen that angle before. I would call that an embedded angle.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Let's see if we can get a little bit better of a, see, I mean, like, this is what MSNBC was showing. I hate the vertical videos, right? Because
the Secretary of Homeland Security.
I mean, like all clips are taken. You know, people don't turn their phone sideways anymore. They take the video vertically because it tends to spread better that way. But it doesn't let you see what's going on to the left and the right. That kind of pisses me off.
The same questions and requests for information that we've had, not just the last sort of week or so.
All right, so there is what it looked like from his end.
Just imagine what can happen to anybody in the country, for that matter.
We heard from you briefly at the press conference after you came outside of the federal building in Westwood. We've heard more extensively from...
Let's see if we got another angle on this.
Senator Padilla, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me. Short notice.
Yeah, it was
been a day.
Unexpected, a day for you. So hoping we just start with kind of what happened today. You were at a federal building for a briefing on immigration policy from some military officials or DHS officials. You learned Secretary Noem was holding a press conference. You went to get more information. Can you sort of walk us through what happened after?
Sure. And part of this is going to be sort of a fact-checking, right? And setting the record straight, because already the misinformation is coming from the Secretary and the Department of Homeland Security. So first of all, I was in the federal building in Los Angeles for a scheduled briefing with representatives from Northern Command. Right, part of the concern about what's been transpiring in Los Angeles last week is a continued escalation on behalf of the administration. Right, no need for National Guard. The mayor has said so. The governor has said so. Local law enforcement has said so. So what does Donald Trump do? Federalizes 2,000 National Guard troops and deploys them here. Takes a lot of work, a lot of coordination at the local level to try to get our arms around the, not the people.
Dr. Dingid Forrester, I almost called you Dingus, but I don't think that's actually how your name is pronounced. No one knows who that clown is, except that he identified himself as a U.S. Senator right at the beginning. No, everyone knows exactly who the fuck he is, right? This is the federal government. This is Washington. The Director of Homeland Security knows exactly who this man is, right? And she's been dodging his questions. He has questioned her, and she has refused to reply. So when he went to this Northern Command meeting, earlier today, he heard that she was giving a press conference. He came in, tried to ask his question there. I mean, they could have just told him, shut up. She's going to take questions later, right? Would have been the normal thing to do. I mean, I do feel like she was talking, right? So they would have been within their right to quiet him down and to say that now is not the time for questions, but to manhandle a U.S. senator, to throw him out of the fucking room and then and put him on the ground and then cuff him, right? That's just intimidating your opposition. And more importantly, refusing to answer questions, important questions of oversight from the body that's supposed to do that. Now, the Republicans aren't doing a lot of their job in terms of the legislative branch. That is supposed to be a check on the executive branch, but the Republicans have rolled over. They are afraid of Donald Trump at this point, so they're letting him do whatever. Effectively, that branch of government is mollified. I mean, at least we have some members of the opposition party trying to get answers to questions that American people deserve. But you see what he got from that. You see what he got. He got roughed up for that. They're sending a message. They're sending a message that dissent will not be tolerated in Trump's America.
Peaceful protests during the day, but the vandalism and graffiti, etc., at night, which we denounce, has no place. It distracts from core messaging, and things are getting a little bit better each and every day. And so, what does Donald Trump do? Now he's activating Marines. So at every turn since January 20th, frankly, we keep asking the administration, we keep asking departments for more information as to what they're doing, what the justification is. Finally get a scheduled briefing today at the federal building. So that's why I'm there. And like any secure federal building, you show up, you go through screening. Initially, I'm literally being escorted by a National Guards member and an FBI agent. We're in a conference room waiting for the briefing. There's chatter about a potential press conference because Secretary Noem's in town. Can't make this stuff up. Door to the conference room's open, and who do we see walking down the hall? The secretary and her detail. Surprise, surprise, they're having a press conference. And now our briefing is delayed because some of the people we expect to be talking to are in that press conference. Got it. So as we're waiting, I say, well, they haven't been responding to our inquiries and our letters. Maybe we go listen in and see if they have anything new to say.
Right.
So I asked the folks that are escorting us, can we go listen into the press conference? They escort us over to the press conference. They open the door for me. I'm standing in the back trying to listen. I don't want to get in front of the cameras or in front of the reporters. And, just the rhetoric is too much. And not the first time, but the second time they claim that Donald Trump and Secretary Noem is here to liberate the people of Los Angeles from the governor and from the mayor.
Liberation Day, folks. You're going to be liberated, whether you want to or not, whether you like it or not.
That's when I spoke up, right? I had a question to ask. I want to call them out on their misinformation. Anybody who's seen the video knows that I repeatedly introduced myself. They knew who I was. I was not lunging at the secretary. I was, halfway through the back of the room on one side, trying to get a question out, but it took all of maybe half a second for multiple agents to be on me. And, you've seen the video. I'm shoved out the door, and before I know it, I'm on my knees, I'm on the ground in handcuffs.
There's been so much attention on the way you were treated, rightly, I believe, that I think people are missing what she said that led you to speak up, which I'm just going to read the quote. "We are not going away. We are staying here to liberate this city from the socialist and burdensome leadership that this Governor Newsom and this mayor placed on this country." Is that the mission of the Department of Homeland Security? To liberate Americans from our representatives?
It is not the mission of the Department of Homeland Security. It's certainly not the mission of the Marines or anybody in the Department of Defense.
Dustin says, what are Republicans afraid of when it comes to apex President Trump? Is that like a joke that he's an apex predator? I mean, he is apparently a court has adjudicated him a predator. Nothing. They are working in unison with him. Yeah, I'd say so. That's a pretty good description of fascism.
To the contrary, right? I'm in regular contact, especially in weeks like this, with Sheriff Luna.
Oh, wait, we got to change the...
Chief McDonald.
Thanks for reminding me, MX. We got to change the title.
From their expertise, they're frustrated because the lack of communication and transparency by the federal government has made their jobs even harder, right? Los Angeles is no stranger to protests and demonstrations and rallies and marches and whatnot. They know how to handle this, but the presence and the hostility of the administration is what's fanning the flames. This is a crisis of Trump's own making, but we know why. Multiple reasons. Number one, bad news all around. There's no peace between Russia and Ukraine. There's no solution in Gaza. There's the impact of the tariff wars because he's failing at every turn. He's broken up with his BFF Elon Musk, and so what does he do? He always finds a distraction, and when all else fails, he goes back to demonizing and scapegoating immigrants. there's a horrible budget bill working its way through Congress, right? As we were successful in letting people know what this could mean for
the big, beautiful bill. It's big and it's beautiful.
your health care, what this could mean for...
Unless you're on food stamps, in which case you're going to die. You need Medicaid? Too bad, you're going to die. You want your taxes cut? You better be rich. You better be rich, because that shit raises taxes on you if you're not.
Housing, what this could mean for the social safety net, and all for what? To fund additional tax breaks for billionaires? He creates a crisis to get us all talking about something else, let alone the increasing cruelty with which these immigration enforcement operations are happening. Now,
can we just pause for a second? Can we just pause for a second and take it in? Chat, I'm feeling a vibe shift. I'm feeling a massive vibe shift, right? Even in Shorts chat, which is usually just an absolute dumpster fire, I'm feeling that vibe shift go on.
I want to be clear. I know
people are starting to wake up.
Been a big dialogue amongst us. We're not for open borders. We're for a secure border, an orderly border, a humane border. If Donald Trump was truly only targeting violent criminals, dangerous criminals, there would be no debate.
Executive Order 66 says Medicaid was ended for able-bodied people living off of it. Living off of Medicaid. That's hilarious. Are they getting prescribed, like, meals? How are you living off of Medicaid, right? All that Medicaid does is when you go into the to the hospital, you can see a doctor now, right? You don't have to go into the emergency room for an issue that is routine health care, right? That's what Medicaid does. It saves us money, dumbass, right? You're paying for people's health care one way or the other. If you want to pay for it from the emergency room, like we did before Obamacare, you will be paying more money. So it makes people healthier. It allows doctors to do preventative care, routine checkups, etc. Right? And at the end of the day, it costs less. They're not saving shit. The able-bodied people living off of Medicaid, what are you, fucking dense?
There would be no disagreement. Right. But what we see
next, you're going to tell me, oh no, they're living off food stamps. Actually, yes, they're living off the $4 a day that they get from SNAP. That's they're really living it up there.
Practice, and we've seen it since January 20th, and we see it especially in the Los Angeles region this last week. Is story after story.
I think Apex president is gaining more support. Dustin, is this a meme? Can you catch me up on this, Dustin? Explain Apex president. Should I look it up? I literally haven't heard anybody say Apex president. Sorry, I'm like eating sour mango here. Let's see, Apex president. What is this? But you said you think he's gaining more support. That's you should tell that to the people at Quinnipiac. Wait,
was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
Okay, I'm not seeing shit about this. Is this a meme or something? We'll look at what direction Trump's support is going in right now. Unfortunately, for any of his fans, it's not up. All I'm seeing when I look up Apex president is the president of Apex, yeah, Fabianski, is the president of Apex Companies or Apex International Energy. That's Thomas A. Mayer. That's obviously not what you're talking about. It's some kind of Trump meme, right? Did we get a clarification on what Apex president means? Anybody? All right, well, we'll look at the poll numbers in a second, okay?
We have maybe somebody who happens to be undocumented, but as long
Ooh, Sisyphean. Sofian, do you want to be a mod?
Hardworking, paying taxes, raising families. We're talking, people who work in restaurants, people who work in car washes, day laborers outside, Home Depot and Lowe's, or farm workers. Ventura County's not that far from here. Those aren't the violent criminals that he is talking about. And so
did I just enter Clown World says Be More Business 20? No, you are Clown World Be More Business 20. Welcome.
Trying to shed light on what is and what isn't happening. They haven't offered proper justification for these moves. So yes, I get...
No, the chatter came in saying, like, I think you were referring to Trump as apex president. I just haven't heard that before. It sounds like a meme, but if anything, it would be like an anti-Trump meme, because the joke would be like apex predator. And I mean, Trump is a predator. That part's true. That part fits. I've never heard this before.
A little worked up when I hear the misinformation, the spin.
The president of AIPAC is calling a protest outside of his house a hate crime. Yeah.
The rhetoric that we hear nonstop from the administration, but for having the audacity to speak up, look what they did. And what worries me even more is if they can do this to a United States senator, imagine what they're doing out there when the cameras are not on.
Xavier says it's AI. Xavier, you're AI.
And what they're capable of doing in any
Get out of my chat, bot.
corner of the country, unless you're in
You don't even want me to tell you what AI means in the language of the country I'm in right now.
They're checked.
Yeah, and I just want to, you represent the state. I live in Los Angeles. It's been so frustrating.
That's right. Wait, I am clearly an apex eater. That's correct. That is correct.
Of what's happening in LA kind of play out in the media and just to know how wrong it is. Yeah. Because I don't know anyone, I'm not hearing anyone talk about being scared of the protests or the protesters. But I personally know people, and I have a lot of friends who are terrified about the impact that ICE is having.
I'm gonna unban Andrew Warnock so that he can fat shame me more. I was kind of enjoying that.
On communities in Los Angeles, especially the Latino community.
Executive decision mods. I hope you don't mind.
Like there's people. We're hearing reports of nannies getting snatched up in parks, and you're watching farm workers get chased through fields, and the horrible scenes outside that Home Depot.
There you are.
Can you just help people outside of California understand the climate of fear that these ICE enforcements are creating here?
Yeah, well, first a little geography and then a little diversity, right? Geography, because I have some colleagues, mostly on the other side of the aisle, back in Washington, who think Los Angeles is just entirely up in flames. No, that was January. What's happening right now, yes, there are some unacceptable images of vandalism and looting and whatnot. It's a very small, contained area of downtown LA. I'm not saying it's not happening, but if you look at the big metropolis that is Los Angeles, the vast majority is kind of normal.
Right.
I say kids are in school, but the school year's wrapping up.
Right.
People are going to work. Things are calm on the valley, on the west side, down in the harbor area and beyond. It's really isolated part of downtown. So we want to put that in perspective.
Solarpunk Suncatcher says them chasing farm workers was horrific footage. I haven't watched that yet.
Second, in terms of the terror that a lot of
But yeah, I mean, all of this is horrible, for real.
communities are feeling. There are a lot of immigrants in Los Angeles. There's a lot of immigrants throughout California, mostly documented, some undocumented. Again, if this was just about violent criminals, there'd be no debate. But the lion's share of the immigrant community is not only hardworking, trying to find their American dream, like my parents. So this is personal for me. My parents came from Mexico back in the 60s. Decades later, they became citizens only in response to Proposition 187. So when I see and hear the organizers out there marching, rallying,
Schmegley says, imagine thinking MS-13 is hiding out picking strawberries, right?
peacefully against the cruel extreme ICE raids, and for the modernization of our immigration laws, for better treatment of dreamers and farm workers and others, I get it, because that's my family, that's my journey, that's my experience. So the millions of families that are living it right now, nobody knows what's next, nobody knows who's next, because you hear story after story of just people being taken off the streets.
Daniel Price, a roofer in Florida, has his entire crew snatched up by ICE. They all had proper documentation, work visas still in date, and they were waiting for citizenship hearings, gone away. This is what we're talking about. This is what an illegal is to Trump. This is what an illegal is to Stephen Miller. right? Literally anybody that they, and I swear to God, chat, they've, you know, even if you have your paperwork in order, they will dispute it. They will tear it up. They will ignore it. And we have seen cases where people who are American citizens have been deported.
You know, my dad was a cook for 40 years. And I remember his coworkers. I can imagine ICE agents showing up in a restaurant, what the mood and anxiety would be in a kitchen like that. And so, again, this is classic Donald Trump, the theatrics, the spectacle, the extremism for an issue they think is a winning one for them, but one that's actually not winning in not just communities like Los Angeles, but certainly not in our nation's interest or our economic interest, right? California, the most populous state in the nation, the most diverse state in the nation, home to more immigrants than any state in the nation. We're also the largest economy of any state in the nation, fourth largest economy in the world. That's not despite the immigrant community. That's because of the contributions of the immigrant community as workforce, as consumers, as entrepreneurs. So we're just trying to level set, you know, remind people what's real. But if you're an immigrant or you have somebody in your extended family or friend circle that may happen to be undocumented, these are very fearful times right now.
Yeah, it's really scary. And also, I mean, it's I think fearful for a lot of Latino families in Los Angeles who are citizens or have green cards, because we saw Kilmar Abrego Garcia get sent to El Salvador. The administration admits.
What's the difference between an illegal and a legal, chat? Anybody know? It's literally just paperwork. It's literally just a piece of paper. And that means both that if we fixed the pathway to citizenship, that there would be less people in an illegal status in a legal gray area. And also that, you know, you or your family or somebody you care about is just a presidential decree away from having their shit revoked. It's just paperwork. It's just bureaucracy. That's all it is, right? You've got people that are part of communities in Southern California being ripped away from their friends and families and deported to countries that they may have never been to before, places where they may not speak the language, right? It's ridiculous.
It was done in error, and they don't even try to get him back until they decide they can prosecute the guy. Right. So why would anyone trust what's happening? Right.
And due process rights are out the window with these folks. Right. Due process that are so fundamental to our democracy.
It's the whole thing. Even if you are a citizen, how do you prove it? The answer is normally you get a lawyer and you go in front of a judge. All right. But when Trump undermines due process, you don't get to see your lawyer. You don't go in front of a judge, and you have no way to prove that you are a citizen. And your ass is sent to El Salvador, your head gets shaved, and you get locked away in some fucking hellhole.
Yeah. So Secretary Noem said you guys had a 10 to 15 minute cordial and beneficial meeting and that things are okay between the two of you. Then she went on TV and seemingly repeatedly misstated what happened, saying you lunged toward her, or that you were interrupting her, elevating her voice, claiming you didn't identify yourself when there's a video that we can all see where you're identifying yourself.
She really pulled that? Then the dangerous brown man lunged at me, and I did not know whatever I would do. The dangerous, threatening brown man, he lunged right at me. I was so scared. I got the vapors. I almost fainted.
Do you think that there should be any steps taken by the Senate to maybe seek accountability for what happened? Should she resign? Like, how's your relationship with her going forward?
Yes, 100%. In fact, I believe we have Liz Warren. Let me see if I can. Here we go.
This morning, a U.S. senator who tried to ask a question of the Secretary of Homeland Security was shoved, manhandled, pushed to the ground, handcuffed. There was no apology forthcoming from the administration. They lied about what he did, saying he didn't identify. And I saw U.S. senators, this is one of your own, What's your reaction to this, and how big a deal does it feel like to you? Is this, oh, it was a mistaken identity, they didn't know, they were following their training, or does this feel like something bigger?
No, this is bigger than that. I mean, first you have to focus on why was Senator Padilla handcuffed? He was handcuffed for asking a question. He was handcuffed for doing his job as a senator. You know, you've got to remind everyone, what's our job? Our job in the Senate is to do legislation, to do the nominations, and to conduct oversight. And oversight is about asking hard questions, questions that are uncomfortable. Look, I've done a fair amount of that myself, and I've done it in Democratic administrations and Republican administrations because that is my job. In the Constitution, Congress has a job, and part of it is oversight about how any administration is enforcing the law. So there's Alex Padilla, the senator from California. He represents the people of Los Angeles. We've watched what's happening in Los Angeles, what Donald Trump is doing, possibly not legally, bringing in the National Guard, bringing in the Marines. And so Alex Padilla is there. We've got the head of Homeland Security who wants to come out to California, the person who's in charge of ICE, who's in charge of these escalating efforts that ICE has been using on civilian populations, snatching people off the streets here in Massachusetts, lurking outside elementary schools in California. So she's there to take credit for what's going on. They're having a press conference. Cameras are rolling. And Alex Padilla wants to ask a question, and he gets thrown to the floor and handcuffed for it. And then the Trump administration just wants to gaslight everyone.
Wait. Okay. Oh my God, Dustin, I thought you were in Shorts chat. That's why I couldn't find your follow-up on Apex President. It means your overly privileged working age men pay for their own health care, as well as your foreign collusion
But now there are freaking communist invading
voting bloc. It means he's outwoking, outpacing, and outperforming Stooge Biden. And he's also a predator. He's also a literal fucking sex predator, a little criminal taking up residence as some kind of despotic madman in the office of presidency, and that turning the United States into a rogue nation that no other nation respects, to the point where China has now become the leading superpower because of Trump. Because of Trump. Trump's such a clown show. The apex president, right? People are laughing at us so hard. They would rather trust Xi Jinping and China, which, you know, does have, you know, several issues, right? In terms of its own, you know, human rights and, you know, ability to speak freely. That's how bad shit has gone. Yeah, that's an apex presidency. Or you could say the nadir presidency, if you want to be honest.
And somehow try to blame the senator for that. All I can say is anyone who isn't already convinced that the Trump administration is trying to undermine free speech in this country, trying to shut down anyone who doesn't agree with Donald Trump and doesn't bend a knee to Donald Trump, anyone who doesn't believe that that's what the Trump administration is doing, needs to watch that video of Senator.
I watched it multiple times. At no time did he announce who he was. He didn't rush her, first of all. And yes, he did announce who he was. So you're wrong.
Padilla being wrestled to the ground and handcuffed simply for trying to ask a question. That's why this is a big deal. So a lot of Democratic senators have stood up and said, enough. I want to hear where the Republican senators are, because anyone in the position that Donald Trump is in who is willing to do this with a senator and back it up, Kristi Noem in there ready to back up and no apology, trying to defend herself and lie about what happened. Anyone who's willing to do that is willing to do it to you, to anyone else in this country. It is time for Republican senators to speak up. We need an independent investigation of this. It is time also for Kristi Noem to resign. She needs to resign.
Senator Elizabeth Warren, you've been incredibly generous and gracious with your time tonight on an extremely busy night, and it's been excellent to have your insight here. So I really appreciate you joining the program tonight. Thank you.
From Secretary Noem in the Department of Homeland Security. And I want to just tell you a little bit, because I'm sure this has been a whirlwind, about what they've been saying. Secretary Noem said that you, quote, lunged towards her at this press conference. The Department of Homeland Security said the Secret Service believed that you were an attacker. And the Department of Homeland Security called this political theater. What's your response, and what's your version of what happened?
Well, first
Democratic
of all, that's
Senator Chris Murphy
it's a lie.
of Connecticut.
But
Whoa.
Thanks for having me.
Right? So
Your
here's the
reaction,
stage.
your thoughts.
Look, I was in the federal building
Well, I mean,
here
listen,
in
this
Los
has
Angeles.
got to be put in context. Donald Trump has made it very clear that he is going to use violence in order to try to intimidate people.
Oh my God, I'm looking for the original tape. Somebody just questioned whether he identified himself. And I saw it earlier. He did. None of the sources that I'm going with here are showing that, including Pod Save America, which you'd really hope better from. But I don't know. I guess it's the assumption that does somebody just show the fucking clip, right? Because I swear to God, the first few times I saw this, they just showed the clip, and you could see everything. You could see him identify himself.
To recover from that moment and tell his story. He was listening to an abomination.
Fucking shit. All right, I'll see if I can find the original clip if anybody's curious about what actually happened.
For a scheduled briefing. Just as one of my colleagues and I had to go all the way to Guantanamo Bay to begin to get information.
Let's finish this one.
Today was the first conversation we've ever had. And that's why, despite being in handcuffs one minute, when being offered a meeting with her, an audience with her the next, I said yes, because I was there to do a job, right? I'm a member of the United States Senate. I have questions. I'm requesting information. And if that's what it took to finally get an opportunity to ask those questions and get some information, then that's why I took it. It's going to shock you. Of course, no new information, nothing but the company line, same old tired rhetoric. So, yeah, 10 minutes later, we moved on.
Speaker Johnson said your actions were, quote, wildly inappropriate and that you should be censured by the Senate. The White House press secretary said that you should be ashamed of your, quote, childish behavior today. What's your response to those comments, and what does it say about our politics in this moment that we can't just agree that a U.S. senator shouldn't be manhandled at a press conference?
Right. It's a sign of the times that we're living in. But I'm not going to back down. I'll continue to advocate as hard as I can, not just for the people of California, but the fundamental values that have built this nation. I'm taking my job seriously. So if Republicans in Congress, both the House and the Senate, Republican leaders in both the House and the Senate are so fearful of Donald Trump that they won't call out the truth for what it is. Look, it's all on video.
Yeah.
You know, was I out of line? No. Was I lunging at anybody? No. I was asking a question. But again, the big takeaway here is if they're willing to, if a senator asking a question scares them so much that they will deploy agents to put a United States senator in handcuffs. Imagine what they're doing to people out there, maybe subject to an immigration raid, who have a question, maybe requesting their lawyer, but not giving that opportunity. These are dangerous times for the United States of America. And, you know, the only thing I hope is a takeaway from all this, having had to talk to my own kids throughout the day to kind of talk them down, because kids are kids and you don't always understand.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people before today that knew what was going on and cared and are engaging and organizing. There's a lot of people who were maybe oblivious to what's going on the immigration. And maybe there's people who kind of know what's going on, but not enough to care or want to do something about it. If this changes that, if this raises awareness and moves people to say, oh my God, I didn't realize how bad this was, then I guess that would be a silver lining here.
Yeah. I've noticed a lot of people attacking you who are saying he didn't have his Senate pin on, you know, he wasn't identified, but they seemingly don't think about what it might be like to be a person on the street in Los Angeles and have an ICE agent run up to you in plain clothes with a mask on,
on.
no identification, no badge,
unmarked car,
heavily armed, unmarked car. I mean, it's absolutely terrifying for people the way they.
And by the way, for the folks who are trying to misrepresent that, let's remember, I was in a federal building, a secure federal building, escorted by National Guardsmen and an FBI agent. I may not have my Senate pin on. The shirt, I'm still wearing the same shirt. What does it say right here? You read it for your audience.
It says U.S. Senate.
It says U.S. Senate. And if you watch the video, I repeatedly introduced myself. So this is all BS. This is all spin on their part.
And respectfully, the Secretary of Homeland Security should figure out what 100 U.S. senators look like.
Right. And if not the Secretary, who I reminded her in our meeting, you came through for confirmation.
Right.
All right. At least the Secret Service.
Right.
You think they would know who the two senators are of the state that they're protecting a secretary in?
Final question. I mean, as we've discussed, you've said if this is how they can treat a U.S. senator, imagine what's happening to farm workers and cooks and day laborers.
And so many others around the country.
Yeah, and so many others. Gavin Newsom said if they can handcuff a U.S. senator for asking a question, imagine what they'll do to you. A lot of people are going to go out and protest on Saturday. A lot of them are going to continue to do so. Probably more will be motivated to do so given what happened today than less is my guess. But I bet a lot of people are pretty nervous about it. What's your advice to them?
Yeah, look, for anybody willing to, I'm encouraging people to continue to speak up. We have First Amendment rights in this country. Speak up, protest peacefully, but continue to speak up because Donald Trump would want nothing more than for all of us to just cower away and say nothing and let him continue to abuse his power. We cannot let this be the norm. We have to speak up for our fundamental values and our fundamental rights.
Senator Padilla, thank you so much for coming in today and talking with me.
Thank you.
All right, so with that, I want to show you the, I did track down the clip that I was looking for. I think.
Sir, hands up. I'm Senator Alex Padilla. I have questions for the Secretary.
Okay, so lie one, he didn't identify himself. Boom, there it is.
Because the fact of the matter is, a half a dozen violent criminals that you're rotating on your...
His shirt right there says U.S. Senate on it. He's in a building where he wouldn't get in if he did not have credentials, right? It's just like everything about this. This is a rogue federal government that we're dealing with. This is a rogue Department of Homeland Security. I don't know who these goons are, but they are manhandling a U.S. senator trying to ask a government official important questions. But I want to show you what happens afterwards, right? Okay, it's
On the ground. Hands behind your back. Hands behind your back.
If you let my hands go, I put behind my back.
Hands behind your back when your hands are what's holding your face from falling down on the ground and breaking your teeth. That's you gotta love cops for that. Yeah, hands behind your back when you physically can't put them there in the position that you're in. Now I want you to listen really closely, all right, chat, and let me know if I need to turn this up.
Other hand, lay flat, lay flat.
Other hand, sir. Other hand.
There's no recording loud out here.
There's no recording allowed out. Look at these fascist goons. Look at what Trump has replaced our federal government with, right? That's a U.S. senator. And like you said, if they'll do that to him, imagine what they do to you.
I did not know. There's no recording allowed out here.
There's no recording out loud. There's a fucking press conference in the next room. What are you talking about? They don't want people to see what they're doing to a U.S. senator. That's why he's saying no recording allowed. Yeah. Anyway, let's see. There's another interview of Padilla.
About that facility being used as a detention facility. They've been non-responsive to requests for information. And so I had scheduled, they approved a briefing with representatives of the Northern Command in that federal building. We were there prior to the 10:30 original appointment date when we caught wind that Secretary of Homeland Security is going to be down the hall at a press conference. And our briefing was now delayed because of that press conference. So since the secretary has been non-responsive, I figured let me go over and listen to what she has to say. Maybe we can glean some information here.
So let me make sure I understand that. Go ahead.
So
go
the
ahead,
whole
Senator.
time, right? We're the whole time being escorted in this federal building by somebody from the National Guard, somebody from the FBI. I've gone through screening. This is a federal building. And so tell them, let's go listen to the press conference. They escort me over to that room. And I'm sitting in the back of the room behind the cameras, behind the reporters, listening. And at one point, it was just too much to take. Not the first, but the second attack on the political leadership of California and this notion that Donald Trump and Kristi Noem had to come in and rescue the people of Los Angeles from Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass. It was too much. And so I spoke up. I introduced myself. And said I had a question. Look, they said I wasn't wearing my pen.
God, I feel like I didn't thank Cranberry Soul. Thank you for the 5 community subs 3 hours ago. Oh my God.
United States Senate. There was no threat. There was
missing things.
I raised my voice to ask a question, and it took maybe half a second before multiple agents were on me.
The video clearly shows, and you can hear on the audio, that you identify yourself as Senator Padilla. Did you? She said you barged into the room, or you basically broke into the room. I'm paraphrasing here. Just set the record straight on that.
Yeah, I didn't barge into the room. As I mentioned, I was in a different conference room, a couple doors down the hall. I let it be known I'd like to go listen to the press conference. The folks that were escorting me in the building walked me over. I didn't even open the door. The door was open for me. And I spent a few minutes in the back of the room just listening in until the rhetoric, the political rhetoric, got to be too much to take. So I spoke up.
Have you seen the video yet? Well, you can look here, Senator. Have you actually watched it yourself? When you watch this, and let's go through this together. Describe to me what you're seeing. What's happening here?
Yeah, again, well, multiple people forcibly removing from the room. I know I was trying to do 2 things at once, try to get my question out while trying not to lose my balance. They first asked me to, get down on my knees. Like, growing up where I grew up, you know what happens if you don't obey law enforcement. And so I began to go on my knees to the extent that they would let me, because they were literally handling me at the same time. And it went from getting on knees to flat on the floor, which I tried, but wasn't able to easily because of the folks handling me. They put handcuffs on me. So yes, I was handcuffed.
These are FBI agents. Did they tell you who they were?
They wouldn't identify themselves. And I kept repeatedly asking themselves, why am I being detained? No answer. Why am I being detained? No answer. Why am I being detained? No answer. Then they get me back up on my feet and we start walking. Don't tell me where we're going.
You were handcuffed at this point?
Absolutely. Am I being led back outside? I don't know. Am I being taken to a cell? I don't know. They were not communicative until somebody from, I'm sure, Secretary Noem's team figured out I was who I said I was and finally said, let him go.
So they let you go. They took the handcuffs off. What happened?
Violence?
There were reports that you met with Secretary Noem for 15 minutes after the press conference was over.
So this is a little surreal. So
Violence is no longer tolerated. This violence is being practiced on the American people by the federal government.
They took the handcuffs off. The person that came over said, well, if you'd like to meet with the secretary, you can do so after the press conference is over. Sure. I've been dying to get information.
Yeah, Lizzie Kraft, hands behind your back and levitate in the air. This is regular cop shit, though. If you've ever been detained, if you've ever been arrested, you know that, they don't give a fuck about what's possible. In fact, some of the shit that they ask you to do that's impossible to do is to give them a way to say that you're resisting, to either hit you up for resisting arrest or to have an excuse to literally beat your ass, right?
From the department for months. I'll take this opportunity and see what I can glean. Then I was asked, but the other briefing that you're here for, the previously scheduled briefing, would you still like that briefing? Of course, that's why we came. That one never happened because the representatives from Northern Command left and again, didn't give us an excuse. So hoped for another opportunity to learn from them. Like, again, what's the mission of the National Guard here? What training have what's normally state National Guard is now federalized National Guard service women and men, if they're going to be out in communities, if they're going to be interfacing with civilians. This is not a normal job for them. And by the way, they're being taken away from other critical missions in the state of California to do this function. Now we hear the Marines are coming. For what purpose? What's the mission? What type of training preparation have they had?
Did you get answers to any of these questions?
None. And so, again, did have an opportunity to sit with the Secretary Noem for a few minutes. You think she might have started the meeting with an apology of what happened. Of course not. And so I began to ask the question I was trying to ask in the press conference. For all the touting of...
Chatter says, is that Padilla? Yes, this is Alex Padilla of California.
Of going after violent criminals. I told her, there's no disagreement there. If that's all you were doing, there would be no debate, there would be no discussion. But what's happening in reality is far different than that, because we hear story after story after story of non-violent migrants who, many are working in very essential jobs for our economy, being rounded up, right? The cruelty with which they're doing this, the increased cruelty with which they're doing this, escalating here in Los Angeles over the course of the last week. You don't need flashbangs, when you're trying to target one person. National Guard over, not at the request of a governor. It hasn't happened since 1965. And so, of course, they're instigating, trying to create the response and a reaction from community, and we'll point to anything to further escalate the situation. It's wrong, and it's counterproductive.
Senator Padilla, we're here on my colleague Ari Melber's program, The Beat, on MSNBC, and I know Ari wants to ask you a question. Ari, go right ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Jacob, and thanks to the Senator for joining us. You've now described the incident here for the first time. Do you view it as excessive force? As Jacob referenced, the administration is saying they were trying to basically do safety or security. Do you view it as excessive force or an effort to intimidate the opposition party?
Look, personally, I think it was excessive. I was in no way, lunging or threatening in any way. Again, consider where we were, in a secure federal building. I was being escorted. So definitely an overreaction, uncalled for, but it's not about me. Again, this is the biggest point. It's not about me. If they're willing to do this to me, a United States senator representing the state of California.
Mods, make sure that you're checking Mod Chat and Weasel Cord. Make sure that you're up to date on what's been said in there.
Yeah. Just to imagine how it's going with their immigration enforcement on the streets when they show up at restaurants and are trying to detain a cook, or outside a Home Depot trying to detain a day laborer, or on the fields in Oxnard a couple of days ago detaining farm workers. You can just imagine. But that's a tone and approach that this administration has chosen to take. In many cases, I'm convinced it's unlawful and unconstitutional. And I have to do my job as a senator to insist on information and accountability and the rule of law.
And Senator, what do you think would be the right remedy then for this? We saw in the case of the mayor of Newark, who was, like you, sort of, as you, the one word used was manhandled. He was arrested. He was charged. You were not. But then they dropped the case. He's suing them, seeking redress. Do you see this incident as closed, or do you think there is something more they must do to properly respect the co-equal branch of government at a time where the expansive use of federal forces from the National Guard to the Marines is also, beyond you, a big question? Do you think that more must be done, more accountability for the Trump administration for what happened today?
Look, again, it's not about me. I'm still processing what happened to me. But to the extent that we have shed more light on what they're doing and how they're doing it, the public deserves to be aware. To suggest that they have to come into Los Angeles to restore order. Look, Jacob, you know,
Manuel,
it's a big, spread out city. The images that we've seen over the course of the last week of some vandalism, some violence, etc.
Manuel Mateo, are you in favor of free speech? If you are, then you shouldn't ever ban anyone. Manuel Mateo, get fucking banned. I'm in favor of banning your ass. You annoying little fuck.
Denounce it, but it's very small and very contained in a big metropolis of the Los Angeles area. So the National Guard was not necessary, but folks have responded to that. It's the Trump administration continuing to escalate. A couple of days ago, he's saying that things are better now that the National Guard has shown up. If things were better, why is he now considering sending in the Marines? They're continuing to escalate.
His shit never makes sense. His narrative never makes sense, but people just swallow it whole cloth. That's why I'm saying, look, you're allowed to have your own opinion. You're allowed to have a different view of the situation. But if your view of the situation is a view from inside of your own ass because you've shoved your head up your ass, I am allowed to make fun of you for walking around with your head shoved up your ass. That's hilarious. I will make fun of you.
It doesn't have to be this way.
Can you clarify for us, Senator Padilla, you were there to have this meeting with the Northern Command in charge of some of the troops that are on the ground here in Los Angeles. Did you ultimately have that meeting, and did you ultimately get any answers from Northern Command about, for instance, there's this hearing in the courts today, the state of California is suing the administration over the deployment of the troops to California. Did you get any indication one way or another whether Northern Command, the military, would respect the outcome of what Judge Breyer says in this court case today?
Well, that was one of the questions I had for them. But unfortunately, the briefing never happened, and so we never got an answer to that question.
Your colleagues are marching to the office of Leader Thune to demonstrate on your behalf, to call for justice.
Especially Chuck Schumer, chat. I'm so excited. I'm so excited about what Chuck Schumer is going to have to say. What was that one thing where he tried to like protest? He was like out giving a speech or something. He was like, "We will win. We will." He's so pathetic.
For what happened.
They need to ditch Schumer.
But those are your Democratic colleagues. Have you heard anything from a single Republican member of the U.S. Senate or the House about what happened to you?
Haven't spoken to any of my Republican colleagues yet. I will say there's two that at least sent a text message saying that they denounced what happened, checking to see if I'm okay.
They don't want to say it in public, of course, but yeah.
Senator Sheehy from Montana, Senator Curtis from Utah. But the point is this: if my colleagues are now at Leader Thune's office, and this is
that the entourage approaching Leader Thune's office? God damn! How does Trump make the goddamn Capitol look like Versailles? Look at this shit. You know what he's setting himself up for with all this shit. He went to Les Mis last night, chat. Trump went to Les Mis. He's got no self-awareness, right? Les Mis, a story partially about people overthrowing their government, overthrowing their king, right? And that's the musical he decides to show up at. And look at this fucking Versailles shit. Oh my God, I do not see this going well for Trump, right? He needs to look. I know he loves to read about the life and times of Adolf Hitler. Maybe he should be looking more into the life and times of Benito Mussolini. If you don't know, chat, Mussolini met a very sticky end. And so did the kings in France. Like, seriously, this guy is whistling past the literal graveyard.
All my Republican colleagues since the beginning of Trump's term. When is enough enough? The audacity for how this administration has gone after their political agenda. You know, when I hear behind closed doors, well, once he gets, crosses a certain line, then we're going to start to rein him in. But they keep saying yes to every ask he makes, every nominee he puts forward. When is enough enough? When they feel no repercussions for putting a United States senator in handcuffs for the audacity to ask a question and to speak up for fundamental rights and due process. When is enough enough?
You became emotional when you came outside and spoke after this happened to you. And I want to make sure that I tell everybody specifically what it was that you were talking about when you teared up. You talked about farmers and cooks and day laborers. You spoke in Spanish. I've heard you often speak about your father, who was a short order cook, and your mother, who cleaned homes. You grew up here in the Northeast San Fernando Valley in a neighborhood called Pacoima. You played baseball in high school. You went to MIT, and you came back and you became the leader of the city council, the youngest ever, first Latino. You went to the state Senate. You became the Secretary of State of California, and now you're the senior senator from California. But why is it that? Why is it farmers and cooks and day laborers that put tears in your eyes?
Because I understand their plight. I understand their struggle. I understand their sacrifice to just find the American dream, a good opportunity, maybe a good job, the ability to raise a family and have the next generation have it a little bit better than you did. And so for all the talk about immigration, the misinformation, disinformation about the invasions and insurrections, it's all BS coming from Trump. As I said before, if all they were going to do is target violent, dangerous criminals, true threats to our national security, that'd be one thing. Nobody has a disagreement there. But what's happening in practice is so many
Nexus Network. Why is this randomly in my feed? I don't know. Are you walking around with your head up your ass? I seem to be getting a lot of those chatters. For some reason, chat, YouTube is identifying people that are currently walking around with their head up their ass, and they're sending them into here because I think they want to get me to try to pull their heads out of their asses. I may or may not be able to do that. That probably depends on your own intellectual curiosity.
yes, maybe undocumented immigrants, but who are otherwise law-abiding, peaceful, and hardworking. To think this administration changed policy for federal agents to enter schools, houses of worship, let alone workplaces. If immigrants are that bad, why is that where you're looking for them? And as I take a step back and take a deep breath, I get to remind everybody, this is the state of California. Not only the most populous state in the nation, the most diverse state in the nation, home to more immigrants than any state in the nation.
Cool cat. They burning vehicles and assaulting police. Again, head up your ass. When your head is up your ass, all you can see is a viral image. And you take that viral image and you look at the large city of Los Angeles and you copy pasta that all over the place. You're like, this is what's happening everywhere. I saw a dumpster on fire. Therefore, LA is every single intersection in LA has a dumpster on fire. I saw a Waymo getting torched. Therefore, every single street in LA has a Waymo getting torched, right? Your head is up your ass and you can't see the forest for the trees. I'm trying to extract craniums from colons, all right? And I am not a medical professional, chat. This is challenging. This is challenging. All I know is herbs and spices.
Mostly documented immigrants, legal immigrants.
And I'm trying to get people's heads out of their asses. It's hard.
But yeah, there's a good number of undocumented immigrants. But this is also California. That's the largest economy of any state in the nation. Fourth largest economy in the world. It's not despite the immigrant population. It's because of the contributions of so many immigrants as a workforce, as consumers, as entrepreneurs. You know, if your interest is in improving safety of community.
Craniums from colons. Can I use that? We should make merch. Like, I feel like that's our merch, chat. We can just get someone to read my chats, Irene. I am now bad lefty. I'm sorry there's so many chats. I'm like, ugh.
Thriving communities and economic growth. This is something to embrace, not to attack. But sadly, Donald Trump has had it since the first time he came down the escalator at Trump Tower before the 2016 election.
Your mom and your dad were both immigrants from Mexico. When you look at the protesters on the streets that are standing up to, they started on Friday.
Not real citizens, says Cool Cat. Cool Cat, do you know what the difference between a citizen and a non-citizen is? It's literally paperwork. It's bureaucracy. And we have a out-of-control bureaucracy that doesn't grant a legitimate pathway to citizenship unless you are fucking rich. Somehow, if you're Elon Musk, you are allowed to get an educational visa, drop out of school, and somehow not get kicked out of the country. Somehow it's completely different. If you're wealthy enough, then you can just paper things over. That's the difference, all right? Trump's wife is an illegal. And it doesn't matter because she's rich. That's what you're telling me. You're telling me that there's a substantial difference between a citizen and a non-citizen. She's not even a citizen. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself with that shit. All right, you're talking about the difference between, and if you don't believe me, look at the people who were legal in this country who Trump has executive ordered them to become illegal. It's literally a flip of a switch that makes you legal or not legal. So think about that hard before you cheer people being kicked out of their country, ripped away from their family, ripped away from their friends, because you could be next. Because all it takes is a little change of paperwork. Little change of paperwork, and you are no longer a citizen in Trump's America.
Against the ICE raids. Now they're out there against the National Guard and against the Marines coming to the streets. Do you see yourself, do you see your mom and dad and the protesters that are out there pushing back against this administration?
Yeah, I see not just families like mine, but families like most of the families that I grew up with. All right. And that was me back in 2006 during one of the many waves of a push for the modernization of our immigration laws. That was me in 1994, fresh home from college when we had Proposition 187 on the ballot here in California, a precursor to a lot of the Trump anti-immigrant rhetoric when then Governor Pete Wilson, down to the polls, up for re-election, chose to play that.
Did you just call me a derelict? I don't think chat, this is the first time. I've been called fat in this chat. I've been called a man. I've been called all kinds of shit, but like derelict? Did you just call me derelict?
Immigrant scapegoating card. It was that measure that caused people like my parents who had been here literally for decades with no sense of urgency to naturalize and become citizens to finally do so that they could register and vote, realizing that while their past may be in another country, they were firmly established here, their future was here, and they ought to assimilate completely. And it was that measure that got me and so many other people in my generation finally involved.
Yeah, I am a typical Ina troublemaker. That's true.
The political.
What is a derelict? I don't know. It's like an old school word that nobody really uses anymore. It's like what actually does that mean? All I know about derelict, chat, is from like an album. My dad used to have this album called Psycho Derelict, by Pete Townsend, and I don't know. They were like, he's a derelict. He's really bad. He's a bad. Actually, Pete Townsend. There was some bad shit in Pete Townsend's history.
Process. I think California.
Aren't you a female? That doesn't stop people from calling me whatever the fuck they want to. This is Twitch. This is Twitch Shorts chat.
The result is much different today than it was in 1994, and we're proudly doing.
I was hoping you were going to disagree with the description of me as fat, but
not immigrant rights issues, but access to healthcare issues, quality of education issues, tackling climate change, protecting reproductive rights in marriage equality, and so much more. And we're the fourth.
A derelict is a rebel or a ne'er-do-well? Okay, I'll take it.
Recipe, a playbook for other states, if not the country, to follow, not fear.
Derelict of Oh wait. So like a soldier that leaves their post or whatever, like the soldier that, what do you call it? If you're a soldier and you AWOL, is that what that is?
Stood up on your behalf, spoken out on your behalf in the wake of this happening to you, have talked about how they believe that this is in some form a test case for the Trump administration to do this in other places, in other cities, to ignore the will of the people and the democracy, the democratically elected representatives of the United States government. You share that feeling?
Absolutely.
Oh, wait. Isn't it also like, yeah, Meowning Star says derelict can also refer to abandoned, worn down structure or vehicle or a person of ill repute. Yeah, I think like a ship, if a ship, what is it? Like if people abandon a ship and it's still at sea, that's like a derelict vessel. Or like in space, if you like, I don't know, everybody on a spaceship died, it would be a derelict spaceship. I think it's like that too.
So almost an
dereliction of duty. That's right, Emily French.
Since the escalation, the Trump escalation of last weekend, whether it's press events, whether it's in committee, whether it's in floor speeches in the Senate, because if you look at how the administration has gone about trying to justify, unacceptably, in my opinion, but trying to justify the federalization of the National Guard, the deployment of the National Guard.
Did I get it, Ionic? Spot on. There are 4 definitions of derelict, and I got them all. Nice.
Over the wishes of, forget the governor and the mayor for a second, the sheriff of Los Angeles County and the chief of police.
See, I told you, chat. I told you, Dean Vinson. I see you. Transvestigating me.
City. The language that they've used, the mechanisms they use are not Los Angeles specific, and they're not California specific. And if they're allowed to do this in Los Angeles, they can and they will do this in any corner of the country.
You made it a point to encourage people to protest this Saturday outside of the federal building?
Peacefully.
Why did you, it was the last thing that you said after you came out, you encouraged people to go out and take to the streets as part of these large-scale rallies that have been playing out in Los Angeles on the streets, but also on Saturday scheduled across the nation. Why did you make that your final thought?
I love this guy. All right. I think this guy is cool for a senator. I don't know. He seems pretty cool so far. But I do have one small little bone to pick with him, okay? And that is, don't be defensive about protesting, right? You don't have shit to defend. When you're defensive, you lose. So like the whole thing about like, you asked people to protest on Saturday, didn't you? Peacefully, of course. Right? No, don't let them get in your head like that, all right? There's nothing wrong with exercising your First Amendment rights. All right? The supposition should not be that a protester is somehow dangerous, is somehow violent. That is a narrative that Trump is creating. You know, I know what he's trying to do there is to try to emphasize that the, you know, protesting that he wants is peaceful. But when you do, when you unintentionally associate the protests with what happens after dark from any number of people with any number of motivations, you don't have to be so defensive. You got to own it. Is Trump defensive? You know what I'm saying? This is the social media environment that we're in. You got to say it with your chest. You cannot be half-assed about things. We're gonna protest. Oh, but of course, peacefully. Yeah, of course, that's what protesting is. You didn't ask people to. You didn't ask people to, you know, do an insurrection. You asked people to protest. You don't have to be defensive about that. That's a small bone to pick. Overall, I really do like what he's doing. I want more Democrats like this. I want more Democrats like him, especially in the Senate, because they're in such short supply. And, you know, we've even seen people like Bernie fuck up on that this week, being overly defensive, right? You don't need to do that. You know, being overly defensive makes you look guilty. If you're not guilty, why are you defensive? So don't do that. Okay, wow. Where are we at as far as, I feel like we better move along here. Senator Padilla detained. Judge orders Trump to relinquish National Guard. Oh, Trump approval rating. This is an interesting one. So if, for any of you keeping score at home, wait, what the fuck is this? Is it? Oh, God. Okay, so I so don't want to watch The Bulwark. They've got the story, though. They have the meats. They have the meats, and they're not afraid to use them. Okay, here we go. We got, I don't know, which is worse, Bulwark or MSNBC? It's kind of like the same thing, isn't it? It's like, it's a choice. It's a choice of evils, right? Which is worse. All right, so here we go. This is what I want to show you. The latest Quinnipiac poll.
University. And it shows that 38% of voters approve of the way Donald Trump is handling his job as president.
Now, chat, understand this is one poll out of many, okay? This is a little bit of an outlier, but there is a trend downwards, right? So it is showing the same kind of trend that we're seeing in other polls. So, you know, is Trump, like, look at that. Plus or minus 2.8%. So, you know, it could be, maybe he's at 41%, right? Maybe he's at 35%, okay? But, I mean, there's a little bit of give in these polls. There's a little bit of margin of error. So, you know, we don't, you know, take this as an exact, precise reading, okay? But it is confirming the general direction of Trump's approval rating, which started off at about 50%. Half of Americans were willing to give Trump a chance. That is now shrunk to, you know, somewhere around 38, 40%, right? There's other polls that show different numbers. None of them have him above water. He's got a higher disapprove than approve in all the polls. He's got and over 50% of the public disapproving him in most of the polls. And yeah, this is the most recent poll, and it is trending downwards.
It's lower than other recent polling, to underscore just 38% approve, while 54% disapprove of his performance in the White House. The president is also underwater on some of his top issues, including immigration. On that issue, Trump's approval rating has dropped down to 43%. Trump is...
So would you say that maybe all of the Democrats that said that we should cave to Trump on immigration, did they owe the rest of us an apology? Do you remember that, chat? Do you remember the Democrats after the election that said, well, no, Democrats just have to surrender the Republicans on issues like immigration, deportation, crime, et cetera, right? Because the American people, we're just out of touch with the American people. We got to be more like the Republicans. Chat, they've been saying that since the 80s, and it hasn't worked for them. All it's done is made them loser libs. And nobody likes a loser lib.
Down on questions of deportations, on the economy, trade, his handling of the nation's universities, as well as the conflicts in both
Israel Hamas, not Israel Palestine. God damn, fuck you, MSNBC, fuck you.
Gaza and Ukraine. A majority of the voters also had objections to his signature piece of legislation, which of course he has deemed the big beautiful bill. 53% of the...
Damn. Oh my God. Chat, they're getting ready to pass this. Like, I would say it's more likely that they'll pass this bill than not. If they do pass this, this is literally like self-harm to the Republican Party. They are dismembering, and they are hobbling their party if they pass this bill. 27% support this shit.
Those polled do not support the legislation. 27% do support it, and another 20% offered no opinion. So Mike Barnicle, some other polls lately have him a little higher than this. This is the lowest we've seen. But on the
Mike Barnicle, his name is Barnicle, and he kind of is a barnacle. I don't know where the fuck he came from, but he's the guy that they always bring on my least favorite show on MSNBC, which is Morning Joe. Remember, Morning Joe is the guy that comes on with his wife, Mika Brzezinski. They have a show together, and before the election, he was calling Trump a fascist, straight up, right? Which, I mean, he is a fascist. I don't know if calling him a fascist is necessarily a good talking point. I think there's a lot of other, I think that there's a lot of better talking points than that, right? Talking about good governance, which is kind of what the Democrats were on about. It doesn't work when the government's not functioning well, right? So I think that was a big mistake. But yeah, this is Mike Barnicle. He is the Barnicle on Morning Joe's butt. And Morning Joe are the husband and wife team that called Trump a fascist before the election, and then after the election, took Trump up on an invitation to have brunch, to drink mimosas with the fascist at Mar-a-Lago. And, I don't know how you fucking justify that shit. I don't know how you fucking justify that shit, but they did. And this is the reason everybody hates MSNBC and Morning Joe in particular. But yeah, Mike Barnicle, maybe just getting tagged with guilt by association. He just has the unfortunate, destiny to be the barnacle on Morning Joe's butt, and so he's getting slimed with the same unpopularity as they are.
Well, the trends are there. His approval rating has declined, especially in the last week or so. And let's just start with the idea of on his signature issue, because we heard from Sam a moment ago. He's right. Immigration was perhaps one of his key campaign promises. He said, I'm going to do this. Perhaps Americans, though, didn't anticipate the presence of American soldiers on American streets, as well as some of the other in-your-face tactics. What do you see in these numbers?
I see the same thing in these numbers as I see on television. This is such a visual nation. And it begins with the spark of a flame in Los Angeles. And it occurs in a street that's maybe less than a mile long. And yet within 6 hours, because of what we see on TV, it explodes into this myth that Los Angeles is under siege.
Wait, I'm sorry. He asked you about the president's approval rating, Mike. That being said, based barnacle, right? This is true. We are a visual nation. We're fucking chat. We are brain rotted. We are victims of brain rot. It doesn't matter what generation you're in. You have brain rot. There's boomer brain rot where you believe every AI image you see on Facebook is real. There's Gen X brain rot, which I don't even want to get into. There's millennial brain rot where you think the whole country is against you. There's obviously everybody knows about Zoomer brain rot and Gen Alpha brain rot. What is the latest thing? There's like an Italian, what is the Italian brain rot meme?
Is filled with bad people. That there are riots throughout Los Angeles when that was just not the case. And so now we're into the contagion factor, John.
But this isn't brain rot. This is actually pretty base. This is boomer-based boomer. At least on
popularity on this. Again, we go back to the visual.
What I don't understand why he what he's saying is true and it's a real complaint. I mean, I don't know, maybe they just don't give him enough airtime and he had this thought and he was like, "No, I got to get this out. I don't care if they ask, I'll just answer a different question with that," right?
People see on their home screens watching the news, they see men jumping out of SUVs, wearing masks, grabbing American citizens off the street. And within 24 hours, that citizen, he or
okay, I see the connection.
In Texas at some prison or in Arkansas at some prison, whether they're taken off the streets in New York or Boston or Somerville, Massachusetts, where that happened to a young woman. So you've got all of that going on at the same time. This portends to be a long, hot summer because the contagion factor has now set in, as we were just reporting, from city to city to city. People are out. And sometimes the local police departments aren't up to handling it. The Los Angeles Police Department made one initial mistake. They waited too long on that first day.
Ooh. I'm going to have to disagree, Mike Barnacle. I'm going to have to disagree. Look, I've told you how I feel about the LAPD, right? They've got a reputation for being a particularly racist police department, for having officers that live almost exclusively outside of the LA area and that regard their duties of protect and serve the Los Angeles as almost like a military occupation. That's how they look at it. They look at the citizens of Los Angeles as like, potential criminals. That being said, it was really the Department of Homeland Security and Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, the ICE and the DHS, that started the escalation. They were the ones that used the hard tactics on the immigrants and then on the protesters. Right? At least at first, LA was. He thinks they were going too soft. He thinks that they should have arrested some people, cracked some heads right away. I don't think that's true. I think that escalates things, right? But that being said, the feds were already escalating things, so I don't really see what the LAPD could have done. That being said, since Friday they have been, I would say, contributing to the escalation. But yeah, I mean, he's seeing the escalation as coming from not cracking down hard enough. I see it as the opposite. You roll into a city with what looks like stormtroopers, you're gonna escalate things. You're gonna make things worse. You allow people to vent their righteous anger, to exercise their First Amendment, and most protests will blow out. Most protests will run out of energy, right? Assuming that the same thing that pissed people off in the first place isn't happening over and over again. Unfortunately, in this case, it is happening over and over again and coming to a city near you soon, potentially.
We have the power of arrest. These are handcuffs. You take one step forward, you raise any prospect of violence against us, you're going to jail. They just waited a little too long. They're doing fine now, but this is a troubled country.
I think it's the exact opposite. I think that they may have had the right idea at first, and now they are, they're contributing to the escalation.
The troubled issue.
Yeah, and a lot of eyes will be on the protests this weekend. Numerous planned. And Ali Vitale, the Trump administration basically has made two big bets, right? One's on immigration. Just talked about that. The other is this signature piece of legislation where it's the entire Trump Republican agenda in one package. And this poll suggests Americans don't really like what they're seeing.
And yet they're reportedly, the Trump administration, trying to sell this on Capitol Hill as popular in various ways. For example, telling lawmakers that not letting tax cuts lapse, basically saying that they're cutting taxes even though they're just preserving what's already there, is popular with the American people. So they're trying to make that political sell to lawmakers who, with the passage of time, might be getting more and more uncomfortable with this bill. But I also think it's important to lay out the landscape and kind of build upon what Mike Barnicle was just saying, that this idea of protests spreading throughout the country and the backdrop of just this last week alone, the White House starting the week by leveraging these National Guard troops in Los Angeles against the objections of key state leaders there, then following through to the entirety of the week that will culminate on Saturday with this military parade that most Republican senators say they're not going to be able to go to for scheduling issues or because they have concerns about the cost. All of it is meant to leverage the military might of this country, put it on display, and show that Trump is atop of it. It's clearly an optics feature that he is very keen on. The White House keen to say that it's an outgrowth of their immigration mandate, and yet most of the sources that I talk to who are concerned about this optic say that the more that it gets into a military space and the less it gets in an immigration space, that's where the scales could potentially tip.
Okay, so I'm kind of pissed off that they didn't get a little bit more granular with that poll, because there was more data in there. I'm going to see if I can find it for you. I know I saw it recently. Right, so when I say granular, you see that Trump is underwater. He's been underwater for a while, but he's further underwater. We haven't really seen Trump. We haven't seen polls showing Trump to be in the 30s before, and now we are, right? And we've also seen that issues that he potentially won the election on, right? Issues that he, that most of the American public supported him on, like, immigration and deportations. Now he is underwater with those issues. Now most Americans do not like what the president's doing, right? And they got a little bit more granular into finding out why they don't like, right? Because you voted for this guy. He said he was going to do mass deportations. You said, he said he was going to, close the border and all this stuff. Why do you not like what he's doing now that he's doing it? And it turns out that it's things like Americans don't like to see like day laborers arrested and deported. Americans don't like to see farm workers arrested and deported. Americans had a different idea of who he was going to go after. And when they see who he actually goes after, it's people that they don't hate the way that they hate the faceless violent immigrant that Trump, the specter of the violent immigrant that Trump drew upon for his election. So I'll see if I can find you those polls, because they asked a little bit more granular, and you saw stuff like some of these, like, should we deport X, should we deport Y? People that Trump and ICE are deporting right now, and people, it was like single digits deporting like certain kinds of people that Trump is now deporting, right? So yeah, he is doing, he's overplayed his hand. He's overplayed whatever mandate, whatever small mandate that you could get in a race that you win by 1.5% of the popular vote. It was the closest race that we've had since 2000, probably. Like Al Gore versus George Bush. It's probably the closest, the most recent race that was as close or closer than 2024. And I mean, this is what happens. So I want to get to the Israeli strike on Iran story. I really want to figure out where I...
จากท้องทะเลนอร์เวย์
Oh my God.
Another Rubicon crossing moment for the United States of America. A sitting senator, California Democratic Senator Alex.
It's like I've got to update my Chrome extensions.
Padilla was treated in a manner you don't see every day in the United States of America or in any democracy for that matter. Today, he was forcibly removed from a press conference that was being held by Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. The sitting senator was then handcuffed and his body was placed on the ground. The video released by Senator Padilla's office shows what I just described.
And balancing. Sir, hands up, hands up. I'm Senator Alex Padilla. I have questions for the secretary because the fact of the matter is a half a dozen violent criminals that you're rotating on your hands up.
How many of our ICE agents have been docked?
On the ground. On the ground. Hands behind your back. Hands behind your back.
If you don't my hands, go ahead, put them behind my back.
All right. Cool. Other hand. Lay flat. Lay flat.
Other hand, sir. Other hand.
There's no recording allowed out here. I did not know. There's no recording allowed out here.
There's a disinformation campaign underway on Fox News where Kristi Noem did an interview in the 3 o'clock hour and said he didn't identify himself. I'm going to ask the control room to rewind that and play it again. While they're doing that, let me just state this. He said, oh, here it is. Watch for yourself.
Sir, hands up, hands up. I'm Senator Alex Padilla. I have questions for the secretary because the fact of the matter is a half a dozen violent criminals that you're rotating on your hands up.
How many of our ICE agents have been docked?
So yeah, one point of curiosity for me is what he was trying to say before he was unceremoniously pushed out of the room. It sounded like he was trying to say there's like half a dozen violent criminals that you keep rotating to show to give. What he's talking about is the same thing that Barnacle was saying, right? In terms of that, I guess you could call it confirmation bias, right? So like I said, if the viral images of this protest are things on fire, people destroying property, then it's easy for people to kind of copy and paste that into being representative of what the protests as a whole are about, what they are like, even if they're not. And what he said was, you've got half a dozen violent criminals that you keep rotating, you keep showing people. In other words, if you look at the statistics on undocumented people in the United States, right, you'll find that they commit crime at a vastly lower level than citizens, even than your average citizen. So no, this is not a group of people. It's not a demographic that is disposed to violent crime. If anything, they are less likely to be criminals, commit a crime than your average person out there. And so what they have to do is they got to find, all right, where are some examples where undocumented immigrants did do something bad? Lake and Riley, right? And then he's saying half a dozen, so like 5 other instances of an actual violent criminal, criminal who is like undocumented, and that's what they're. That's what they keep on showing you in hopes that you will not drill down and look at, all right, well, what are most undocumented people doing? And it turns out it's not crime. All right. Most of them are working hard and maybe even sending home money to, people from their home country, right? They're the opposite of how they're being portrayed. But you get this brain rot where people see one image and it sticks in their mind and they want to interpret that as being more representative as it is. And the Trump administration absolutely feeding into it with what he's saying, the same half a dozen violent criminals that you rotate through over and over again. to try to present a picture that's just not reflective of reality. That's why I make fun of Trump supporters, chat, is because when I see somebody walking around with their head up their ass, it's hard for me not to point and laugh. And that's what you look like. That's what you look like. If you're like the protests, they're more like riots, actually. Your head is up your ass. You're walking around with your head up your ass. You look ridiculous and you can't see. You wouldn't know if the protests are violent or not because you're not looking at reality. You're looking at whatever the fuck Trump wants to shove up your ass for your, for you to see, right? And it's a biased, it's a biased selection.
On the ground. On the ground. On the ground. Hands behind your back. Hands behind your back.
If you let my hands go ahead, put them behind my back.
All right. Cool. One hand. Lay flat. Lay flat. Other hand, sir. Other hand.
There's no recording allowed out here. I do not know. There's no recording allowed out here.
There's no recording allowed in here. I wonder why. Again, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, went on Fox News at 3 p.m. and told this lie. Quote, he didn't ID himself. Padilla did, so there's that. But he also tried to say before he was manhandled that he was there with questions for the secretary at her press conference. Here's how he described it after a few moments ago.
Since the beginning of the year, but especially over the
Chat, I'm trying to remember where I saw those numbers, right? Where they got granular, right? We're going to get to Ezra Klein in just a second, chat. So hold on for that, right? If you want to get granular with us, if you want to feel the abundance, right? And really see the absolute rot that is the Abundance Caucus. We haven't really talked about this, but they had a convention called Welcome. Wait, what is it called? Welcome Con? Is that what it's called? Something like that. Because their PAC, their political action committee, is called Welcome PAC. Welcome PAC, Cotter. I don't know. I think it's a 70s reference to something. But that is, that they're these we'll get to the story later with Kyle. The Abundance Caucus is voting pretty much, pretty steadfastly for a bill to thank ICE, right? And I mean, like, this is if you want to know where your loser liberal Democrats are, this is where they are. The Democrats that Americans hate, even Democrats hate. The reason that the Democratic Party has such a low approval rating is because of these assholes that are now trying to rebrand themselves as something other than the loser liberals that have been losing races that could have been won since the 1980s.
over the course of recent weeks, several of my colleagues, have been asking the Department of Homeland Security for more information and more answers on their increasingly extreme immigration enforcement actions. And we've gotten little to no information in response to our inquiries. And so I came to the press conference to hear what she had to say, to see if I could learn any new additional information. And at one point, I had a question. And let me emphasize, just as we've emphasized the right for people to peacefully protest and to stand up for their First Amendment rights, for our fundamental rights. I was there peacefully. At one point, I had a question. And so I began to ask a question. I was almost immediately forcibly removed from the room. I was forced to the ground, and I was handcuffed. I will say this. If this is how this administration responds to a senator with a question, if this is how the Department of Homeland Security responds to a senator with a question, you can only imagine what they're doing to farm workers, to cooks, to day laborers.
Yeah, chat. He said cooks. Okay, I know it sounded like another word, but no, trust me, he's saying cooks there.
The Los Angeles community and throughout California and throughout the country. We will hold this administration accountable.
If this is how they treat a senator with a question, imagine what they're doing to others. That's the question for all of us right now, today. California's Governor Gavin Newsom posted this, quote, Senator Alex Padilla is one of the most decent people I know. This is outrageous, dictatorial, and shameful. Trump and his shock troops are out of control. This must end.
Sonny Lopez says, I heard it both ways. Yeah, me too.
And now, former Vice President Kamala Harris, who held the same Senate seat as Senator Padilla, tweeted this, quote, United States Senator Alex Padilla was representing the millions of Californians who are demanding answers to this administration's actions in Southern California. This is a shameful and stunning abuse of power. It's where we start today with my colleague, NBC's Jacob Sobroff. He's in Los Angeles.
Oh, God, it's the Bulwark. I was trying to get away from these guys. They might actually have what I'm looking for, though, chat. Like, anybody want to help me out? Like, I saw a more granular version of the Quinnipiac poll. I saw a version of the poll that asked people, like, you know, this kind of person, would you want them deported, right? This kind of person, this kind of person. And the whole thing is Americans want violent criminals deported, as you know, you could you know, like you would expect, right? But when you go to like anybody else that is just like a undocumented person, you know, going about their daily life, going to work and stuff like that, they don't actually have that kind of smoke for those people, right? They have that kind of, the only reason that they're so set off on this moral panic against immigrants is because Trump has sold them a vision where like most immigrants are like violent criminals. And the reality is actually 180 degrees in the other direction. So yeah, there's the Bulwark, people.
Where Senator Padilla was just speaking. Also joining me, MSNBC political analyst, host of the Bulwark podcast, Tim Miller's here. Also joining us, the publisher of the Bulwark and host of the Focus Group podcast, Sarah Longwell is here. And here at the table for the hour, former Deputy National Security Advisor to President Obama, MSNBC contributor Ben Rhodes is here. Ben, I start with you because I don't want these words that I started with to...
And just remember, before this Obama official tries to, tries to wash his hands of all this, remember that Obama was deporter in chief, right? Obama did this same kind of policy that Trump's doing in I guess, a kinder and gentler type of way. So, but just remember that it's the weakness and the intransigence of the Democrats and the failure, even after having all three branches of governments, the failure of the Democrats to create a pathway to citizenship that has allowed Trump this lane in the first place. So
get old because they mean the same thing, even though we've had to say it twice this week.
Wait, if they've been here working for years, we should keep them. That's what most Americans think, Sibal 5. But they should pay taxes if they're criminals. They should be. Well, see, that's the thing is there was never a rule where like criminals don't get deported, like that criminals get let off because they're immigrants, right? That was a lie that Trump sold to you. Unfortunately, that's a worm that made it into your brain. But I'm glad you've been able to pluck that sucker out and have a look at it now and realize that's not actually how things are in reality. They should pay taxes, you say. That's funny that you say that because they do. They pay taxes. They don't get any benefits, right? They pay into Social Security, and unless they become a citizen, unless they're somehow able, and like I said, our pathway to citizenship is broken, right? It is almost impossible to go from that hardworking person, you know, a pillar of your community, to being a citizen, right? It's just fucked up. And that's the reason that there's so many people that are undocumented. The reason we have 11 million undocumented is because we have a busted pathway to citizenship. And the difference between an undocumented person and a documented person is literally paperwork. And our bureaucracy does not allow for people that we should want to be here in this country to get that paperwork fixed, right? That's where we're at. Wait, there was something else in what you said. Yeah, they pay taxes. That's the other thing people don't realize, right? They pay taxes. They pay Social Security. They pay all this kind of shit, right? So, I mean, like, check. I guess you're in favor of immigration now. Congratulations. Congratulations for, look, Chad, we can get some heads out of some asses. You know, it can happen as a treat once in a while. I'm not here to try to de-radicalize, but, I'll do what I can.
It's a Rubicon crossing moment to forcibly remove a sitting United States senator from a press conference, as he said, quote, with a question. It was also a Rubicon crossing moment in this hour yesterday when the National Guard detained, carried out seeming law enforcement functions on this.
Meowing Star says non-citizen immigrants pay nearly $90 billion in taxes while simultaneously being, yes, ineligible for benefits.
Streets of Los Angeles, but this is where we are.
Yeah, and that's difficult to watch. I mean, I think what I'd say, Nicole, is that the authoritarianism is the point. That's what's happening. We are at that moment. We are only 5 months.
Oh, no, sorry, Sibo, to be clear, I'm not talking about sales tax. I'm talking about income tax. In fact, that is the cruel irony of the Trump administration, right? You may have heard a story about a company called Palantir that was contracted by the Trump administration to create a database, right? Database connecting, things like your taxes with your immigration status, for instance. This is a company that you might remember from the Bush administration. This was the company that went after WikiLeaks when they were trying to blow the whistle on the collateral murder that the Bush administration was doing. And now Trump, who has got his start from saying, I am not Bush. I do not support. I'm not Bush and I'm not Hillary, right? I do not support the war in Iraq, right? Now, if you really actually roll it back, he did support the war in Iraq, but he had the good sense to change his mind before he ran for president and make a big deal about it, which Hillary never really, apologized for that. Hillary really never made. But the one thing that people sometimes give him credit for is a break from the past with the neocons. Now, I would point out that he's probably worse than the neocons, but I also want to point out he's picked up where the neocons left off. We're back in the war on terror, if you've noticed, right? This moral panic against Palestinian protesters, this calling everyone a terrorist. We're back in the war on terror thanks to Donald Trump. So he might have made fun of Jeb, which I somewhat enjoyed. He might have talked shit about George W., which I, definitely appreciate, but he is not that different at the end of the day. He's bad in the same way that the Bush administration was bad. But yeah, I'm getting off track, aren't I? I'm getting distracted.
Into this administration, and they already have the United States military in the streets of a major city for no reason whatsoever, serving Donald Trump's personal policy and political interests over the objections of state and local officials, including the officials who are supposed to have the authority over that. They're already demonstrating that they have no accountability for what they're doing. They won't even answer questions from a United States Senator, and when those questions are asked, he is treated in the manner that we just saw. They're trying to convey that nobody can challenge their authority, that nobody even has a right to know why these troops are in the streets.
Oh God, that's right, George. We got to get into the Sloptubers.
How long they're going to be there.
I'm getting this is why I hate covering news. It's because the news is like so much news to cover, and there's always more.
What I worry about is maybe those troops don't come home, Nicole. Maybe it's just normalized. They want to make people get used to the fact that ICE can pick up anybody that they want.
Look, ICE didn't used to be a thing. ICE only exists after the Patriot Act, a disgusting piece of legislation that I think should be repealed and replaced. If Donald Trump really wants to do a repeal and replacement, he should stop trying, and which he still is. He's still trying to gut Obamacare. He's still trying to gut the Medicaid expansion in his big, beautiful bill. He should stop trying to repeal and replace Obamacare, and he should think about repealing and replacing. If he was serious about, standing against the military and industrial complex, right, which some conservatives thought he was, which some conservatives appreciated that about him. If he was serious about that, then he would think about things like repealing the Patriot Act. Instead, he's reopening Guantanamo. Actually, I don't think Guantanamo ever totally closed, right, Chad? I think we still have potentially innocent people languishing in there. I mean, this is again another mistake by the Obama administration. Obama promised to shut down Guantanamo, and he didn't have the guts to do it at the end of the day. It wasn't important enough for him to take the political risk to do what he should have known was right. And hence now we have Trump opening up Guantanamo for immigrants.
Wherever they want, whoever they are, whether they've committed a crime or not, whether they're a U.S. person or not, you're not allowed to ask questions about it. If you get asked questions about it, you're going to get thrown to the ground and handcuffed, even if you're a United States senator. We are here 5 months into this administration. Where is this going? And what I'm worried about is their normal behavior in the United States of America. I've been on the show with you to talk about other authoritarian leaders. I've been on the show to talk about, say, Viktor Orban, who we hold up as a kind of model of an illiberal leader. He's never done anything like this. This is so far beyond what we've seen in other authoritarian countries. So this is not a question of whether we're democratic backsliding. We're way beyond that. We've backslid. We're now more authoritarian in our government than most of the countries that we talk about when we talk about dictatorial regimes in this world. That's where we are now in month 5.
So where are we heading?
I think we're headed to a place where what is going
Fascism. Let me make it easy for you. Let me make it simple for you. Fascism, right? We're in proto-fascism right now. We're heading into fascism.
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists invading.
And the only way that we stay out of that is if people rise up and get some courage. And chat, courage is contagious. Your courage will spark courage in other people that they didn't know that they had. This Saturday, there is a protest across the country. There's no excuse of like, it's not happening where I'm at, because chat, it is happening where you're at. It's happening everywhere. No gods, no kings. Let this motherfucker know. Let this motherfucker know that imitating, Louis the 14th is gonna give him the exact ending that the French kings ended up with, right? This is not, he's gonna speed run late stage capitalism all the way into a revolution if he's not careful.
to happen this weekend, where there's popular mobilization and there's troops in the streets.
He said popular mobilization. Oh my God, who is this guy? Who is this guy?
Going to watch tanks and helicopters go by him. That's where we're going to be.
Ben Rhodes, former national security advisor to President Obama. That's hilarious.
This is
sorry, dude. That's our word.
Rubicon's been crossed. The lines have been drawn, and because of the
look, you had a chance for popular mobilization if Obama had kept OFA going. He didn't, because he didn't want it. Because at the end of the day, hope and change was an empty fucking promise, and that's why we end up with Trump. When you fucking blackpill an entire generation of millennials that go out into the streets to make sure that Obama wins over Hillary Clinton, and the end result is not that different from what they'd get with Hillary Clinton, that's how you blackpill an entire fucking generation. That's why you have Trump in the first place, right? We don't get Trump but through Clinton and Obama and a long line of loser liberals.
Complete abdication of responsibility from the Republican Party in this country. How does John Thune, the Senate Majority Leader, how does he feel about one of his colleagues being thrown to the ground and handcuffed? We've heard nothing from them. So it's up to the people on the streets.
Well, don't worry, chat. Chuck Schumer's on the job. Chuck Schumer will go down there and give Thune a piece of his mind.
And
he'll write him a strong-worded letter.
That's where we're going to be. We're just going to be in a place.
The Baileys don't like it when you mistreat a U.S. senator.
A very difficult place, and it's hard for people to hear. But I'm glad that people are mobilizing, because this is not something that we've ever seen before in the history of this country. And this is just where we're going to be until either some people get some backbone who actually have power to stand up to Trump, the courts, the Senate Republicans, or we're just going to be here until we can get to another election. If there's not a military national emergency declared to prevent that election from happening. I think we have to start talking about these things.
I want to do one more thing before I bring Jacob into this. It's not often that you get to see the propaganda forming in real time. And the video was available before Kristi Noem's 3 p.m. Interview on Fox News was announced or notified with a little box to promote it. And the video shows Senator Alex Padilla saying, quote, "I'm Senator Alex Padilla. I'm Senator Alex Padilla." I don't know who interviewed Kristi Noem, but Kristi Noem tells this lie, quote, "He didn't identify himself." The lie isn't corrected, so now millions of people, that network has a huge audience, heard that lie. What is the role of propaganda and unchecked, uncorrected lies in the media in an autocratic lunge?
I think if you want to look at an example, it's Russia, right? And in Russia, what you have, if you watch television, all you see is an alternative reality that is not reality. It is a reality that the regime wants you to think is reality.
It's a pretty distinguishing character. It's a fairly distinguishing characteristic of fascism.
That is what.
Although you could say that like there's somewhat of an alternative reality, that's like look, the U.S. has flirted with this a lot, right? Especially during the Cold War. Like alternate reality that the United States is doing really well in Vietnam. We're totally going to win that war. We're doing our best for the South Vietnamese to protect them. No, we imposed a fucking puppet dictator on them. It's what we did, right? We were opposing the will of the Vietnamese people, and that's just, pretty history, has made that pretty freaking obvious. But yeah, the United States has definitely flirted with alternate realities, but at some point somebody pops that bubble. In the case of Vietnam, it was Walter Cronkite who finally told the American people that we are not winning in Vietnam. And not only that, but we're doing a lot of fucking horrible shit. A lot of horrible, poisoning people's, poisoning their fucking, their country with Agent Orange, burning people with napalm. Yeah, we were the bad guys. We were the baddies in Vietnam.
Fox News is. It is no different than the state media that we see in places like Russia. I'm from Los Angeles. I just got here yesterday. There's no burning of LA to the ground. They've created a complete fiction on television, running in a loop the same 4 or 5 images of the same burning car, right? They're going to kind of force down the throats of the people that watch and consume their media or their social media a complete false reality. And it makes it incumbent on us to
that's what Fox News is.
Whatever we can in our personal communications with our neighbors, as well as the platforms that we have to communicate a reality. I just want to say one other thing, Nicole. There's a racialized component to this. Alex Padilla is brown, right? And let's just name this too. Like they're going to kind of otherize him in the same way that they're trying to otherize the kind of people that are being rolled up in a lot of these raids, including people who've committed no crimes, including people who may be here illegally. That's where they're starting, but it's not where they're going to end. The end goal is there not to be dissent in this country. And that's to end where I started, that's the purpose of that kind of alternative state media reality, to ensure that there's no dissent, there's only our version of reality.
All right, so I'm way behind, chat. I am way behind.
I want to bring into this conversation, and Ben,
so I'm going to skip right to, I'm sorry, I feel like there's more I could say about this. There's more that I want to say about this, but we got some Sloptubers to get to. And before we can get to those Sloptubers, we got to go through Israel-Iran, which may be, oh no, chat, this looks bad. 1 hour ago. Okay, let's watch this one. This one's the more recent one.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
When I started out the stream, I knew that Israel had attacked Iran, right? I knew that there was explosions in Tehran. I wasn't sure what the targets were. I'm looking at my sidebar now, and it's kind of the worst case scenario. It looks like the targets were nuclear sites. That is likely to start a major war that Israel is not going to be able to handle itself. And they are going to attempt to pull the United States in to save their bacon.
Sitting here, she can't go too far because we're at the same table. Richard Engel, who's of course the chief foreign affairs correspondent. Richard, Courtney's frantically typing on her phone right now. I know you were in touch with a lot of people. What we didn't know at the top of the show or a few minutes ago is what they exactly had hit. Courtney gave us some updated reporting on that, how expansive this will be, if there are additional capabilities and capacities that were being used, who knew what when, I guess. I know you've been...
Yeah, did they kill anyone with a pager?
...doing a lot of reporting. What do you know at this point? Give us your sense of what's happening.
So sources in Tehran described this as a very wide-scale attack, that it wasn't just nuclear facilities, that Iranian leaders were targeted, that residential compounds were hit, that top officials in the...
Yo! Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, streamers. Glad to have you with us on this lovely night, Ecloplex Media. I hope you're all doing well tonight. You're just joining us as we transition from a lengthy discussion of Los Angeles and Alex Padilla and all that good stuff to a short little... Well, I got to cover this, chat, because this is big news, right? Israel has attacked Iran. The United States was negotiating with Iran, trying to make another nuclear deal like the one that Trump destroyed in his first term, the nuclear deal that Obama signed, which kept Iran from enriching their uranium to weapons grade. The problem is that the United States wasn't arguing in good faith. They were asking for something ridiculous, which was for Iran to just have no even civilian nuclear program, which is basically a no-go. That gave Israel a chance to make its military plans, and it looks like now those plans have been carried out. The question is, will the Israeli tail wag the American dog into war with Iran, which I'm assuming even the right-wingers in my chat probably don't want, right? I'm assuming. I don't think anyone wants a war with Iran, right? I mean, the true Trumpies think that he's the candidate of peace, but it's not what I've seen.
The Iranian Revolutionary Guard, that are top officials related to Iran's nuclear program were targeted. So there was a decapitation element to this attack to try and eliminate the leaders of Iranian leaders who were involved in the military or involved in the nuclear program. So attacks on sites, according to Prime Minister Netanyahu, dozens of Israeli aircraft were used to attack dozens of sites, including nuclear sites. And according to these sources in Iran, not just nuclear sites, but also leadership sites, residential compounds across the nation.
One of the big questions here is, of course, what the retaliation may look like. I don't know that they're going to predict that in advance, but you've been talking to sources there. What should we anticipate? What could it look like?
So I just returned from Iran relatively recently. I was there on 2 back-to-back trips, and the Iranians made it clear to me, both the Iranian people and the Iranian government, that they wanted to avoid this. They were engaged in the peace talks with the Trump administration in the hopes of avoiding this exact scenario. I spoke, first talk on the popular level, I spoke to many Iranians, young people, people who were out in businesses, in restaurants, in tech parks, and they told me many times they didn't want a confrontation with Israel. They didn't want a war with the United States. They were hoping that the U.S. And Iran would reach an agreement that could see sanctions lifted so Iranians could travel. They were optimistic. The currency in Iran was going...
Daniel Price, the uranium Iran isn't remotely close enough to the percentage level needed to create a nuclear weapon. True. Emily French, it's the allyship with Russia and China that makes this dangerous. This is a truly dangerous game. This is a truly dangerous game. Look, here's the deal, all right? Russia is a nuclear power. Has retained a lot of their nuclear arsenal, the nuclear arsenal from the Soviet Union, and when they went into Ukraine, there was some concern that the United States supporting Ukraine could spur a series of events which might end up with a nuclear exchange between the United States and Russia. That would be nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. It'll be the end of life as we know it if that happened, right? Now, this didn't happen, and I want to propose an explanation for why. Russia, by and large, by most of the world, was seen, rightly so, as the aggressor in that attack on Ukraine. So, were Russia to go to war with the United States over Ukraine, they wouldn't have much support.
Communist invading radicals.
Russia's only chance of coming out of that war with the United States intact would be to have a massive amount of support on its side, right? So it makes sense that even though the Ukrainians kept on pushing the envelope, kept on attacking deeper inside Russian territories, and using American weapons to do that, right? The Russians did not push this to nuclear war. Now, when we look at Israel, most of the world views Israel as an evil, evil state. They see what's going on in Gaza, and they rightly judge, the IDF and the Israeli government as being fucking monsters. So if war should break out due to a conflict between Israel and Iran, if Russia enters on the side against Israel, in other words, the side against the US, they will be seen by, a large percentage of the world as being on the right side. All right. So this is a war that Russia's actually there's more of a chance for a war between major powers out of this scenario than there was for Ukraine.
Up while I was there, people were making plans about the future, hoping that they could make a deal with a more transactional.
Zirin XS, why evil? Because they're killing innocent civilians. They're genociding Gaza. They're not allowing food into that area. They're starving people to death. They're shooting babies. There's been sniper bullets found in babies' heads. That's why. If you haven't been paying attention to this issue.
President Trump, even though he had torn up the first nuclear agreement, they thought, okay, maybe Trump was just looking for a better deal and that they could get a better deal and avoid this situation. That's on a popular level and on a government level. The government officials told me repeatedly they didn't want a conflict. They wanted to reach a negotiated settlement. I spoke to a top official in the Supreme Leader's office who laid out terms. He said, "This is what we expect."
Wait, Austrian painter. God damn! I didn't even get the Hitler reference. Ukraine defended themselves by taking out equipment used to attack civilians. That's not an attack. That's defending. Yeah. They're I will agree with you there. Person named after whose name is apparently a Hitler reference. I will agree with you that, and I wasn't. I think you misunderstood me, right? In defending their country, in prosecuting the war against Russia that Russia started by invading them, right? Ukraine struck deep into Russian territory. Some people thought that kind of provocation could cause a series of events which would end in a nuclear exchange between the United States and Russia. It didn't. And I think the reason that it didn't is that people rightly see Russia as the aggressor and Ukraine as defending itself, right? But in Israel, people don't feel that way about Israel. Israel has clearly been the aggressor ever since the early 20th century against the Palestinian people. And more people are waking up to that, and more people are seeing what they're doing in Gaza. Israel has become more of a pariah state than even South Africa was, the other apartheid country back in the 1980s, right? And so, if a conflict should break out involving Israel, people are more likely to see the opponents of Israel, which would be Iran and potentially Russia, as being on the right side. So whereas the Ukraine conflict is not a conflict that Russia can get a lot of support for. They've got some support from China. They've got some support from North Korea. A conflict against Israel, Russia's, Putin's an evil guy. But then Bibi Netanyahu, oh my God, he's, kind of low key more evil. So yeah, that's why nuclear conflict, nuclear exchange is more likely to break out as a result of the United States being pulled in by Israel, and potentially if Russia were to be pulled in by Iran, then you've got the makings for World War III. That's why you should be concerned.
expect. This is what we're hoping for. And he said that they wanted to enrich a very low level of uranium or low.
Yeah, I agree with you, Austrian Painter, that Russia will not use nukes on in regards to the Ukrainian conflict, right? I think that what I'm worried about is a conflict between major world powers, major nuclear powers, right? United States, Russia, China, right? If those countries, if you know, go to war with the United States, it's a lot. So a war between major powers is more likely in the Israel-Iran conflict because Israel is largely seen as being on the wrong side of that conflict. So Russia could anticipate more support than they would get in a war with the United States based on Ukraine. Right? People rightly see Russia as the aggressor there, and people rightly see Israel as the aggressor in the I mean they're straight up attacking Iran. Yeah, they're definitely the aggressor here, right? And there's a precedent for this, right? People that you know, are perceived as having started a war are more likely, you know, do not get and retain allies, right? And so for Russia to prosecute a major war with the United States, they'd have to have a lot of people backing them up. They could potentially have a lot of people backing them up if the United States jumps in on Israel's side and Russia jumps in on Iran's side. Yeah, this one's really dangerous, is what I'm saying.
Level of uranium. They wanted to get rid of the highly enriched uranium that they already have. This highly enriched uranium that apparently Israel now says was the reason why that it targeted Iran at this moment. Although, like I said, top Iranian officials told me they were willing to get rid of it, and they were working out those details in ongoing negotiations. So this is something that the Iranians didn't want and we're hoping to avoid with these negotiations that were, at least until a few hours ago, very much ongoing.
You know better than almost anyone, Richard, that they have to save face in moments like this. And I was asking Ben Rhodes about this. I asked Senator Adam Schiff about this, even as they wanted to pursue a negotiation and go back to a version of the deal that Trump ripped up years ago to get sanctions relief, as you said. Is that something they could do at this point, given these strikes?
Very likely that Iran will retaliate, because the Iranian government was also somewhat divided over this negotiated process. There are hardliners in Iran who were stressing that this was a waste of time, that the U.S. was just trying to fool Iran, was playing to sort of expose their weaknesses, that they would be duped in the end, that the Iranians shouldn't go down this path. And those hardliners will be proven right. Those who were pushing for negotiations are going to be in a very difficult position right now in Iran when they see what has just happened and what is apparently still going to be happening. So it seems very likely that Iran will respond, if only because of the domestic politics that it faces, because there are hardliners who said that this was the result that was coming, that this was something that Prime Minister Netanyahu was always going to do, and that the negotiations were fig leaf cover for this. So I think it's very likely we're going to see some sort of military response. The question is, does Iran have the capability to, especially now that it is under attack, to do the kind of damage against Israel that would force it to stop an ongoing military assault?
Scary stuff, chat, and unfortunately, that's all I can give you right now. We're gonna need to see, we're gonna need to see what the light of day looks like tomorrow, essentially, to know, really where we stand with Iran and Israel. But it definitely doesn't look good. It definitely does not look good. So there we go. Let's. I hate to only give you this much, right? But we got a lot still to cover, and I have gone 6 hours in this stream. That's wild. We've done Trump's approval rating. We've done the Israel attack on Iran. Yeah, let's move into these abundance fuckers. The Ezra Kleins.
So, speaking of Diet MAGA, we just talked about John Fetterman and how he's concerned trolling over the protests and wagging his fingers. I'm against rioting. Oh, you brave, brave man. Thank you very much for that. Well, I need you guys to look at this. This is really something.
All right, let me read this out. See if you, wait, are these senators? I guess these are members of Congress. 75 Democrats joined Republicans to express gratitude to the ICE agents for call for a greater local and state collaboration with ICE.
These 75 Democrats joined Republicans to, quote, express gratitude to ICE agents and call for greater local and state collaboration with ICE. So I'm going to get to those Democrats in a second. But let me just point out, these are traitors, these people. These people right now are Diet MAGA and may eventually soon just be full MAGA. They think, bro, we're like the savvy political ones in the Democratic Party, and what that means is we just like agree with the right on a whole bunch of stuff. They really think that this is like, 4D chess where I'm going to outmaneuver the lefties who are just against Trump. But all
right, chat. So I'm going to end the short stream now. If you want to join us, we're not ending the stream, right? I'm going to be streaming in the horizontal format, just not on shorts. We're going to go over some Sloptubers who have been backing this ICE attack on LA. Democrats, right? This is the beginning of it, right? Talking about some Democrats in Congress who just signed on to an act to quote unquote thank ICE. So if you'd like to come along with us, jump in the raid. I have given you the link. Maybe the mods can spam that link. And I'm about to end the stream over there. I probably should have done that a little earlier from the looks of it, right? Anyway.
I'm actually going to agree with Trump, and that'll make the Democratic base love me. Fucking wrong. Fucking wrong. They hate you, and they're only going to hate you more and more and more and more. So why is this so unacceptable? For 75 Democrats to express gratitude to ICE, because this is the exact point in time, y'all, where Stephen Miller just berated ICE agents and said to them, you better stop just going after people you think are criminals. I need you going to Home Depot parking lots. I need you going to 7-Elevens. I need you going to hair salons. I need you going to schools. And I need you, meat packing plants has just happened in Omaha. I need you to go into workplaces and do raids and round up as many people as you can, because we're trying to get to 3,000 deportations a day. 3,000! Well, in order to get to that number, you have to round up innocent people. No criminal record, been here for a decade, hardworking, love their family, regular people. And that's what they're doing now. I mean, I know I told you guys this before, but I keep bringing it up because I have to. I went deep on this. I looked at the numbers. What percentage of immigrants are both undocumented and violent criminals? It is less than 1%. As a raw number, we're talking 10,000 or fewer. Okay? ICE has already arrested 100,000 people in Trump's second term. That means 90,000 or more innocent people were fucked with. 288 people.
Welcome in, everybody. Just like to let you know, we're gonna cover. This is Kyle Kulinski. He's gonna tell us the connection between these Democrats and the Abundance Caucus. All right. I mean, this is the Abundance Caucus, right? If you don't know, Abundance is a book written by Ezra Klein and Derek Thomas. I always forget the other guy's name. He doesn't matter though. Ezra Klein's book Abundance, which basically suggests that Democrats, if they want to win, they need to start to be anti-regulation, something like that. I don't know. It's basically neoliberalism rebranded for a new decade, right? And look, the neoliberalism has done enough damage to the political left already, right? It's time to turn the page on it. But these fuckers do not get it. So yeah, and surprise, surprise, that the Democrats that have signed on to this horrible bill thanking ICE and suggesting more cooperation between local authorities and Trump's Gestapo, right? They're all in the Abundance Caucus, right? You know, that's how bad they are. They're not just shitty centrist Dems. They are fascist collaborating Dems.
Sent to the concentration camp in El Salvador, CCOT. 75 to 90% of them, no criminal record whatsoever. This is what ICE is doing. By the way, a lot of assholes have been deputized into ICE recently. Some of them have fucking Nazi tattoos. How many of them are Proud Boys? How many of them were literal insurrectionists on January 6th? They're wearing gaiters and covering their face. They have regular plates on their car. They don't show their badges. They're waiting outside of courthouses to arrest immigrants even after an immigration judge frees them. This is what ICE is doing. ICE is Trump's Gestapo. Nobody has ever been more vindicated than the people who were doing abolish ICE. Nobody's ever been more vindicated. First of all, the agency was literally created during the Bush administration. It's that new, okay?
It's a product of the Patriot Act, right? Which is part of the reason that I want to see that shit get repealed. It's time, chat. That ugly piece of legislation that never should have passed, right? The Patriot Act was what American politics did instead of impeaching George W. Bush, which would have been a rational response to the guy failing to protect the United States despite getting a memo, bin Laden determined to attack in America. He knew that the World Trade Center was potentially going to be targeted, and he did precious little to protect that because this attack actually fulfills an objective of a group that he was related to called the People for the New American Century. That Patriot Act, just like Project 2025, was a plan that they had, was a wish list, and they were just waiting for the right chance to enact it. And they're like, well, we need something along the lines of an attack on Pearl Harbor in order to get our bullshit through. And they got it in 9/11. 9/11, although I do not think that George W. Bush or Dick Cheney did 9/11. I don't even think necessarily that they like let it happen. Like, you know, we're like, yeah, go ahead and right. But they just didn't do enough to prevent it because something like that was in their interest and their agenda needed something like that. So they did not protect Americans from terrorism, even though they were warned, right? That should have resulted in the impeachment, the removal from office, and maybe even the prosecution of George W. Bush. Instead, it ended with a massive expansion of the surveillance state and this expensive billion-trillion-dollar war on terror that we wasted money on under their pet project, right? And what did it do? Did it free Afghanistan from the Taliban? Nope, the Taliban's back in charge. Did it help Iraq out? Nope, it didn't. It fucked over Iraq. Just killed millions of Iraqis, right? It didn't help anyone. It didn't help anyone. And it all happened because there was no political courage in the United States. The correct action, instead of rallying around the president because, oh my gosh, we were attacked. Oh, I'm so scared. Oh, we better all support the president now. George W. Bush, before the attack, had something around the like Trumpian support. Like his approval rating was in the 30s or 20s. It was incredibly low. Like he was a joke as a president. Everybody hated him. And then after the attack, it went to 90%. Right? There was just no political courage. And you did have a more consolidated media. And yes, that media was owned largely by the military-industrial complex, which was on the take. So yeah, I feel like the Patriot Act needs to be repealed and replaced. Maybe we need a national, TSA-like organization, right? There's probably some things that the Patriot Act does that we need to, do in some other way. But it's a massive overreach, and there's so much about it that needs to be, like ICE, like the Department of Homeland Security, like this whole idea that, the reason that we didn't stop the attack was there wasn't enough sharing of information in our intelligence service. No, we don't need more information shared by the intelligence service. We need less, and we're getting more. Like I said, Trump's going right back to it. He's picking up where the war on terror left off with Palantir and trying to, collect all of our information through Doge. The Patriot Act opened the door for a dystopian authoritarian society and for the empire to boomerang around and turn in on itself, right? For the oppression that the United States was exerting on the rest of the world, especially the Muslim world at the time to turn in and start to be used. Now instead of occupying Fallujah, we're occupying LA.
Point number one. Point number two, look at how they're acting.
Yeah, 9/11 made everyone love Rudy Giuliani. What the fuck?
They don't care about the law. They don't care about due process. They literally throw out the Constitution on a daily basis. They are thugs. They are regime thugs. Okay. That's why this is unacceptable. You ready for this, y'all? So the 75 Democrats, I'll let you read through it yourself, right? But a lot of these people are well-known centrist type Democrats. Understand something. Centrist Democrat just means diet MAGA. That's all it means. They will agree with Trump and MAGA on way more things than they should. That's all that means. Okay. Ready for this? You guys are not going to be surprised to hear this, but some people may be surprised to hear it. Ready? Every single representative who spoke at Welcome Fest.
Oh my God. I gotta look this up. Senator Elisa Slotkin, CIA, Representative James Auchincloss, Jared Golden, Adam Gray. Okay, I don't know the rest of these jokers, but oh no, Matt Iglesias, God damn it, Derek Thompson. Oh no. Oh no.
Fest is on this list. What is Welcome Fest, you ask? Welcome Fest
So what he's saying is, and I wanted to make sure I got this right. Every single, wait, let me rewind it. So just make sure like I'm understanding him correctly.
Here, ready? Every single representative who spoke at Welcome Fest is on this list.
Every speaker at Welcome Fest, yeah. And this was the Abundance Palooza, essentially, right? This is the con for Ezra Klein fans, for Abundance fans.
What is Welcome Fest, you ask? Welcome Fest was a centrist gathering of people, Democratic politicians and others who believe in the abundance movement. The abundance movement basically came from Derek Thompson and Ezra Klein. And it was this new idea, which, by the way, funded from the top down. This is not a grassroots thing. This new idea of the problem with the Democrats are that the Democrats need to be more in favor of zoning reform and need to be more in favor of getting things done by deregulation. So effectively what this is rebranded neoliberalism, which is the core of the problem of the Democratic Party, and it has been ever since the Clinton era in the 1990s. We're still dealing with the fallout of the neoliberal era, the new Democrat era, the era of we're going to be centrist and that's going to be the whole party, right? There is no left flank anymore.
And also the uniparty. I gotta point out that when the Democrats follow the Republicans off the cliff, that's when you get the uniparty. That's where this started from. The feeling that it doesn't matter, that both parties are the same. I mean, they're not the same. There's definitely a difference between having Kamala Harris as president and having Donald Trump as president, right? And obviously Trump is worse, but the feeling that the parties are the same. Look, the Ezra Klein solution for that, like, oh, geez, we don't have comedy and we don't have, well, maybe if we were more like the Republicans, right? Maybe we'd be able to get along and make deals. And this is exactly what they're doing. Yeah, let's vote for your bill, Trump. Let's vote for your bill to thank ICE and to promote more cooperation between local and federal authorities on immigration, right? That's what he wants to do to get back into the good graces with the Republican Party. That's his answer, to recreate the uniparty, which I guess he's just unable to conceive of reality without this. I mean, like, what I'm trying to say, chat, is that this is controlled opposition. This is a Democratic Party which works with the Republican Party. I'm talking about the Abundance Caucus. This is a part of the Democratic Party that works with the Republican Party in order to please the donors that support both of them. And they make sure that nothing too radical, no expansion of the welfare state goes on. They make sure that, we don't stop supporting Israel and that we stay, we stay involved in conflicts like the potential war with Iran, right? This is uniparty shit.
There are no fighters anymore. There are no social democrats anymore. Ask yourself this question. If abundance wasn't effectively an op to make the Democratic Party diet MAGA, then why is it that the Welcome Fest abundance liberals, 75, just voted to express gratitude to ICE? Why is it? Look, we have two different visions for the Democratic Party that are on the table right now. The visions are, do we double down on neoliberalism and diet MAGA politics and agreeing with the right on a bunch of core issues and saying, you're correct? Or do we go full anti-Trump, resist them on everything, and usher in a new era of social democracy? Universal health care, Medicare for all, higher minimum wage, PRO-Act so everybody can join a union, higher taxes on the wealthy, redistribute, Social Security for all, universal basic income, right? Which path are we going to go? Well, here's the reality, guys. For the first time in my life, the Democratic base is now with us, the actual lefties. And I don't think they're going to be able to keep a lid on it this time. Understand something? The abundance liberals, they have all the money, they have all the power, they have all the big backing, but it really is top down, and it is not grassroots. Grassroots is the anti-oligarchy tour that we saw with AOC and Bernie Sanders. That's grassroots. The two enemies are the billionaires and the fascists. Those are the enemies. And oftentimes they're one and the same. They're together. That's not the theory of politics that the abundance liberals have. It's not, they don't want to focus on the problems, the billionaires and the fascists. They don't want to do it. They want to compromise and negotiate and do bipartisanship and split the difference and be diet MAGA.
If Democrats win another election, doubling down on why they lost isn't a good idea. Yeah, that's why I think they should stop being loser liberals, right? They lost because they were too much like the Republican Party, and nobody wants diet Republican, all right? There's a Republican Party. If you like that shit, you can vote for the Republican Party. If you don't like that shit, you need to counter-program. You need to come up with an alternative that is distinct. You need to heighten the contradictions. That's what the Kamala campaign did to a small degree in the beginning, and then completely forgot when her campaign got, they brought in the Biden people essentially to her campaign. Some of her instincts in the very beginning were great. Picking Tim Walz, good idea. Calling the Republicans weird, they are fucking weird. The Biden people got in there and they were like, stop saying this weird thing. It's not good. Oh, you shouldn't call the Republicans weird. They're going to call you weird back or something. I don't know. You need to get with Liz Cheney. Get with Liz Cheney. That's why the Democrats lost. All right. Because the American people wanted an alternative to the Trump administration, and the American people wanted somebody that was going to make their life more affordable. You don't get a more affordable life in any way other than economic, left, policy. You've got to go to the left economically. You've got to undo the lessons the Democrats learned trying to emulate Ronald Reagan and go in the other direction. That's what they failed to do.
And now you know. Now you know. Look, I feel bad for the people who are abundance liberals and they genuinely and sincerely believe, no, I'm in favor of social democracy and I'm in favor of abundance. There are some,
Kamala did a 360 at the DNC. I agree, but I think you mean 180.
Yeah, good faith people who like what some
of Jared Polis is all about abundance.
Right in that, but they're also social democrats. Okay, fair. But understand you're being used. This is a fucking op to keep the Democratic Party weak and centrist, to keep it not resisting Trump and, in fact, oftentimes agreeing with Trump. That's what this is. It's the last-ditch effort to try to divert the Democratic base into going, no, wait, the billionaires are not the problem. They're not the problem, I promise. That's what this is. And that's why these abundance liberals, 75 of them voted to express gratitude to ICE, just rubber stamping some of Trump's worst crimes and biggest constitutional abuses. So understand who these people are, understand what they support, and understand they're not your ally. The left is where it's at now. All right, guys, that's the show.
I wish she had shown that thing one more time. I want to drive this point home. I do not have time for any of this. Let me just see the chart there. All right. Check this out. See if your member of Congress is on this list, and if they are, call them. Okay. I think my congressman is probably on here somewhere. I'm not seeing him right now, but I know he's a big Ezra Klein head. Call him up and let them know that you are not interested in loser liberals. And if they become a loser liberal, then they've lost your vote. They've lost your support, and they can expect a primary. Oh, surprise, surprise. Okay. So yeah, my dude is a pro-abundance guy, but he's not on this list, thankfully. He didn't vote to thank the Trump. He had the good sense not to thank ICE. God. There is somebody from my state on here, but yeah, check it out. And seriously, it's worthwhile to call your congressman. It's worthwhile. You know, you'll get a staffer. You'll get to, you know, if you can give a really quick spiel of, why this is wrong, and that you won't accept this, and that you need fighters, and you don't want somebody to, you don't want collaborators with Trump, right? That you regard their signing onto this bill as fascist collaboration, right? Let them fucking know if your person's on this list. Anyway, chat, that's my soapbox for today. That's my, we look, I feel so bad, chat. I feel so bad. I fucked this stream up entirely, right? And I just like, I mean, I haven't been using the shorts thing in a long time. We finally got the shorts going, but everyone went into shorts, and basically the mainstream died. And I don't know if we can bring it back. I mean, make sure to like the stream if you haven't already. The main purpose of this stream is, believe it or not, to talk about Sloptubers, right? We've got more bullshit from Cenk and Anna. We've got more bullshit from Destiny. We just covered the bullshit from Ezra Klein. And like, maybe I should have just led with that. Maybe I should have led with that. I don't know, chat. The other thing that I'm up against is that, like, for shorts, I always want to show the shorts audience what happens during the day of the protest. And the further that we get into the night, the more that I get people being like, well, that's not current. Well, it's not light outside. Yeah, I know. I want to show you what the entirety, the depth and the breadth of the protest is, right? So it makes me want to cover that first while there's still some daylight in Los Angeles. Even though I didn't get to it until pretty much dusk, pretty much the curfew had taken effect by that time. So it didn't matter anyway. But for that reason, I feel like I lost the audience that would have been interested in the Sloptuber content, right? So Cenk and Anna, the Young Turks, you may have heard of them. They were pretty big a while back in YouTube. They've really, really kind of just become irrelevant, as they are the poster child for loser liberalism. And it's something a little bit worse, I would say, than like Ezra Klein or neoliberals in general. They're, constantly looking to kiss the ass of right-wingers, and it's gross, right? And we caught Anna Kasparian doing the same thing when it comes to these protests, right? So that's what we're going to look at next. We've got TYT, we got Destiny, and then we've got bonus content, and I'm already 6 hours and 30 minutes into this shit. Oh my God, chat, I really fucked this up. Hey, if you know anybody who's interested in seeing somebody dish dirt on TYT, let them know, bring them in here. If you haven't already re-skeeted my skeet, I did a blast off skeet today, chat. We just need all the help that we can possibly get. I'm seeing the numbers tick up slightly, right? And that's a little bit encouraging. But if we're going to bring this stream back to life after Irene fucked it up, see, what I should have done is I should have done this Sloptuber content first. Instead, I just got in the mode of like, no, I'm going to cover the news first, right? What does Hassan do? Does Hassan cover the drama first, or does he cover the news? I should probably try to emulate highly successful people such as Hasanabi. But here, let me give you the link again. Oh my God, chat. Blast off. This is depressing. This is gonna, no, I shouldn't joke about that. Here we go. If you're on Blue Sky, I could really use your help right now. Like, we've got some interesting content. I am so afraid, chat, that I'm about to play real good for free. Once again, I'm not just, what am I trying to say? I'm going to play real good for a small audience, despite the fact that there are a ton of people out there that are very much interested in what I'm talking about. And it's all my fault. I fucked it up. And I feel really bad about it. If there's anything that we can do to rescue this, chat, we got to cover TYT and we got to cover Destiny, because they have been having really, really bad takes when it comes to. My God, I almost want to show you the Ethan Klein shit too. We'll save the Ethan Klein stuff for tomorrow. How about that? I do have some Ethan Klein stuff for you, but it's not. It's just, it's odds and ends, it's bips and bops. And we really need to just cover what I am supposed to cover according to the thumbnail. Chat, you are getting a fucking shit ton of content out of me today, and it's because I fucked it up. All right, I'm going to be on entirely too long.
Democratic Pennsylvania Senator John.
Oh no. So, like, I mean, like, look, the Young Turks, it's not all
Every day the Young Turks delivers two.
It is all cringe, all right? But they're not wrong about everything. Like, they've been pretty good about Israel, Palestine, and you know, there's other things too, right? But what the real disgusting part of TYT is that they have a progressive audience that's just not terribly, like, they're not the Majority Report's audience, right? They need to have their hand held through explaining events of the world, and they're not able to critically think for themselves as much. They are progressively minded. They think of themselves as progressive, but what Anna and Cenk have done is introduced a new flavor of progressive content, which is not actually progressive, which essentially surrenders to Republicans on issues like crime, on issues like homelessness, on issues like trans rights. And they're trying to present this as like, oh no, this is what progressivism is. If anybody's for trans rights, though, they're extreme left. Don't listen to them. If anybody is
I'm so sick of injustice. Like, I just want something to go right. But
right. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it just feels like until we're able to stack a couple of electoral wins up here, there's just nothing standing in the way of these people except for the courts, which, you know, they had to bring the dude back from El Salvador, which is nice. They actually, I mean, you know, it was weeks later, but
I did like that they brought the dude back.
Actually listened to the court order. Now they're going to arrest him and take him to trial, which, shoot, I want to see the trial. Y'all got criminal facts on this guy, present them to the public. And that was kind of the whole point.
Yes.
And that's why I think what some of these people are doing in downtown LA is a mistake. And
oh, there we go.
The rationale.
Chat, I was about to look at the Vanguard's coverage of this and be like, when did they start that? When did they start their, like, what part did they start watching this and react, right? Because I was like, how long are we going to get to the take to the cringe part, right? There it is.
Now, in terms of being angry and feeling like there's a lawlessness to what Trump is doing, and so there's a lawlessness that seems to be taking over portions of the protest. However, like
of like violence.
Bro is back in America from the El Salvadorian gulag because of public pressure and the courts.
Right.
There's just like a perception that like, yo, what you're doing is insane. and, you know, throwing rocks and burning cars on fire and putting the Mexican flag on it so that people watching this on the internet and on the news would be like, oh yeah, Mexico, reckless, crazy, send them back. Like, why? Like, I don't know why you would want to message that. But I do think, you know, and we've talked about this so much, you and I specifically.
God, he sounds tired. He's not even making sense with his bullshit, right? Like, it's like they're extremists and they have a Mexican flag. Oh my God. Like,
Specifically, winning on messaging, winning on convincing and persuasion seems to be lost to a lot of people on the left. Like, they're just above it. It's like, my cause is so righteous, I don't have to convince anybody. Anybody's not with my cause.
dude, you're too defensive. Again, you're a loser. This shit is a loser, right? When you're constantly like, no, we got to make sure our optics are perfect, right? This is the inauthenticity that is losing the left and Democrats, the support of the American people. It's this kind of inauthenticity is like, ooh, Mexican flag. Oh, could you just not with that? Yeah, please, like, no, only wave American flags and don't burn any flags. No, if we police the fuck out of the protests, right? You know what I mean? If we tightly control the message of an that's the whole point of a protest. It's an organic protest. People rising up, proud of their people, especially when their people are under attack. That's why the Mexican flags are there. Because people, unlike this joker, some people have some courage.
Is the devil, which I'm just like, guys, that's a freaking mistake. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so,
if you're involved in any form of political activism and your response to someone who might not be in the know, like, you have to keep in mind, this is a mistake that a lot of people make, myself included, Cenk included. Cenk makes this mistake all the time when he wants to like jump in and like rage against like a story that I'm covering, because he's assuming everyone in the audience already knows the facts, they know the details. No, they don't know necessarily. People tune in to get informed and then hear our analysis. Like, don't make the mistake of thinking people know what you know. So if you are an activist and your go-to line in response to someone who might not be in the know, who might be ignorant of the facts is, oh, I'm so tired. It's not my job to inform you or educate you. No, you're going to fucking lose. You're going to fucking lose.
No, it is your job to educate and inform people. Look, Anna's going to tell you how to be a marginalized person. So somebody with the fucking absolute seat of privilege in an incredibly expensive, I don't know, condo, mansion, I don't know where the fuck she lives, right? Is going to tell you how to be marginalized correctly. Don't do emotional labor that's your job. You're marginalized. You're supposed to do emotional labor for all the fucking chuds out there that want to sea lion your ass, right? She's going to tell you to answer bad faith questions for people.
Crazy. That's just a bad. And again, I'm not against the protests. I'm not against people being angry, but
you're just assisting Trump in establishing his narrative, conflating the protests with people that have nothing to do with the protests, right? Conflating the violence that happens with the protesters expressing their free speech, even though we're talking about different people. The only relationship that the protesters have with some dude with a skateboard smashing a Waymo is that is time, right? On the same day, right? That these two events happen. So therefore, the protesters are we're gonna help Trump conflate them with the property destruction. We're gonna confuse people more by calling that violence, even though there was no violence other than from the cops, other than things like people being trampled by police horses, right? Other than things like people being shot at with fucking rubber bullets, rubber plugs, right? Like that Australian reporter, just for standing there. That's the only violence that's gone on, but you jokers are going to play right into his hands in making people think that there was violence done by the protesters. Good job. Optics, everyone. Optics.
Think like burning cars on fire and associating that with the people they're trying to kill.
You're the one associating that. No, you're the one associating that with that. That was not the protest. That happened late at night. Those were not the same people. The people that were out there protesting had gone home. And now you're helping Trump to drive home this message to a naive, rad-lib crowd.
Out of the country is a mistake.
Yeah,
like that's just I like, again, the stuff with the Venezuelans and sending people to death camps and all of that in El Salvador, like the coverage, the public pressure, the courts being like, bro, this is against the law of like the administration felt the pressure. Like I was convinced this guy was not coming back.
Me too. Me too. And look,
and it was only because we didn't violently protest, right? That he's able to come back.
Our justice system, sometimes they get.
Do you want to flex the fact that somebody was deported to a gulag and there was very little, like, public protest of that? Do you want to flex that? Because I kind of think it's a bit of a failure. Now, obviously, I'm not attacking the people that did show up. I'm not attacking the people that did spread the word. But yeah, this is not, they're trying to say that they want the reaction to Trump in LA to look like the reaction to, somebody being deported into an El Salvador, dungeon, like into an absolute, monstrous, fascist prison, right?
Is wrong, of course. And sometimes it takes a while for them to do the right thing or for things to play out in the, judicial branch and finally get justice when an injustice has occurred. But that's far more effective than throwing cinder blocks at the heads of police officers in Los Angeles or destroying buildings, doing graffiti, lighting things on fire. You lose people. You lose me. Honestly, cool. You lose me entirely.
It looks cool.
Looks cool to people who are 22 on the internet, sure. But the vast and what people
look, I'm sorry. There's like I said, amongst the agitators, you got a lot of different types. You got people that are just out for an adventure. They don't care about politics. They don't care about anything, right? They know that the police are preoccupied squashing a peaceful protest and that if they want to break something, they can probably get away with it. If they want to loot something, they can probably get away with it. You got that type, You've got counter protesters, right? Like the guy there's several people now that drove cars through protests, trying to run down protesters, right? They're definitely not on the side of the protesters. And yet when that happens, it was it was a peaceful protest up until then. It's somebody attacking the protesters. How are you going to say that makes them violent? That makes them rioters, right? Because somebody on the opposite side, I don't know. Should the counter protesters at Charlottesville, the people that were against the Unite the Right people, the people that were against the Tiki Torch people, should they feel bad because some chud plowed into them with his car and killed Heather Heyer? Obviously not. But so why are we blaming protesters for the actions of people that are counter to their, what they're advocating for? And then the third type are literally people who want a war with the authorities. And there's not really, look, there's nothing you can do about that. And there's nothing that you need to do about that because those people are literally not with you. That's diversity of tactics there, right? If they think they can take down the big bad government, I guess they're going to have a go at it, right? But don't let the Trump administration say they're with you when they're not. All right, that's an entirely different thing, right? Those are people that are jumping the gun for a revolution that needs a lot of work to actually go off. The first thing being class consciousness. This is something we don't have in the United States. This is something that's a prerequisite for any sort of revolutionary action. But yeah, again, this is garbage. We're getting fucking garbage from them.
people got to understand about America and especially older people, one of the biggest appeals of our country is this notion of the rule of law, that the society is not law.
Oh yeah, let me explain rule of law to you, okay? If you want to reach out and get the boomers on your side, you've got to let them know that you stand for rule of law, that you believe that we are a nation of laws, and that the law is the first and foremost thing that may be abided by. Look, chat, we're a nation of civil disobedience, people breaking the law for a purpose, to make a point, right? To achieve a goal, right? That any liberatory movement that was successful was not successful by following the letter of the fucking law. That is nerd shit.
There are rules and there are order. And that's what people really enjoy about being in this country. And
that's what people love, that we're a nation of law.
Commit a crime for the most part, they're going to prosecute you. Save it. I know our criminal justice system leaves a lot to be desired.
Do you see how compromised you are? Do you see how compromised you are? You almost forgot that. You almost forgot that you had to explain, yes, I know that the criminal justice system is fucked up, but go with me, okay? But hear me out. But here, look, we can't deal with that. We can't work on that right now. Look, cops literally kill people in broad daylight and are filmed doing it and get away. And Trump might pardon Derek Chauvin, right? But don't worry about that right now. We're gonna button our shit up. We're gonna pull up our pants and we're gonna practice this glorious respectability politics that's gonna get us all of our goals. It's gonna get everything. We'll just show them how goddamn respectable we are, and that we never break any laws, and that we're, god damn, this is sad shit.
It's not perfect, but take it from somebody who has Haitian immigrant parents, know a bunch of people who are from Nigeria, all over the world, where it's like, bruh, the law is kind of BS. Like,
the law is very much BS in Haiti. I know about like the kind of police abuse that's gone on in Haiti, and
really not a lot of justice in those places. There's really not a lot of.
But like I gotta point out that, you know, like comparing the United States favorably to Haiti in terms of our legal system, that bar is in hell. That bar is in fucking hell, right? There are plenty of countries that, you know, have cops that don't beat your ass and kill you, you know, over a misunderstanding or because they're having a bad day. And certainly if that happens, they don't get away with it, right? Don't act like because the United States' law enforcement is better than the Haitian police. Jesus Christ, dude. Jesus fucking Christ. Anybody? No, probably not. I'm trying to remember, what is that name? Solibon Magnifico is by Chamoiseau, right? You know, gets into what the Haitian cops get up to and how they abuse the people there. But yeah, you know, the United States destabilized the fuck out of Haiti. Now it's not safe to be there. At least the Biden administration gave these people temporary protected status and allowed them to, you know, come in and enrich towns like, was it Springfield, Ohio? Chat, I've forgotten. Was it Springfield? Is that where they're eating the dogs and cats? Is it Springfield? But yeah, it's absolutely the failures of U.S. foreign policy that cause a country like Haiti to be the way it is right now.
Order. There's a lot of precarity to life in those places where people come from. So people feel the warm embrace of a society that
feel the warm embrace of American police, the American prison to pipeline, prison to school to prison pipeline, the warm embrace of the of the incarceration industrial complex? Like what? You know, the warm embrace of the of for-profit prisons? What are you talking about, dude? What are you fucking talking about? This guy is embarrassing himself. I feel bad for this guy.
Like there is order and there's a law to it. Like you could say whatever you want about that law, but it's appealing to a vast swath of the public. And the opposite.
They love the law and order. They love the longer sentences, the mandatory sentences. You gotta understand this. You gotta understand. They love taking the country with the greatest percentage of its population, and this includes China, chat. This includes a horrible surveillance state in China. You know, up until El Salvador, the United States incarcerated the greatest proportion of its population. I guess every other country with a lower crime rate that incarcerates less people, I guess they must really just be. They're getting fucked up by criminals constantly. They're just not saying, I don't know, Chad. It doesn't make sense. It does. What he's saying does not make a lick of sense. This is why she makes the videos members only. This was members only at first. They did release this as a actual.
Is what people don't want.
Yeah.
Is what people like, hold on, this people.
The France, USA, Canada, and UK need to pay back every penny they stole from Haiti. Yeah. Look, these are slaves that, back in the day, Haitian Revolution. These were slaves that freed themselves, all right? And they charged them the price for themselves as slaves. They, like, right? For liberating themselves, they had to buy themselves. That is fucked up. I mean, a lot of countries got a raw deal. Ireland, I see in chat, right? Haiti really got screwed. Really has gotten screwed by the U.S., France, and Europe as a whole.
People that are going to like disrupt our order in our nice, orderly lives? No. I'm not with that. And so, yeah, I just think the optics of smashing cops in the head. And again,
I love this guy that thinks that somebody that's out there throwing freaking cinder block chunks at cops is going to listen to what he's saying and be like, you know what? That's bad optics. I didn't realize that. Jesus Christ. I thought this was going to win us support of everybody. But this dude is telling me that that's bad optics. I'm going to stop throwing cinder blocks. Thank you, dude. Yeah, dude, I'm sorry. I don't know who the fuck who is this for? Who is this for?
I understand the cathartic feeling as somebody, you know, who back in the days had harbored a lot of negative feelings about police, and especially LAPD, NYPD, these notorious police departments who have done some legitimate.
If he sounds like a sports writer doing politics, that's because he is. What's his background? I don't know this guy.
Really depraved.
I don't know this TYT correspondent.
Criminal shit in the past, okay? Like, I understand the catharsis of seeing these guys, you know, get stoned or whatever. I get it, but sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, guys, in politics.
He means the cops getting hit with a stone, I think.
We really don't got room for catharsis, y'all.
No, we don't. And by the way, it's
apparently you don't got room for dignity either. Jesus Christ, dude.
Wrong. It's totally wrong
to
target random cops who might have done absolutely nothing wrong.
Waz used to only cover sports.
And take your anger out at them through a violent act, like throwing a brick at their head. Like, it's unacceptable. It's just unacceptable. And look, you guys need to know, like, my more broad view.
Yeah, they're on a bonus episode too. I want to point out, this is behind the paywall. Does TYT really think that some of their paying members are like out there like cracking concrete and throwing it at cops? Is that what TYT thinks their audience is like? Have they done a little bit of audience research? I feel like that would help.
On what's happening with the riots in LA. I look back at the way I covered the riots in the summer of 2020.
Oh God, here we go, chat. Here we go.
And onward. And I was a coward, totally cowardly. I will admit that. I totally engaged in the mostly peaceful protests narrative, even though I knew that wasn't the case. And it was because I was terrified. I was terrified of dealing with the backlash that I now.
You don't understand the woke. They held a gun, a metaphorical gun to my head, and they forced me to say, protests good, peaceful protester, even though I knew it wasn't true, even though I knew that all the protesters were bad, evil anarchists and Antifa members.
Very clearly am open.
She is so pathetic.
Because I've been dealing with it from like the from the rad libs. Let's just.
I'm sorry. And I hate to, I don't know who I'm taking this from, right? I'm not the first one to say this. All right, so don't give me credit for being based here, because I feel like the Vanguard or the Serfs probably said this first, but it's true, and it bears repeating. The only rad lib in this equation is the one on screen up here. All right, that's what a rad lib is. That is if you open up the dictionary, Irene's theory dictionary, and you look at rad lib, that's what you're going to see. You're going to see that face staring at you. There's no words. It's just a picture of Anna Kasparian, right?
Put it that way, for like the last 2-3 years. But at the time, I was too afraid to deal with the backlash. I didn't want to be smeared as some sort of racist for acknowledging that rioting was taking place. This time around, I'm not going to do that because I felt terrible that I wasn't doing my job. I let my audience down. Even if the audience doesn't want to hear it, I don't care. Like, respecting your audience means you tell them the truth.
You tell them you got to stop breaking up those cinder blocks and throw them at cops. I know TYT fans are always doing this shit. I know TYT fans like to block up and they like to go to war with the cops, but you shouldn't do that. The catharsis, it's illusory. It's a Pyrrhic victory, my friend. Please do not. Think of the optics. Think of the optics, please.
They can do with that information what they please. If they decide they hate me for reporting accurate information, it is what it is. But I have to respect the audience enough to give them accurate information.
I'm sorry, it's not your information, right? It is true that there are peaceful protests, and it is true that there is some property destruction going on at night. It is the context that you add to that is making us mad, right? Or making us disagree with you, or making us embarrassed that we ever supported you or considered ourselves part of the TYT community, right? That's what it is, Anna.
Information. So if riots are happening, I'm not going.
Yeah, Meowing Star says, I feel terrible that I wasn't racist enough a few years ago.
Going to provide cover for them and say, no, mostly peaceful protests. What we're seeing on the streets of LA,
vastly peaceful protests. There's been, oh my God, chat. I would have had this link on hand earlier, right? There's been studies on this, right? On, exactly how many of the protests were completely peaceful versus the ones where some violence did break out. How many people, I think I found it through this, were killed in the 2020 protests. Okay, this is the Guardian. Wait, is it ACLED, chat? Is that what I'm looking for? Oh my God, everything's in Thai date. They're giving me the data. This is September 3rd, 2563 BE. I need to find out what that E was. Where does Thailand divide its its time epochs? AC LED, was that the one? Oh no, am I paywalled out of the Guardian? They're asking me if I want to accept eating the cookies of. No, I do not eat the poo-poo. No wait. Are you happy to accept cookies? No, I do not like cookies. Thank you. Okay, so armed conflict location and event data. is the one that did this story. Okay, so yeah, ACLED, this is according to The Guardian, found that the overwhelming majority of the more than 9,000, Chad, it's over 9,000 Black Lives Matter demonstrations took place across the USA, that took place across the USA after the killing of George Floyd have been peaceful. Overwhelming majority. Wait, this is actually a link. What does it link to? I'm curious what this is. News reports at the height of the demonstration over Floyd's killing cited dozens of deaths in connection with the protest, but many of those turned out to be examples of deadly crimes carried out in the vicinity of protests rather than directly related to the demonstrations themselves. So in other words, anything that happened, any violence that happened in the vicinity of any of the protests got attributed, at least at first, to the protests before more, research was done. And if you heard about it on the news, you heard about this was related to the protests. You didn't hear the correction. Wow. Okay, what is this? Nearly all Black Lives Matter protests are peaceful despite Trump's narrative, report finds. The vast majority of the thousands of Black Lives Matter protests this summer have been peaceful, with more than 93%. That's the number. You want to get objective? You want to get granular? Ezra, Anna, let me get granular with you. More than 93% involving no serious harm to people or damage to property, right? They're even using your definition. My definition of violence would be serious harm to people, but they're even using your definition, which is, includes property destruction. 93% of the over 9,000 protests that went on in that movement were 100% peaceful, right? And even the ones that weren't, there, the correlation, the line drawn between the protest and the act of violence that happens is not, it's not a clear closed loop of, it's not something that you can say is because of the protest, right? It's You're blaming an entire group of protesters for the actions of a few people. But the U.S. government has taken a heavy-handed approach to the demonstrations, with authorities using force more often than not. So where was the violence coming from? It was coming from the cops in Seattle, in all of these places, right? The CHOP, the reason the CHOP happened, right? The reason the Chaz happened, the reason the Seattle city police pulled out of an area of Capitol Hill was because they had used up their tear gas on the protesters. They tried to tear gas the protesters into stopping protesting, and it didn't work, and they ran out of gas. And they ran out of the fucking neighborhood. That's why the Chaz existed, right? They could not use chemical weapons on people because they ran out of their gas, right? When their president, the report found. And there has been a troubling trend of violence and armed intimidation by individual actors, including dozens of car ramming attacks targeting demonstrators. And then we say, oh, it was a peaceful protest up until now. Now we're going to blame the demonstrators for a chud in a car trying to kill them. Wonderful shit. Wonderful shit. New data on protests and the U.S. government's response comes from the Armed Conflict Location and Event Data Project, ACLED, an organization that has long tracked political violence and unrest in regions around the world, together with Princeton University's Bridging Divides initiative. Data assembled by ACLED has been viewed as a reliable source of information on the death toll in Yemen, the civilians killed by governments in Africa, and political violence against women, amongst other conflicts. Organization launched a new U.S. crisis monitor project this year, concerned that the U.S. is at heightened risk of political violence and instability in 2020, going into the 2020 general election. The results of the study present a stark contrast to the claims made by the Trump administration and the widely circulated by Fox News and other right-wing media outlets that the U.S. is being overrun by violent left-wing protests and domestic terrorists. There have been violent demonstrations, and those tend to get a lot of media coverage, says Dr. Rodabe Kishi, ACLED's director of research and innovation, told The Guardian. But if you were to look at all of the demonstration happening, it's overwhelmingly peaceful. Between late May and the end of August, ACLED and Princeton researchers documented 7,750 demonstrations associated with BLM in more than 2,000 different locations across the United States, as well as 1,000 protests related to COVID-19. About a third of the COVID-19 protests were linked to schools reopening. The report found all of the peaceful protests. There were at least 70 documented protests over COVID-19. Okay, so this is more about COVID. While the overwhelming majority of all different types of protests tracked over time were peaceful, reporters did find a troubling trend of violence both from government forces and non-state actors. Government authorities were more likely to intervene in BLM protests than in other demonstrations, and also more likely to intervene with force using tear gas, rubber bullets, pepper spray. This is what they did in Seattle, or beating demonstrators with batons, research found. They documented 392 incidents this summer in which authorities used force on BLM demonstrators. The documented 392 incidents this summer in which the government authorities used force on Black Lives Matter demonstrators. They documented 392 incidents. Journalists covering BLM protests were also met with violence from the government forces. At least 100 separate incidents across dozens of states this summer. One journalist was blinded after being hit in the eye with a rubber bullet while covering the protests over George Floyd's killing in Minneapolis. Violent intervention from government forces did not make the protests more peaceful, the report concluded. In Portland specifically, the report found that intervention from federal authorities in the protests only aggravated the unrest. This is what I was saying, chat. This is how you escalate. This is how you escalate things, right? If you are the city, if you are the law enforcement, with a number of violent demonstrations rising from 53% to nearly 62% of all events after federal agents arrived on the scene. Armed individuals were documented at least 50 protests this summer. Individual perpetrators, some linked to hate groups like the KKK, have launched. So yeah, again, we have anti-protest people doing most of the violence. So yeah, this report lists 25 deaths that actually...
Mr. Lucky, super chatted $5. You should spank the morning shows more if you're still up. Keep up the good work.
You should spank the morning shows more. Thank you, Mr. Lucky 8. Thank you for the super chat. Is that... Wait, I should recognize this. Is that like Luffy Gear 3 or something? Can't believe that TYT has fallen. How hard TYT has fallen. There was also a wait. There we go. A Columbia Rican. Thank you for the gifted membership to Jasper James. Jasper James, you just got weaseled, or you didn't just get weaseled. You got weaseled a while ago, and I was too busy reading the article to give you the credit that you deserve. So here's the credit now. All right. So citing those. Okay. I'm trying to. Most of the protesters killed this year were shot to death. Many of the incidents involving confrontations at protests escalated and turned deadly. At least one people involved. Okay, so yeah. So what they do, they start off somewhere here. They tell you the number. 25 Americans were killed during the protest, right? At least 11 Americans have been killed while participating in political demonstrations this year. Another 14 have died in other incidents linked to political unrest, according to new data. All right. So now this is almost even like, right, 25 is a lot less, violence like than you'd assume based on what Anna Kasparian and right wingers like Anna Kasparian, what things they're saying, right? We already went over the fact that over the more than 9,000 BLM protests, 93% was the rate that we were given. We're peaceful. We're 100% peaceful, right? But there's 25 deaths. So let me read you. We'll go over some of those deaths. All right, Lee Keltner, a Navy veteran who made custom Western hats, was shot after a Patriot rally in Denver on October 10th. Video and photographs of the incident appear to show Keltner slapping a security guard for a local news crew who responded by pulling. Wait, the news crew did? Pulling a gun. I'm guessing the security guard pulled a gun and shot him. Wait, slapping a security guard for a. Okay, the security guard was the local news crew hired a security guard. This guy slapped the security guard. The security guard shot him. All right, that's one death, right? And this is a Patriot rally, right? So I don't know. He made custom Western hats. I mean, you want to guess what his political ideology was? I'm guessing Mr. Keltner was not a BLM supporter, right? All right, second person. Aaron J. Danielson, a far-right Trump supporter who was shot after a rally in Portland in August. Danielson's suspected killer, Michael Reynolds, was a left-wing protester who called himself an anti-fascist and who was later shot to death, extrajudiciously murdered by the Trump administration, who did not want him to have his day in court, right? This is a incident that we don't have enough evidence to really decide what happened. What we know is that Portland was attacked by a group of roving truck driving Patriot Prayer members who had in the back of their trucks people with paint guns that were shooting protesters, right? Shooting anybody that they saw on the street, anybody that they didn't like, right? Aaron J. Danielson was one of these people. He was in town to shoot people with fucking paintball shit, right? Michael Reynolds maintained that he shot this man to protect others, that there was a dangerous situation, and that he did what he did. He pulled the trigger in order to keep other people from getting killed by this guy. We will never know what happened, chat, because the camera was pointing in the wrong direction when Aaron J. Danielson was killed. All right. And we will also never get to hear Michael Reynolds' testimony because the Trump administration murdered his ass. An outcome Donald Trump referred to as retribution, straight up admitted it. You kill one of our Patriot Prayer members, we're going to fucking murder you, right? They should have tried to bring him in. They didn't want him to be able to speak in court, though. All right, so there's another death, all right? Aaron J. Danielson. Garrett Foster was reportedly carrying an AK-47 rifle when he was shot to death in July by an armed man who was driving a car through a crowd of, he was shot to death by an armed man who had been driving a car through a crowd of Black Lives Matter. Oh yeah, I remember this one now. In Austin, this is in Texas, right? Whether Foster threatened the driver with his gun, Foster's the guy that was shot, is still disputed. The man who shot and killed Foster, a U.S. Army sergeant. Now, understand, chat, we got 25 deaths, right? These are some of them. U.S. Army Sergeant Daniel Perry. Oh, wait, the man who shot and killed Foster, U.S. Army Sergeant Daniel Perry had previously tweeted, "Now is the time to take up arms and protect yourself against violence," and responded to a Trump tweet in June about protesters, anarchists, agitators, and looters by saying, "Send them to Texas. We will show them why they say do not mess with Texas." All right, citing those tweets, analysts at a think tank that monitors domestic terrorism classified the shooting as far-right domestic terrorism. But Perry still has not faced criminal charges. Oh yeah, I think he did. He was convicted, and then he was, I believe, pardoned by Texas's governor. Both Reinl and Perry claimed that they were acting in self-defense when they opened fire. Okay, Kenosha, Wisconsin, you know what this is, right? A 17-year-old carrying a rifle he was not old enough to legally possess, shot and killed two people, Joseph Rosenbaum and Anthony Huber.
Columbia super chatted $5. I wonder how Heather Heyer is thinking what is going on right now while we are actually going through an actual repeat in Trump term 2.
I know, right?
Heather.
You'd hope that we would have learned something. All right, so this is Kyle Rittenhouse, right? That they're talking about here. Kyle Rittenhouse killed 2 people, right? So 2 of the people in that 25 that were killed during the protests, right, were victims of a right-wing chud. The person that Perry shot, Garrett Foster, also victim of a counter protester shooting him, right? So there's 3 people out of that 25 that it's not the crowd being violent and killing people. It's people amongst the protesters getting killed by counter protesters, right? Okay, so in Louisville, the photographer Tyler Girth was shot and killed in downtown Park where protesters gathered. The alleged shooter, Stephen Nelson Lopez, was homeless, had a history of severe mental illness, and had reportedly been asked to leave the park earlier because of his behavior. Many protesters in the park were armed and on edge and returned fire when Lopez started shooting. In Las Vegas, Jorge Gomez was wearing body armor and carrying several guns when he was shot to death by Las Vegas police. There's a death by the police at a protest in July. Before he was shot, several protesters told Gomez they disapproved of him being armed, and even a journalist questioned him why he was holding a gun in his hand with his hand on the finger of the trigger. The Las Vegas Sun reported Las Vegas police officer Shay Michalonis was shot in the head during the same protest. Reportedly remains paralyzed from the injury. Officers have said the 20-year-old Las Vegas resident charged in shooting and was not participating in the protest before the attack. All right, so look, we're seeing again and again and again. This is not what you think about violence from BLM protesters, right? This is violence being done to BLM protesters in a lot of cases, or people with mental issues, being attracted to the protest and things happening, right? Other law enforcement officers have been injured in non-fatal shootings this year, including 2 shot in Compton, sitting in the patrol car. 2 Louisville police officers shot in late September during the protest over the lack of serious charges against police officers in Breonna Taylor's killing. In addition to the people killed while demonstrating, at least 14 more Americans have been killed in other incidents linked to political unrest this summer, including 7 people. Here's 7 of the 25 alleged shot during alleged looting of businesses, among them David Dorn, a retired police officer, shot during the robbery of a pawn shop in St. Louis. 2 California law enforcement officers murdered by an alleged anti-government boogaloo boy. 1 person found dead in a pawn shop in Minneapolis that had been set on fire. 8-year-old shot to death in Atlanta, and a Louisville restaurant owner who was shot to death by the National Guard. Some of those killings remain unsolved. One of the fatal shootings of a young black man in Seattle, self-declared Chaz, was not politically motivated. The shooting was not, according to ACLED's review of the case. But the June shooting of Antonia Mays, a 16-year-old, was found to be connected with the broader unrest. So this is a guy that went on a joyride. I think he was in the car with his friend or something, right? It's a 16-year-old. He knows that there's this area in Seattle where there's no cops, right? There's a big park, and he's joyriding in a car. And he decides to go into the park and do donuts, right? Protesters who were defending the Chaz against real incursions by the likes of the Proud Boys thought that they were under attack, thought that he was trying to kill people because of his erratic driving, and they shot him, right? That's a tragedy, what happened in Cal Anderson Park that day. A Seattle Times review of the footage linked to the chaotic scene of the shooting suggested that some people in the protest zone might have believed they were under attack when they fired guns at the stolen Jeep maze, and a younger teenager were driving into the zone. Anyway, I think I've gotten granular enough, chat. I'm sorry. I got completely sucked into that. It just pisses me off when people make this claim about violent BLM protests, because that's just not what was happening, right? BLM protesters were more likely to be the victims of violence than the perpetrators of violence, okay? And all of that violence gets glomped together and thrown into 25 dead in the protests, right? That's the issue.
Right now, especially last night, and it's escalating, not peaceful. Okay, it's just abundantly clear. It's not taking hold of the entire city.
Abundant, she says.
Okay, rioters haven't taken control of everything. It is limited.
Phenomenal understatement, Anna. Phenomenal understatement. We're talking about several blocks of Paramount, all right? And a little bit of Compton, right? Yeah, it's
limited. It's nowhere close to the types of riots we saw in the summer of 2020, but I am worried about it escalating.
Which also were not violent riots.
And Waz, you made a really good point. It's unlikely to escalate to the point that the riots escalated in 2020 because people aren't jobless. I mean, it was in the middle of a pandemic when there were shutdowns and people were at home and bored. So hopefully things won't escalate to that extent this time around.
Yeah, Anna Kasparian is part of the capital class that says, back to work, America. No sitting at home, no sitting at home flattening the curve. No, back to work, make me my coffee. Anna Kasparian needs her latte, all right? So get your ass back to work, and don't be sitting around jobless. This is so pathetic.
But I don't know. I am worried, and it is spreading to other big cities.
I mean, I think people do care about this sort of immigration angle and the deportation angle. I just don't think it's as impassioned as like tying the entire history and founding of America to a 9-minute video of a black dude getting killed on camera.
Wait, what is he saying? I don't understand what what's Waz saying?
I mean, I think people do care about this sort of immigration angle and the deportation angle. I just don't think it's as impassioned as like tying the entire history and founding of America to a 9-minute video of a black dude getting killed on
tying it to that as if George Floyd's death is not a product of the criminal gangs empowered by the state that started off as literal slave patrols. And yes, disproportionately kill and injure black people and POC, right? We have to tie that. We have to really contrive that. We really have to do some mental gymnastics to relate that to racism in America. Jesus Christ.
Camera with a knee on his neck by the police. Like,
I'm still not what's he saying? Is he saying that Trump's tearing apart communities, at least he's not killing people? Okay. I mean, that's the bar is in hell, chat. The bar is in hell.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, good point.
It's just not that, like, the conditions just aren't there for it to snowball into something bigger. Now, again, that's not to say that pro-immigration people, or the immigrants themselves who want to go through a legal process and try to get to stay in the country won't be hurt by this. I think they will.
Yep.
I think it's all like,
I mean, I'm sorry. Look, I don't want to, the last thing I want to do is minimize the murder of George Floyd, okay? But I will say, when the consequence of this policy is disappearing people into El Salvadorian hellhole jails, you've taken somebody's life away. Yeah, you might not be murdering them then and there. Jesus Christ. I mean, they're going to be tortured for every day of their life. I don't know what to say, right? I don't think there's as much of a distinction as you think there is.
Playing it, like, the more this escalates, the more this plays into Trump's hands, but also I'm not too sure about that, because it's like, there wasn't any need. Like, what's the actual need for this? What's the actual need for all this ICE activity?
Okay. Thank God. Yeah, he's talking. What's the need for the ICE activity? I thought he was going to say, what's the need for the protest?
Show me the need. At first, it was all the criminals. Remember, we were getting out the worst of the worst. With drugs.
Okay, so no, you can see that, like, his views on Trump's immigration policy are not in alignment. Right, he's not like, oh, base, yeah, get him out, get them all out, right? No, Trump is right, but that makes it even more disturbing that he is assisting Trump in pushing this narrative, as is Anna. That being said, chat, this is not the only Sloptuber making slop tent about this. We've also got Destiny. The big problem with the LA protests.
A once great American city, Los Angeles, has been invaded and occupied by illegal aliens and criminals. Now, violent insurrectionist mobs are swarming and attacking our federal agents to try and stop our deportation operations, but these lawless riots only strengthen our resolve. I am directing Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, and Attorney General Pam Bondi, in coordination with all other relevant departments and agencies, to take all such action necessary to liberate LA from the migrant invasion and to put an end to these migrant riots. Order will be restored, the illegals will be expelled, and LA will be set free. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Like, why does he always sound like a bad guy? You ever know? He always sounds like the bad guy in a movie.
God, why do you always sound like the bad guy in a movie, Destiny? Anyway, so this is
Big wave, you're from America. It's like, yeah, dumbass, it's a diverse country.
Here's Destiny reacting to Hassan.
Also, not much to feel proud about right here. Yeah.
Like, think about how gross that is. I keep forgetting, he was born in America, right? But his parents, or whatever, like Turkish immigrants, Turkish American people, here on the street, broadcasting to 30 or 40,000 other people worldwide watching. People protesting the federal government. It's a beautiful thing. What do you mean, like, not much to be proud of here? Bro, come on, seriously? Like, regardless of your feelings and everything, if you could take a step back and take a deep breath and just, like, kind of look at the macro of everything.
He could use some gratitude, right, Destiny?
Getting on the ground footage live because of the combination of so many different American technologies and companies and everything else, and the different people that are here. I don't know. There's cool things about this country.
Shouldn't you be thankful to Apple and Samsung and to all the technological pioneers that made you streaming live from the streets of LA possible?
How many other countries could stuff like this conceivably take place in?
How many other countries do people protest in? Jesus Christ.
At this point,
this guy needs to get a passport and to use it for more than just going to Israel.
A few Western countries, sure, but I feel like it's a pretty uniquely American thing. I don't know.
All right, so yeah, that's a taste of That's a taste of what
What's bad about the Trump post? Well, I don't think LA has been invaded and occupied by illegal aliens and criminals. He's calling this an insurrection, which actually I think, depending on the people attacking, I actually kind of agree with that. I think you could, if there was a violent group of people who were together, who were swarming against like ICE buildings to stop immigration policy from the federal government, I actually think that would hit all of the things to call it an insurrection, an insurrectionist mob. I think that's actually fair. But I mean, it seems pretty obvious that LA had the resources to handle it. California had the resources to handle it. So him being so hungry and thirsty to...
So wait, you're giving Trump credit for that? Destiny's literally just now justifying Trump invoking the Insurrection Act, right? He hasn't done that yet. But he's basically saying, yeah, no, actually, surrounding the federal buildings where ICE is holding people that they want to deport. Yeah, that's wow.
Activate his national.
I haven't watched Destiny in a while to do full transparency, full disclosure here. I haven't watched Destiny since he became Molestiny, right? Since he became Sex Pestiny. I really have not paid much attention to what this dude has said. So I don't know how bad this is going to get.
National Guard here just seems like really ridiculous. Like it's, but it's, I mean, this is what authoritarian leaders like to do. It's just crazy to me that, like, for all these guys who were obsessed with Jordan Peterson and archetypes and stories and Jung, like, all of them just sound so much
Jung,
like every
Carl Gustav,
authoritarian bad guy leader from V for
to be fair, Destiny and his community, the shit that he does, it's not that different than Ben Shapiro or Jordan Peterson. It's equally anti-intellectual, right? It's just got maybe a slightly different political bent to it.
or like from every movie ever.
Wait, is that right? Columbia Rican says Destiny did a full right-wing turn since he has no other place for him. Plus, I'm sure he wants more Nazis to... No way. Did he go right-wing?
Does everyone that has been arrested by ICE agents have a criminal record like those you've described?
Absolutely not. And I said from day one, January 20th, we will prioritize public safety threats and national security threats. However, we will enforce law. I may prioritize my family life over my work.
The thing that, like, kind of gets my goat about this guy, the Tom Homan, is that his name? I feel like if he was saying anything different than what he's saying, you know, in terms of supporting the Trump administration, I feel like the Trump fans would get super ableist against this guy, right?
Doesn't matter, ignore my work. We're going to force the immigration law. We've been honest about that from day one, especially in sanctions.
I mean, there's the same people that made such a big deal about Biden, you know, which, you know, he was being not up to the task cognitively, but mainly because of how he spoke. And this guy, you know, I don't think he's that much better spoken than Biden.
Cities. Well, we can't get the bad guy in the safety and security of a jail. They release him to the street. Well, we got to go to the street and find them. And when we find them, many times they're with others. Others that are in the United States illegally may not be a criminal target, but guess what? If ICE is there arresting that bad guy and other aliens are there, we're going to arrest them. That's what sanctuary cities get. They put us in the neighborhood. They force us in the neighborhood. This is what happens.
Wildly underprepared National Guard troops seen sleeping on floors in exclusive photos. Photos obtained by the Chronicle show California National Guard troops deployed by the Trump admin to LA packed together in what appeared to be federal building basements or loading docks. Maybe they're just chilling. Do you think there's any legs for an argument that we're screwed because the majority of people that show up to protests or rallies believe more in some form of radicalism than liberal democracy? Yeah, so I just yeah, it's hard because I guess I just sound like a contrarian on everything. But like people, like Hassan was going out to the protests and stuff, and I only tuned in for a little bit. I don't know, maybe there were different ones or whatever. But just because somebody goes out to a protest or just because somebody protests doesn't necessarily make it a good thing. Those people aren't protesting this administration. They're just out there with any opportunity to protest the United States. Like, that's it. Like, if you were to ask these people, like, if you were to go out and ask these people, like, what are you protesting? They're just going to say, like, immigration enforcement, period. Like, they'll say it's the same no matter which administration or whatever else, so.
Actually, I don't know about that. Right? He's making the assumption of protesters being a lot more well-informed than I think that they actually are. In reality, protesters are all kinds of people, including, you know, people with fairly low information, right? That do not have a solid critique of the United States or anything beyond the Trump administration. There are plenty of people out there protesting that yeah, you know, might mistakenly assume that, you know, there wouldn't be a problem with the immigration policy of Biden or Kamala, despite the fact that they literally caved to Trump. They literally adopted his policy, right? Yeah, I think Destiny's completely wrong about protesters. I think it's just because he doesn't ever go outside. He assumes that everyone who does must be like Hassan. And it's not true. It's not. There's all kinds of people at protests.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, like, is every single Democratic protest now in the future going to have these retarded f***ing Palestinian flags showing up at it? Like, what the f*** does that even have to do with it? Yeah, I don't know.
He's mad about the Palestinian flags.
But the important thing is that there are like multiple reasons why this is really bad. One is that you don't want to form allies at protests with people that don't want anywhere remotely the same thing that you want. That's one. Number two is that these people, again, remember, are not practicing politics. They're going for engagement on social media, which leads into point three, and that there's no policy outcomes that these people are ever aiming towards. And I don't think people are aware of how strategic the organizing was in the civil rights era. Like, there are rooms full of people with MLK and other...
I don't think Destiny is aware of the diversity of tactics that existed in the civil rights era, and how just one tactic is not responsible for the success, and how the one person that he's got in his mind, which is MLK, right, as far as his paragon of nonviolence, it was fucking murdered for his trouble.
Organizers, where they're talking about, like, how do we organize? Where do we go? What's the most effective way to do it? What do we want the behavior of everybody to be? It's it's organizing. It's organizing.
What does a fucking shitlib like Destiny know about organizing? He's never okay. What does he organize? Like Progressive Voice?
It's not just random people showing.
Yeah, you call up Brianna Wu and
with their phone.
That's how you organize.
Pictures, and there's an explicit goal. There are concessions. The
last event that he organized, the last canvassing event he organized, chat, there was allegations of sexual harassment, and I think maybe even worse, right? It was a little foreshadowing of what would be revealed about Destiny later that year.
They're looking for. There's legislation they're looking for. There are like specific asks that are there because you need them. Because you want the other side to have something to negotiate against as well, right? There has to be something. But all it's been it feels like for the past like 20 years, all it's been is just outrage aimed in no particular direction, and then that's it. President Donald Trump's rush to deploy California National Guard troops to Los Angeles has left dozens of soldiers without adequate sleeping arrangements, forced to pack together in one or more federal buildings, resting on the floors of what appear to be basements or loading docks, the Chronicle has learned. The state troops federalized by the Trump administration over the weekend to confront immigration protesters without the approval of Governor Gavin Newsom were wildly underprepared, said a person directly involved with the deployment, who asked to remain anonymous because they were not authorized to speak on the issue. Senior military leaders advised Monday that the California troops could continue sleeping on floors or outdoors until Thursday, at which point federal officials would decide whether to make more permanent lodging plans. By Monday afternoon, additional National Guard troops were expected to reach LA, upping the total from around...
Wait, did he look like he was... Holman looked like he was dressed in an IDF uniform? Yeah, kind of.
Saturday to more than 2,100. Destiny thinks Trump wouldn't manufacture fake protests and violence? No, he wouldn't, because they are too inept. It's time to address the optics cucks. Do you think the Mexican flags matter or not? I think... I would need to hear a coherent argument for why they're good. I feel like the Mexican flags are cringe as fuck. I thought the point is that we're all Americans.
He wants people to protest against the politician that he hates, but he doesn't want them to represent what they're actually fighting for. He doesn't want them to represent who's actually being targeted by the Trump administration, right?
and we shouldn't be deporting people. Like, if, like, I guess, like, intuitively, I feel like if you're flying a Mexican flag, it's like, oh, okay, well, there's the Mexican, like, take him back to Mexico, like, bye. I don't know, that's my feeling. Like, I don't, like, what are you doing? I thought we were protesting Americans being deported back to, or being deported away to other countries, not, I don't know why, yeah, I don't know. Like, I feel like I should.
It almost sounds like he's on board with, like, I don't know, 40% of Trump's deportation agenda.
Like Hispanic people flying American flags, but I also don't know. I don't even know who is involved in most of these protests. Like, it's probably people that don't give a about America or don't give a about any real political end or anything as well. So they're just there to shit on America, I guess. I don't know. I think flying, I don't know, like paired flags, like an American and a Mexican flag together. I think stuff like that, I think, could be okay.
That's the majority of the flags I saw.
But, like, we're protesting Americans or people that live in America that are being deported back to another country, and we're protesting the, you know, American federal, you know, immigrations and customs enforcement. This is a federal thing, like. So I don't know why. I don't understand. I would have to see the. I would have to see the argument for just having, like, just flying a Mexican flag seems cringe. Well, if the alternative is those people stay at home and don't do anything like most Americans, then that would be preferential. Just stay home. If you don't know what you're protesting for, you don't know what the fuck you're doing, then just stay home and let the people that know what they're doing do stuff. You hurt the cause. Well, you don't hurt the cause. You hurt a politically effective cause. But I mean, it's helpful for social media pics. A lot of people are getting sick fucking selfies out of these protests. Hassan is making good content out of it, you know.
Come and arrest him. Should he do it?
Don't you agree that immigration is good for the country? That's what they're protesting for generally. Aren't you doing what you accuse the left of doing often and dividing the cause? The problem is that the problem is that, like, ICE as an organization is a good organization to have. Laws around immigration and the border is a good thing to protect. Like, what we should be advocating for is comprehensive immigration reform, probably some form of amnesty for the people that are here, because that's the only realistic outcome, and then some, like, more reasonable border policy. But the messaging can't be illegal immigration is good, all illegal immigrants are good, and nobody should be deported ever, and ICE is inherently, like, an evil organization that needs to be disbanded. Like, this is just, like, a slightly less retarded version of ACAB. It's just stupid. It's aimless. Most Americans won't support it. There's no like coherent action plan for, like, what it seems like protesters are even calling for. Like,
yeah, he says most Americans won't support this. I feel like that number's in flux right now. If you had a vote for abolish ICE, right, it wouldn't win right now. It wouldn't win. But the number in favor of abolishing ICE is higher today than it was a week ago, and that means something. Chat. Apologies again. That I've, you know, this much coverage of Destiny is all I have time to give you. Now I have to rush through the bonus content, which it looks like is going to be Zoran destroying Andrew Cuomo. It looks like that's what's ahead. So thank you for everybody who's supported the stream. I am sorry, chat. I feel so bad. I completely fucked the stream up. If I had it to do over again, I would have started off with the Sloptuber stuff. Start off with, and I know this, right? I just haven't done a stream like this in a long time, and I kind of forgot how everything goes, including just how to do the short stream in the beginning. But you know what? I should have covered the Sloptubers first. This is what I'll do from now on, chat. If you know, I'll cover the thing that's in the thumbnail first, because otherwise people just, like, leave, right? And we do get a good audience for the you know, the coverage of the LA stuff, right? Joel Rock, thank you. Joel Rocks, I'm sorry, 89, thank you for becoming a jellyfish. Joel Rock says, was he gatekeeping the protest? Yeah, he was exactly, stay home, is what he said. Stay home if you're going to wave a Mexican flag, I guess, right? He's acting like it's his protest. It's not, right? It's not his people that are being deported. I don't think he understands. Well, just like Anna Kasparian and Waz were just like, I don't think this is that big of a deal. I mean, you compare it to George Floyd, you know, a man was killed on, you know, a viral video. by a police officer. I don't think this is anything, like, right. And they forget that people are being disappeared to fucking El Salvadorian hellholes, right? They forget what this is really about. And then, and also just the disruption of your family member, your loved one being just ripped out of their life. And when they get ripped out, right, chat, just like, anybody that they're attached to is left with a hole in their heart. Right? Their kids, their parents, their friends. It's actually hurting more. Our concern is with the people getting deported, but it's hurting more than just the people that got deported. All right. And it's really weird that there's no recognition of that from either Destiny or from Anna. This is why I sub. Thank you. Awesome. Yeah, again, chat, apologies. I completely fucked up the way that I know how a stream like this should go. Should cover the topic of the stream first and then do the news or whatever that makes the most sense, because otherwise, yeah, what we had was we had like 500 people in that chat, and then instead of just and then I covered the Israel thing, and like when you go off a topic of what your stream is about, you just kill it, right? So then there was like precious, I don't know, it's just so many mistakes. Destiny is mad that the Democratic Party don't return his phone calls. Yeah, he's no longer seen as left-wing. I'm sure that's bothering him. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. What would he do, chat? Where would he did a red pill arc where he did content with like Fresh and Fit, whatever podcast, people like Big Papa Fascist, Andrew Wilson, but where would he try to fit in if he was gonna completely?
To Mr. Cuomo, I have never had to resign in disgrace. I have never cut Medicaid. I have never stolen hundreds of millions of dollars from the MTA. I have never hounded the 13 women who credibly accused me of sexual harassment. I have never sued for their gynecological records, and I have never done those things because I am not you, Mr. Cuomo. And furthermore, the name is Mamdani, Mamdani. You should learn how to say it because we got to get it right. To Mr. Cuomo.
Because I'm going to be the new mayor.
It is ridiculous to hear Mr. Cuomo talk about himself as a man of unity when just yesterday we found out that his super PAC was sending mail that artificially darkened and lengthened my beard to stoke the very fear.
To make you look, to give you an Osama bin Laden style beard? Is that what he's trying to do?
Of that division in this city. The reason he doesn't have a message for Muslim New Yorkers is because he has nothing to say to us. Because he doesn't see us as if we are every other New Yorker. And ultimately, the campaign that I am running is a campaign.
Do we need more volume?
The politics of the Trump era, where candidates on the stage describe me as a monster, describe me at the gates, where they say that I am, in fact, the other. This is a campaign to bring people together. It's why we have the support of Jewish and Muslim New Yorkers. It's why we have the support of people across the 5 boroughs. It is ridiculous to hear Mr. Cuomo.
Damn.
I have never had to resign in disgrace. I have never.
So just for in case this volume was too soft, right? I turned up the volume.
Medicaid. I have never stolen hundreds of millions of dollars from the MTA. I have never hounded the 13 women who credibly accused me of sexual harassment. I have never sued for their gynecological records, and I have never done those things because I am not you, Mr. Cuomo. And furthermore, the name is Mamdani, Mamdani. You should learn how to say it because we got to get it right. To Mr. Cuomo, I have never had to resign in.
What is this shit? Socialist for Pritzker? Is this a joke account? Socialist for Pritzker? Look, I mean, like, I'll give it to Pritzker that, like, in terms of his rhetoric against Trump, he's a few, he's leagues beyond like the Chuck Schumers and the Hakeem Jeffries of the world, right? But Jesus Christ, like is that supposed to be a joke? Yeah, Pritzker's a millionaire. I don't know. It might be. It's probably Chad. It's got to be a gimmick account or something. Zoran Mamdani's team made baseball cards. On one side, small donors to his campaign. On the reverse, big money supporters of Cuomo. Oh.
I want to say it very clearly, because both Mr. Tilson and Andrew Cuomo's Republican billionaire donors have been lying about me on our television screens and right now. I will not defund the police. I will work with the police because I believe the police have a critical role to play in creating public service, public safety. And fundamentally, when I put together our proposal for the Department of Community Safety, it was built upon the many conversations I had with rank and file officers who had told me that they signed up to join the department.
Chat, you know what I care more about than defunding the police potentially, which you know is a noble goal, but maybe a heavy lift, right? I want to turn over the police. I want to take everyone who is employed in public safety now and encourage them to seek a different career trajectory and hire in their place competent, caring professionals who are not tainted by the culture, by the toxic and corrupt culture of our current police institution. That is the point. That is the point of police defunding, abolition, etc., right? Is that this organization has been created with, you know, from slave patrols and from anti-union thugs. And we need whoever's going to protect society in the future, there needs to be a clean start, right? Anybody who's touched by this, anybody who's embraced by this current political institution, police institution, they need to have the monopoly of violence withdrawn from them. All right, they're not the right people. They've been perpetuating a culture of high school bullies with guns, right? And that's what needs to stop, right? So I would be happy for a politician acknowledging that. Let's see if Zoran's got anything better in his for this answer.
To take on serious crimes, and yet what they were being asked to do is play the roles of mental health professionals.
Okay, so that's a good point. That's a good point.
And social workers. And that is part of the reason why 65% of crimes in the first quarter of this year are still not solved. We need to ensure police can focus on those.
So that breaks up what Waz said. Waz said that the thing that people like about America is law and order, that you know if somebody commits a crime that they are going to do the time, right? That's not true. 65% of crimes unsolved. People don't realize that cops don't actually do shit. That there's a lot of real crimes that get unsolved, and meanwhile, there's a lot of powerless people that get rolled up.
Crimes, and we have mental health professionals and social workers to address and tackle and resolve the mental health crisis and homelessness. I want to say it very clearly.
All right, so the second half of that answer. It sucks that he felt that he needed to, I don't know, distance himself from, defund the police. Right? Like the thing is that what he was saying that, oh God, see, it's like he knows that the slogan is going to cut against him, right? Which she's probably right. It probably would cut against him. But he does have some of the ideals of defund. The whole point of defund the police is to take money that's going to militarizing the police and to use it for better purposes like mental health, right? So he's got some of the, you know, of what the impetus for that you know, slogan is without really embracing it.
How many more New Yorkers are not charged? Do you believe in the First Amendment? Do you believe in the First Amendment, Tom Harmon? How many more New Yorkers are not charged? How many more New Yorkers are not charged?
That's Zoran at the ICE protest.
They're going to send in ICE in New York. They are going to do things that are illegal. They're going to send in ICE in New York. They are going to do things that are illegal and unconstitutional. But let's not overreact.
Zohran Mamdani says he's going to be ready to deal with Trump if he gets elected mayor.
What we deserve in this moment is a mayor who can look that authoritarianism in the eye and not see a reflection of themselves. A mayor who has a plan to not just call it what it is, but to stand up and fight back.
Mamdani called for hiring more lawyers to represent immigrants in court.
They're going to send in ICE in New York. They are going to do things that are illegal.
Yeah, Cuomo sounds like Schumer.
How many of you would support a rent-stabilized rent freeze this year? Hands up if you do. Okay, the ones whose hands are up are Stringer, Myrie, Mamdani, and Lander. Not up.
State the question, please.
Would you
It's your
support a
donors who gave you $2.5 million to freeze the rent.
This year, a rent freeze this year? Yes or no, Mr. Cuomo?
Would I vote for a rent freeze this year?
Yes.
I'd leave it to the Rent Guidelines Board.
Who controls them? The mayor.
We appoint them. The law controls them. You should read it
Ms.
once in a
Adams, your
while.
hand
The law
was
didn't
not-
control you, did it?
How many of you
Damn,
would support a rent
damn,
stabilized
God,
rent freeze?
he is eating.
This was an issue in the 2018 campaign when you were running for re-election, when they said that in 7 years you had never visited a mosque. Did something happen in the several years beyond that?
I believe I have. I know I've participated in many forums with imams. I am not, off the top of my head, I can't tell you where I went, but I'll check the record and I will.
So this was an issue in the 2018 campaign when you were running for re-election.
Forums, in many forums have. I know. I believe I have. I know I've participated in many forums.
He thinks he's visited a mosque.
With imams. I am not.
He did talk to some imams.
Off the top of my head, I can't tell you where I went.
I don't remember where it was or who I talked to, but
I'll check the record and
yeah, I'll get back to you on that one. All right. So now this is apparently Cuomo has a Dodge Charger that he's kind of well known for driving. I want to show you what the so there's his supporters, right? But I want to show you the audio of this because the audio makes this so much better, right? This is Cuomo arriving at, I guess, the debate in his Dodge Charger, and well, just listen to what the horns for Zohran are playing. Beautiful. There's not much you can do. Right? Right? You know, like that's some of the best editorial I have seen, right? And they only do it there at the end, right? I think it took them a minute to realize that Cuomo was getting there, but yeah, there it goes, the Imperial March. Zohran Mamdani lookalike contest? Wow. This guy's popping off.
he is the flip side of the coin of Trump. He is the flip side of the coin of Trump. He is the flip side of the coin.
I don't know who you think you're hurting there with that comment, Cuomo. Kind of seems to me like you're helping Mamdani. Oh, here's what I wanted to end on, all right? Two-person race, this Aaron from Queens account says, right? Zoran leads. Wait. They got it. Oh my God. Please just, yeah, there we go. Wait, no, this isn't the poll I was looking for. All right, look, this one shows a 51 to 49 lead for Cuomo. I know there's been at least one poll that shows this is June 9th, so this is like 4 days ago. If we can find a more recent poll, that'd be great. So Zoran leads under 45 by 56%, college educated by 28%, white voters by 22, Asian voters by 22, Brooklyn by 20, and men by 6. Wow, Cuomo leads black voters by 44, over 45 by 34, no college by 30, the Bronx by 20. What about Staten Island? Queens, what? All right. I want to see the. Yo, this is exactly it. Right. So anyway, 51 to 49 is a continued Zoran. That's Zoran being on the up, right? He was I think it was like 24 to 50 something percent the last time I saw it. So since these two debates have been really good for Zoran. That's 70-30 in the beginning, and then this is the 51-49 right now. There are polls that have Zoran up, but it's close. But as far as his momentum, as the momentum goes, Zoran's definitely got the momentum. Oh, lightning round? What is this?
Yes, and unlike Andrew Cuomo, I know you can't turn right on red in New York City.
Do you support an expansion of red light cameras, Mr. Mamdani?
Yes, and unlike Andrew Cuomo, I know you can't turn right on red in New York City.
Do you?
Oh my God, stop. All right. Oh, here it is. Mamdani surges in new poll, leading Cuomo for the first time in New York's mayor race. Everyone is serious about defeating Andrew Cuomo, needs to endorse Zoran Mamdani immediately. Yes. I would love to see the numbers. Does anybody link this fucking... Nobody links it? Link the article. Zoran Mamdani, the young Democratic socialist who's been rising in the New York mayor's race, is now ahead of Andrew Cuomo with just 2 weeks to go until Democratic primary. A new poll reviewed in full by Politico found. A survey conducted by the Public Policy Polling for Democrat Justin Brannon's city comptroller campaign found Mamdani beating Cuomo 35 to 31%. Oh, I get it. Oh, geez. Are they showing? So, Chad, this might be the confusion, right? We might have seen this might be like the 35 and 31. It sounds like it's with everybody in the race. And then the 51 to 49 is like a 2-person race, right? So, still some work to be done by the Mamdani campaign. But the momentum is on their side, right? Again, early voting, I believe, starts. Early voting starts on Saturday. Make sure you're registered if you live in the NYC area. Zoran, 43% net favorability, 28% haven't heard enough. Cuomo, -1 net favorability, 33%, right? So that's back on June 9th, too. June 9th, we see the race tightening. Here, I'm just gonna type in the Politico, like, let's try PPP Zoran.
I want Mr. Cuomo to look out into the crowd and look at Richard Chow, who lost his brother to suicide because of the taxi driver debt crisis. I went with Mr. Chow over many, many months organizing to push this very city to finally reckon with its complicity in that, and we won $450 million in debt relief. And I want you to look at him and tell him that that's nothing. I want Mr. Cuomo to look out into the crowd and look at Richard Chow, who lost his brother to suicide because of the taxi driver debt crisis. I went with Mr. Chow over many, many months organizing to push this very city to finally reckon with its complicity in that, and we won $450 million in debt relief. And I want you to look at him and tell him that that's nothing. I want Mr. Cuomo to look out into the crowd and look at...
All right, so we're gonna, and again, chat, I'm sorry, I would normally just watch the debate with you. It was a fiery debate. It was a very exciting debate. We just kind of run out of time, and let's read this last thing. Zoran Mamdani, the young Democratic Socialist. Okay, wait. This is what we read. The 35% to 31%. Let's see. There it is. The survey. What I'm curious about, though, is like, did they break it down in a two-person race? Okay, so we've got if the Democratic candidates were, and then they like list them the leading candidates, right? Who would you vote for? That's where we get Mamdani 35%, Cuomo 31%. What I really want to see is, do they ask a no, they don't, do they? This is such a ridiculous poll. Yeah, like I said, it's commissioned, I guess, by the comptroller, somebody that's running for comptroller, so that's why it doesn't focus as much as maybe we'd like to see it. Like, I just want to see them do with a two-person race. Because, chat, the way that this works is this, all right? You know, let's say this is the vote, all right? If this is the vote, if these are, like, this is the vote, as in 35% have Zoran as their first choice, 31% have Cuomo as their first choice, right? You eliminate Jessica Ramos at 0% here, right? Eliminate Jessica, redistribute her vote. She has no votes, so it doesn't matter. Then we go to Michael Blake, who was actually one of the better, like, I mean, he sounded pretty based in some of his responses, you know, 2%, right? So we eliminate him next. We redistribute his 2%. Then we take Zelenor Myrie, redistribute her 3%. Then we take Scott Stringer and redistribute his 5%. And we keep on doing this, chat, until Mamdani or Cuomo goes over 50%. And that's when we decide the vote. That's how the ranked choice voting works. Now, that's too complicated for them to do like a ranked choice poll, I think. A better question would just be them being like, all right, if it was between Zoran and Andrew Cuomo, who would you vote for? And we don't have that information, sadly. I wanted to give you a deeper, getting granular. Anyway, chat, I have streamed for 8 hours and 15 minutes. You got the bonus content. I haven't been a diligent abacus counter, but I think we just earned one bonus topic. I'll try to be back tomorrow with more stuff. I will try to go about the stream order in a better way, because I feel really bad about this, chat, that I've done content that I know people are interested in, but because of the order that I did it in. Oh, you love my nails? Thank you. Because of the order, because I did the new stuff first, like we completely lost the audience that wanted to see this stuff, right? And that's a mistake on my part. I honestly thought that I would get through the news a lot quicker, right? But again, my failure. I'll try to. If we have good segments, I'll try to maybe put one out as like a video if I can, because like I feel really bad about this. No Republicans are going to vote. Wait, what, in the primary? I mean, the Republicans probably, like, it's ranked choice voting in the final thing, which makes me think that it might be more of a race between whoever wins the Democratic primary and Eric Adams. There might not be like a Republican. I love my nails. Yeah, I love my nails, right? I chose well. I don't know how. I was just kind of like, because they give you this whole thing of like, it's got like different press-on nails with different colors, and you're just like flipping through them, and you're like, and I flipped through all of them, and I was like, I don't like that, I don't like that, I don't like that, I don't like that. I was thinking I'll just go with the same. I had dark purple before, right? This is more violet, maybe? Yeah, violet, I guess, is the right color. That's what the poll shows. But anyway, chat, apologies. And definitely, if you know people that are interested in Cenk and Anna. Oh, wait, we didn't do the Cenk Uygur thing. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, chat. Let me show you this really quickly. Fuck. Trump and I started this fight in LA, but imagine instead of burning cars, our side showed up and did what civil rights movement did. Nobody got angry. Chat, Martin Luther King, like after he was murdered, there were riots. All right. There were like, the civil rights movement started very much in the wake of, riots in places like Watts, right? The idea that Martin Luther King had some kind of a perfect record and that nobody associated him with violence is ridiculous. I showed you that tweet the other day, which was an actual, Hassan posted an actual, oh no, there's too much Hassan Bernie stuff here. God damn it. Hassan showed an actual political cartoon from the era of MLK, and it was pretty clear that Bernie Sanders. Hassan was towards the top of this one. Yeah, there it is. I mean, this is what Hassan posted essentially. I'm gonna have to do the same thing again that I did last time. Why can't I open this in a new tab? Open a new tab. Okay, there we go. There's no new tab. All right. So yeah, this was the kind of shit that they were saying about MLK, right? In the same way that the organizers of this protest, the people that showed up for the protest, cannot control who all shows up for the protest and whether some kind of property destruction is done or not, Martin Luther King could not control the fact that his movement, rose up in the wake of riots, and that people were going to associate his movement with those riots. That's what this political cartoon is about. They're saying that Martin Luther King is bringing violence. to the cities. Like, that's what they're associating him with riots, right? Even MLK got this shit. And that shows you how wrong Cenk Uygur, Shaky Gurga is about his, with this whole claim that, if only the left had shown up in a completely nonviolent manner, then everyone would respect us. Bullshit. They would have called it a riot regardless. That's what you don't fucking get, Cenk. Cenk is not ready for the new media environment, all right? Like, Trump is adapted. Trump is suited for the new media environment, right? In a way that most of the Democrats are not, and in a way that Cenk Uygur is definitely not, right? People like Zoran get it. You got to stop worrying so much. They're so afraid to be hated that these people are unable to be liked, right? And to be loved, right? And that's what you need. You need to be loved. You need to evoke strong emotion in people to maximize your algorithmic reach. And so this whole thing about apologizing and pre-apologizing and being like, we want to protest, but not a violent one, right? That's a loser. That's a loser. Yeah, people over property. That's right. Anyway, with that, chat, I think I've covered everything that I need to cover for you. I want to really quickly shout out my Patreons. I need to shout you out, oh Patreons, because you really are ride or die for me in a way that I totally appreciate. I love that people are willing to support me on Patreon in a way that can't be pulled chat. Like, if I get banned by Twitch, right, there goes any funding for me from Twitch. If I get banned on YouTube, there goes any funding for me on YouTube. That's why I really want people to start to get behind me on Patreon if possible. Also know that if you support me on Patreon, more of your money actually gets to me than if you do it through YouTube or through Twitch. I am happy with people supporting me in any way that they choose to do so. It really does mean a lot to me. And if one way is easier for you than the other, fine. Or if you like the perks from YouTube or the perks from Twitch, right? I totally understand that, right? But I just want to give a special shout out to people who support me on Patreon, because I really do appreciate that support is harder for them to tear away from me than support on YouTube or on Twitch. So thank you. Let me give those shouts out now. Shouts out to Or Else Ellipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Moe Noe. Shouts out to Crystal Saphira. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Zara Xerex. Shouts out to Rachel K. And shouts out to Omega Star. Thank you, Patreon. You rock. I'm rating you into Boneless Bill Boneless. Not Boneless Bill. I don't know if he has bones or not, but we're gonna find out. We're gonna raid Bill Boneless and find out what he's about. Looks like he's watching some fun stuff that may be kind of a Twitch, the kind of content that you can only see on Twitch. So enjoy that, especially if you are a Star Trek fan. I think you will enjoy that. I've been No Comment Chick. I'll be bringing you more stuff in the future. We might have Ethan content tomorrow. I know he is streaming, or he's doing his thing again tomorrow, so like it might be about Elon, something, right? Or it might be more, I don't know, there's a war going on potentially. There's no dearth of stuff to cover. It's just trying to put it together in a meaningful way, and most of all, in a way that gets watched, right? And that's why I'm beating myself up over the way that I organize the stream. Right, I should always cover the thumbnail stuff first, and anything else maybe comes after the fact. But you live and you learn, chat. Just let people know that this VOD was a banger, all right? Because I feel like a lot of people slept on it, and it's their loss. Anyway, you didn't lose out. You were here. Much love, and I'll see you again.